'Twas the night before Black Friday went all through the house. All the creatures were stirring, and even Grinelli's mouse.
Fucking rad my apartment.
There were t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, and more. Price marked down, it was sales galore. And all you have to do is go to the Barstool Sports store. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen. On Comet, on Cupid, on Donner and Blitzen. This year's something special you won't be missing. Barstool merch is the perfect gift this holiday season. And Uncle Busy Claus is here to show you the site for a happy holidays to all, and to all, a good night.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to episode 416 of Spittin Chiclets, presented by Pink Whitney. For my friends at New Amsterdam Vodka, here in the Barstool Sports podcast family. What's going on, everyone? Hope you all had a great week watching pucks, or maybe a little bit of soccer, World Cup. We got to that later. Thanksgiving week here in the States, always a big week down here, unless you're a fan of the team. Not in playoff position yet, but see what the boys are up to this week. First, producer Mikey Grinelli, what's going on?
You like that, Whit? You like my gobble?
That was awesome, Biz.
It was like Jesper Bratt doing a gobble.
Yeah. Stop it. Not off the hop here. Give it some time. 40 minutes till we get to New Jersey Devils talk. Grinelli, what the hell have you been up to, bud?
I've been up to nothing really. I'm doing great, specifically because the Chiclets YouTube channel hit 250,000 subscribers this past weekend. So that was
not
just
a big deal.
How are you?
That was just amazing
like
to
yesterday
see.
we got 100K in that plaque.
Yeah. So that was great to see. And we also have the Black Friday sale starting this week. So very, very excited about that. Things are great over here.
Wait. Didn't you go on a couple's date?
Yeah, leaving something out.
Come on.
Burying the
You
lead.
went on your girlfriend's podcast.
Holy
Oh,
fuck.
yeah,
Burying
that
the
was
lead.
last
He's trying to
week.
get away with it.
Oh, what were you talking about, Biz?
Oh, I talked to him. He said he went on a nice little couple's dinner. I don't know. I kind of want to hear about the meal or maybe where they went.
The podcast.
Well,
Grinelli, come on. What was the dinner? What was the pod?
Fuck the dinner. I want to hear about the podcast. I didn't know that you went on that podcast. Mean Girls?
Yes, I went on Mean Girls, and there was a clip that was posted today. It kind of got some traction of me. So last week I was out to dinner with my friends, and someone mentioned that they had proposed to their girlfriend, and when they did that, their girlfriend got him a watch. So they asked about that on the show. They said, "Do you think guys should get engagement gifts as well?"
Holy
And after I heard that, I'm like, yes, I do. I don't think it should be something as extravagant as a ring. But I think guys should get a little something too. So I said that on their podcast. And
I'm a feminist, and I also believe that men should get watches. You're putting what, 25K in some cases, maybe not that much. At least, I would say at least 10K into a ring. Which should you not be getting a Submariner Rolex back? Not even a date just?
that's all. That's what I said. I said just a date just. That's all we need.
I want to hear Witt's opinion.
I don't know.
on this.
It's like getting engaged is like you're asking that woman to be your wife forever. Like it's kind of, I mean, it's both your moments, but it's kind of her moment.
Oh,
I mean, not to mention my wife sometimes like, I'll buy you this. I'm like, no, thanks, because I'm paying for it. You don't need to get it for me. Now, granted, a lot of women are working these days and could probably afford to buy their significant other a nice gift if he's getting a bomb ass ring to get married with. But I'm not immediately kind of jumping on board with that. That's kind of although if you want to talk about equality and all that stuff,
That was my point.
That's pretty legit.
You're not progressive enough. I want a yacht master. I think it's a great topic, by the way, G, and I'm glad that we brought that up. Now, you were talking about this on the podcast.
Yes. Yeah. They asked, that was like the first question they basically asked, because it was something that me and Alana heard when we were out like the weekend before, and we started arguing about it. Basically, I was trying to get another Rolex.
So
it's kind of like if most people are out there thinking about money they're spending, and like for the most part, guys are, they're spending a lot of money on these rings. It's like, if we're then getting married, let's just kind of, I don't need that gift. I just gave you your wonderful engagement ring. Let's just keep our money a little tighter if we're going to be getting married soon.
So I'm friends with a gay couple, shout out SK and Baby D. We call the other one Baby D. He's more the feminine one in the relationship. SK, to get engaged, he purchased a Rolex for Baby D instead of getting him a ring to wear. So I thought that was a smart progressive gift.
I like that.
Yeah,
exactly.
So maybe start giving out the hand pieces instead of just having to wear that diamond around.
I kind of had this thing when I got engaged, and I wasn't expecting like tit for tat gifts. It's like you get engaged, like let's move on. But when me and my wife was scouting wedding spots down Sarasota, we went to this art store, and there was this unbelievable Mick Jagger photo, like all artistically done. The frame was like $500. I was gonna buy it for myself, but she's like, no, I want to get it for you, and then like try to go the engagement gift thing. I was like, whoa. No, we're engaged. There's no further gifts. Like, I'm like, I don't want it. I'm like, then you feel obligated to get her another one. It's like fucking the Godfather thing. Like, I may need a favor.
You're
someday.
old school,
like,
RA.
You also
old
get hit
school.
on the
Okay.
push present too, though.
What do you guys make of if a girl were to get down on one knee and propose to a guy? Are you like, what the
Hey, now,
fuck?
propose.
I'm
outside?
out on that. I'm
No?
out on that. Yeah,
What?
that's a heavy no.
I don't know, man. I can't
propose
immediately
marriage
say I'd
is-
be out on that.
I mean, it'd be flattering. you
Yeah,
know?
it's flattering. Now, maybe you want to be the one, but if you were going to do it anyways, you're like, wait a minute. So
The reversal.
I get the ring?
Well,
The
then she's
Mongol-
asking. Then she's saying you're taking her last name at that point. If she's getting down on
The
one, knee.
Mongolian reversal.
No, absolutely not.
So
I would do a combined name, maybe a little mashup.
I always wonder, like, if a hyphenated name marries a hyphenated name, does the kid get like 4 fucking last names? Like, how does that work? You know what I mean? When people started taking on 2 names,
I'm
and
sure there's some crazy fucking stories out there and crazy.
Paul and Kendra Star Bissonette.
if you are buying a ring and
You're
if you know
thinking
you
of
got-
Kendra Lust.
pay cash,
Not Rachel
There's
Star,
some
you
poor girl
idiot.
Kendra Star out there that's trying to make it big. Just thought it was her moment.
you did a mashup of porn stars there. That's what
I did
you
a
did.
mashup of I did a mashup of a bunch of
dirty dog.
lunatics in the end.
You dirty dog. You.
But the push present is another thing. So when you have when your wife gives birth, boom, that's another one. And you can get hit hard on those push presents.
I didn't
But-
even know that existed. That's
but
something
like,
I
is it
found out
push
on that
present?
podcast.
What's a push
Well,
present?
in looking back, and then especially with Wyatt, seeing my wife give birth to him in our house, no epidural, all natural. It's like I would have spent way more money than I had on the ring, but you know, at the time of the ring, I didn't even know about push presents. And so it's basically just an absolute money siphon
Would you,
getting married.
What was the push present? Did you get her like a gift certificate to Molly made for the week or something?
I got her a Build-A-Bear at the mall with Wyatt's name on it. It was sick.
Fuck, you're out of control, dude. So I don't think we've ever talked about that. Did we talk about the fact that it was a home birth when you gave?
Yeah,
she
I
gave
think
birth?
so. I think
Oh,
because
we
I
did? Okay.
remember I was delivering him because the lady's car, she was late. The midwife was late, and Bree was in the shower. I looked down and like I saw the top of Wyatt's head coming out, and then the woman ran into the room in her jacket and got into the shower. I was like, holy fuck. It's crazy,
What's
but
the
an
other name
amazing experience.
for midwives? What's that other name they call them? What isn't there? There's like
A doulas or something like that.
Yeah. There you go. Biz, I recommend if you're buying a ring at any point, like if you know your jeweler, you can talk on the side with them. Try to pay cash if you can. You end up saving yourself a few bucks. You know.
Yeah. I want to get engagement ring advice from all right, keep going. The
Dude,
floor is
I'll
yours,
have
man.
my. You know what? I'll
I
have my
bet
old
you it
lady-
fell
I'll
off the
show it
back
right
of a
now.
truck too, right,
What?
buddy?
He's 100% right. You're saving thousands of dollars on
it's-
tax if you're paying a lot of money for an engagement.
It works for everybody. It works for everybody. You know, and then you can say, oh,
Yeah, but
it's
then
the
you're
actual
buying a
retail
New York
cost.
Ranger Fugazi.
No,
You're
not
getting
me, man. Don't make me pull my put my ring on the fucking Zoom camera in front of your face here, Biz.
Yeah, I don't want to get blinded. It's like the
Oh,
bat signal.
it
How do we
is
get into
nice.
that topic? Grinelli.
Gee,
Anything else crazy talked about on that podcast? Like, did they ask you like if you like munching box or like what did they get
Yeah,
into?
did
on
they
this?
go into your? They wouldn't go into your guys' like sex life, right?
No, we actually were pretty I didn't want to do it to begin with, but I did reluctantly. So I kind of was like scaling the questions beforehand. Like I didn't want to talk about anything too crazy.
What do you got?
I
A
don't like
fucking
to bring
publicist?
Yeah, he's got his
Basically,
PR.
yeah.
It's RA.
Yeah,
No,
go through
McQuaid-
RA first.
McQuaid or Sean, and we'll get to thanking those guys when we get to the Sandbagger. But we got to intro Whit first.
Shout out Mean Girl Pod. Give them a listen.
Yeah, Mean Girl
a
Pod.
couple.
Well,
What's the
That's
one
a
of the
Pink Whitney
girls?
pod too.
One of the girls' father or stepfather or owns the
So
Oklahoma
what?
City Thunder?
Alex Bennett. She is married to Graham Bennett, who his father owns the Oklahoma City Thunder. So that's pretty sick.
Just fucking
Decent.
well,
Yeah,
Just rolling in
decent.
it.
Biz, we got to give you a proper one first before Whit, per custom. Paul, Biz Nasty, Bissonette. Are you in the dirty desert or you're at your apartment in Atlanta? I can't fucking keep track of you. You're like
Nope.
Waldo.
No, I'm in the desert currently. I got a nice week off of TNT. It was great seeing.
Dude, you're like
Yans
Gretzky now, fucking taking fucking every
No,
week off.
no, they've been very good at working because obviously we do so much stuff for the podcast. So just trying to kind of.
I love it, Biz. We don't need you burnt out, buddy. Long season.
I don't. I got to live life a little bit too and get some personal time. But same breath, it allows the seat to open up for other like Henrik Lundqvist, absolute man rocket. Jen Bottrell was on last year a couple times. She hasn't been on so far this year. And then last Wednesday, man, it was great seeing Yans. I know he's been doing a little bit of Sportsnet, but he fit in right like a glove. He was fucking funny. He was very insightful. And I'm so proud of that guy, man. Like it seems like he really wants this side of the career, which it's nice to see guys with as much credibility as him and as much as he's seen at the National Hockey League level, especially with his fucking personality. One of the funniest guys to be up there crushing it with the boys. So I'm really proud of him. Congrats to Schnee. This week we got a Wednesday night broadcast and then a Friday night. So we got another double decker coming at you. So just got a little bit of rest. And on Friday, I got to experience the opening of the Barstool Sports Bar in Scottsdale.
That looked like a scene.
Bud, I'll tell you what, it was where the old Saddle Ranch was. I didn't know what to expect. They just made an awesome sports bar to go watch the games. It's not in the vortex. I'm fucking 37. There's that old town vortex that you can get sucked into. It's like,
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible if you're 25 years old and you're looking to snort fucking anthrax off the nicest granite in town and hit the disco sticks and butt chug a bottle of Pink Whitney vodka. But being 37, it was great. They got a shit ton of TVs. The server, there's some rockets in there. So if you want to go watch a game, shocker. And the staff was incredible. And it's a very clean, Bowery looking type of place. Basically like a 310 Bowery, but a bigger version of it, G.
Which
That's
I love
who runs
that
it. That's who owns it. They're like running all the bars. It's the same people who own.
Well, there you go.
Bowery.
Holy shit.
You get smothered?
Buddy, no. It was
nice.
It sucks because the lineup was so big that maybe some people didn't get to come in and maybe some of them had to wait an hour and a half, 2 hours. But hey, shout out to the loyal ones who did wait to experience it and come say hello. And everybody
I meant smothered as in waffled.
Oh, yeah. I had been taking some time off the booze. I'd been really, really picking my spots. And
that's a flashing green light, though.
Much so that we first of all, I took Pasha to Ocean 44 to make whole on a bet. Got him a nice bottle of wine, nice steak. Congratulations on your 11-game fucking winning streak to the New Jersey Devils. Our buddy Joey Superstein came, and then we headed over. So we went from wine to Big Deal Brews to some shots of Pink Whitney to the next day feeling a little bit queasy and puking out of my car door. Yeah, I puked on the side of my door on
it's the worst.
Took the full day off, shut her down early though, boys, and got 2 workouts in on Sunday to make whole on it. It's all about balance, right, guys? It's all about balance.
Work never sleeps, Biz. You recruiting as well. We get the late night text. You met a legend's daughter. You trying to recruit her old man on the show? Or you don't want to? Huh?
Timmy Thomas's daughter was at the Barstool Sports Bar's opening, and I said, Brian McGonigal from Barstool Sports would love to get your old man on. So do what you can. I sent the picture to the group chat with her. So, hey, she listens to the pod. Tell him if you can maybe hold this up to his ear and force him to listen to us, please, for the love of RA, please come on the Spittin Chiclets podcast. We want to hear about that incredible Boston Bruins run in which they're going on another one right now. So it'd be the perfect time to get him on right before this Winter Classic outdoor game.
Perfect comma. And one other thing, Biz, someone on our Twitter feed, one of our listeners said that they got to get you and KY on at the same time. You guys could be the next Shaq and Chuck Barkley.
Oh, that would be electric.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But next up, the Wit Dog, Ryan Whitney. What's going on, my man?
Not much. A pretty chill weekend, but it actually wasn't really. I'll start with the funny aspects of it and the good parts. There was a tough moment for your boy this weekend, but Friday night, my buddy Bunzo Byrne, Brendan Byrne, one of my closest friends, his son James was born about, I think, 12 days before Ryder. So James just turned 5. Ryder's turning 5 a week from today when we're recording next Monday. That'll be his birthday. So we took him into the BU game. Awesome game. They actually lost to Northeastern 1-0, and they beat them the next night in overtime, but a really good back and forth game. Northeastern has this goalie Devon Levi. G, am I getting that correct?
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
So Buffalo acquired him from Florida, and I believe the Reinhardt deal, this kid is a stud. He's going to be an NHL number one. He had a shutout, probably 45 saves, an unreal thing. The reason I'm kind of bringing this up is Brendan's son, James, said the funniest thing. We're leaving the game. The game's over. You know, these kids are exhausted. It's about 9:30, I'm going to say, 9:45. And, we're walking to the car. We get in the car. We're driving home. And James Byrne, 5 years old, he goes, all right, boys, now we're talking. I almost shit. I got like we were going out. I was like, me and Brendan looked at each other. All right, boys, now we're talking. Meanwhile, earlier in the day, so Ryder's in that, he's in that why phase that so many parents out there know. Why? And a lot of times I answer. I'll just keep answering because there's always an answer to the why. But then sometimes I'm like, enough, and no more asking why. And so earlier that day, he actually said to me something, why? I don't know what he was asking. And I looked at him like, just look. And he goes, I got to stop asking that question. So the kids are cracking us out this weekend. We had a hell of a Friday night, but Saturday comes around and I took Ryder to hockey. I had Wyatt. Yeah, Bree was running around. We're hosting Thanksgiving. She's bombing around doing everything, kind of getting ready. So I had the kids all day. She gets home at 3:45. Yeah. And I'm like, all right, I want to get a little bit of exercise today because we were going out to dinner with Ned Haven and his wife that night. I wanted to get some, just like a tiny touch of a sweat or even movement in before I knew
it's all about balance. It's all about balance.
Well, backtrack. Our dog Yoshi hates me. I'm not a dog energy person. I never had a dog growing up. I really like dogs, but it's a dog energy thing. And I think people know what I'm talking about. Some people have it, some people don't. And like my wife earlier was like, you got to be nicer to me. You got to be nicer. And even now she's like, no, you're so nice to me. He just doesn't like you. But she takes him to this it's in Milton. It's behind Cunningham. It's a dog walking. You take the leash off the dog and it's the woods and you're walking around and I'll say the loop you go on, I'm going to say it's like, I don't know, a little more than half a mile. So I planned on bombing around this thing 3 or 4 times now and getting a little bit of work. And I'd also get Yoshi a walk because he'd been stuck all day in the house. I arrived there and took my first 2 steps and it's uneven terrain and I got my ankles and I'm like, why aren't I just walking him around the neighborhood? We got this big old neighborhood. I could have done like 2 miles easy on pavement. What am I doing here? Well, sure as shit, I get about just over halfway through the lap and I have a clicker. So Yoshi's off leash and he's running around. He sees other dogs and he runs back and he runs away. And I got this clicker, click, and he comes right away. Boom. If I click this thing a couple times, boom, he's sprinting over to me. So he's up this hill. He ran up this hill. He's playing with, there's a bigger dog, short brown hair. I don't know dogs and their breeds. There was a tiny little like ratty dog. And then there was another dog. There's 3 dogs he's playing with, but I'm keeping walking because remember, I want my sweat. I want my buzz. I want my beats per minute. So I click it and Yoshi comes flying over and he's just to my right. And I'm kind of getting out a treat. And all of a sudden, dude, I don't even hear or see anything, but boom, a fucking dog going 115 miles an hour runs into my left knee. Dude, I go up. I'm horizontal to the ground. I had to be 3-4 feet in the air. I land on my shoulder, my surgically repaired elbow, and I hit my head on the ground. I'm fucking concussed still. I'm all fucked up. I don't feel right now. Dude, I looked over just to my left. There was a rock. I could have hit my head on the rock. I'm on the ground. I haven't been hit like this since Komisarek lit me up when I had my head down in Montreal. And Terrian was calling me a pussy laying on the ground with a concussion. I'm like, what the hell just happened? Oh, and these people up top of the hill. Now, if my dog did that, I would like start walking or running down the hill. Like, oh my God, are you okay? They're standing up top. I get up. I don't even know where I'm at. They're like, are you okay? I'm like, not really, for fuck's sake. And the dog runs back. They just walked away. I want to know. The people in front of me stopped. They came back. Are you okay, man? I'm like, please don't know who I am. Please don't know who I am. My shoulder's mangled, dude.
Oh, no.
I don't know what's going on.
No, but
it's clicking and it feels like something might be torn.
There's only one thing that could have messed with this fucking win streak we have in golf, and it's that. getting T-boned by a fucking dog.
By a dog.
How big was the dog?
It had to be 50 pounds. Or what? What did Lloyd weigh?
I'd say Lloyd's a good probably 55, 60 pounds.
Same size.
Wow.
But like younger and fitter and faster and meaner.
Whoa.
No offense. And I'm telling you, man, like it's just such a kick in the nuts. It's just like I'm such not a dog person. I try to do one good thing for the dog. I get ass over TKO crushed in the park, and these two assholes don't even come down and ask me if I'm okay. So I ended up going home all pissed off. And then I went out to dinner and I had all these margaritas. I was so annoyed and I was concussed. And then we had like a bottle of wine, Ned and I almost threw up too. I was head out the window on a way home from a couple's dinner.
All right.
Saturday.
I'm getting like Clark Griswold's neighbors vibes from these people that had their dog come and body
Holy
Whit.
shit.
Now,
how rude is that?
What if you see them again on this path?
So, dude, I'm telling you, they're up a hill. I'll never, ever go back to this path. But my wife's there all the time. And she's her friends. And her friends have been going so long that they probably know the people. Sorry, I was just waving to some people outside. I could see. So I'm sorry. I'm long-winded here, but I'm concussed. So if I say anything I don't mean.
No, buddy, that's a great breakdown. And I mean, I'm sending you some love from not only myself and RA and Grinnell, but all of Chiclets Nation, man. Battle through this one.
I think the dog was running to the clicker, by the way. I think he knew about the clicker too.
And on top
right through me.
And on top of all that, Whit, like the fact that you're dealing with Chiclets fans coming at you on YouTube and me, really, for this whole Sandbagger ordeal. It's every time we get in a winning streak, it's like they start fucking turning on us.
These people are the biggest. You know what, Biz? People hate winners. Yeah. And we can't be beat right now. And for everyone who wants to know what we're talking about, you go watch the Ryan Malone and Colby Armstrong Sandbagger that we won. We've now won 5 in a row. I believe we're 10-4 all time. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
So through 14, we've won 10. And people are coming at us. Oh, first time ever rooting against Biz and Whit. Oh, Whit's such a douchebag. Oh, Biz and Whit, arrogant piece of shit. We're there to win. Do you think we're there to be like buddy with these guys? We'd spent about 50 hours in a row with those two being buddy. It was game time. And for everyone that's arguing about the rules and stuff, where are we going to go into that, Biz? We have a kangaroo.
I want to hear what RA was up to this past weekend. And then we're going to dive into everything Sandbagger related. I'm sorry that I got you so fired up, buddy. I'm fired up too. But all right, how was your weekend, buddy?
It was chill. You guys know I know it was like a 48-hour bug or something. I got like puking. I know. Remember, first time I actually puked during an interview. I had to turn the camera the other night during an interview. So I was laid up like Thursday, Friday. Then all of a sudden it went away as quick as it came. I had a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club of Charlestown, a cause very dear to my heart. My friend Derek Gallagher, he runs the club. They did this every year for like 20 years. Then COVID wiped it out for a couple. They rent the hall. They get all food and booze donated for a Patriots game every year. Great crowd. You know, Charlestown, as Whit knows, it's changed a lot. It used to be all Irish Catholic neighborhood. It's been gentrified, but it's like the town is like, you know, it's all one again. For a lot of time, there was animosity between like the old timers and like the newcomers, but everyone's kind of on the same page now. So it's like a good mix of like the new residents and the old residents, and had a good time with that. And I told you before the show, shout out to Dr. Britt, the chiropractor who tried to help me out, is willing to help me out. She slid into my DM. So she happened to be in the same bar, came over and said hello. She's a big Bruins fan from Thunder Bay.
Reference. It's when you had your sciatic issue and you had a bunch of doctors reach out to try to help and fix it. You elected to take the doctor's advice who said, don't do absolutely nothing. Just sit on the couch, hit the bong, do whatever you got to do.
I don't need rehab.
Dude, I wish I could fucking hit my bong on this place. It's a non-smoking place. Everyone's like, oh, just do it through a fucking laundry detergent. Oh, I'm like, buddy, I'm 50 years old. I'm not getting written up for fucking smoking in a non-smoking building.
This was a chiropractor specifically who she wasn't sure if it was you, but then she saw you rubbing your leg. You were doing your old twitching. And she's like, that's got to be all right.
Yeah, she's a Bruins fan from Thunder Bay, Ontario as well. So she's Canadian, played at UVM, great kid. So nice, always nice to catch up with fans, but it was a total coincidence. She happened to be in the same bar as me. So yeah, it was nice to see some old friends. Like I said, with COVID, wiped out a lot of time that we usually spend with friends. So anytime you get older, it's nice to spend time with good friends.
How many events are you usually doing a year with the Boys and Girls Club?
Well, that's an annual one. I'll play in the poker tournament, and then they announced it's the 130th anniversary of the Boys Club right up the street. So they have a huge anniversary party. They invite all the members from the last, 130 years. Not all of them still alive, and it's a huge blowout. So anytime I can help them out, like I said, it's a place when I was a kid, not a refuge, but it was a place that, keep kids off the street and try to keep you on the straight and narrow. And now with technology and all the money they have now, these kids have so much more than we did, but it's a place that's been there for generations. And like I said, a cause near and dear to my heart and a huge part of this community.
We should do a content piece about it, RA. Maybe film you playing in this poker tournament. I think that could be cool.
Ooh.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, well, we got the Winter Classic coming up here. Maybe we could time it with that. But meanwhile,
we got a special. Yeah. Should we stick on that topic? I'm going to throw it over to Grinnell, and he's got the info, and we're excited to share it with you.
Yeah, might as well blow it now.
So
go ahead, G.
We've teased this a few times, but the boys are headed home. 6 years ago, we were recording on RA's couch. Now on January 1st at 7 p.m., the boys will take stage at the Wilbur Theater in Boston, Massachusetts. So tickets go on sale November 30th at 3 p.m.
Let's go.
barstoolsports.com/events. You can find them there. This is huge, boys. This is fucking huge.
Holy, hey, being
we'll
a
have
kid,
some special guests, right? That we don't want to announce yet.
Oh, we
tons of special guests.
Yeah, we got some great seating. RA, how does that feel being a Boston kid? We're coming back home to the place where the podcast originated, and more than likely, knock on wood, they haven't been sold yet. But remember, last time when in Pittsburgh, 7 minutes it took to sell the joint out, 800 seats, and then we added a few more. But how does it feel coming home to host a live show in front of your fucking home fans?
It's going to be incredible. And as bummed out as I missed Pittsburgh. I was like crestfallen. Like, it's almost like I realized, well, now my first live show is going to be in Boston. So it almost like I wouldn't plan it that way, but now that it's going to turn out that way, it's like, all right, this is going to be cool. I told a couple buddies yesterday, some lifelong friends, I can't wait. I'm going to have them on the VIP list, and I'm super excited, man. I'm going to be over the moon. This place is going to be absolutely bananas. It's going to be like homecoming for me, the Wit Dog G. I mean, this is where it all started. There's a reason those colors are black and gold behind me, because me and Whit started. It wasn't a Boston show, but that's where the roots were. So I cannot fucking wait, man. I'm going to be over the moon. It's going to sell 7 minutes Pittsburgh. You could give this show fucking 9,000 Roman swipes. It'll be fucking 3 minutes. It's going to sell.
The Wilbur Theater is absolutely incredible too.
Oh, dude. I've gone there to see comedians and shows and shit. Now I'm going to be on the stage. It's something I never even dreamed of. So I can't wait.
We're actually only going to list 300 tickets for sale because RA has 800 friends and family members coming.
Dude, I'm like, shit, I don't know what my limit is.
It's like prison. He forgot.
I'm gonna be working for free that night, like when fucking your family comes to town to see you play.
That's right. Yeah, that's in Toronto.
Whatever.
We should have those people who own that fucking beast dog from Sandlot that ran me over. I can stone cold stun him on stage. That'd be my gift.
No shit. What's in protocol? Meanwhile, Spike's getting a call from fucking DOPS. Gonna fucking get sussied for it.
Before we go any further, I need to talk to you about Pink Whitney, New Amsterdam's own Pink Whitney. My name, the best drink maybe of all time. Am I biased? Yes. You can chirp me. I don't care. Pink Whitney is my namesake. And I think people have come and grown accustomed to seeing the birdie juice and realizing on the golf course it's a perfect mixture to have a wonderful day. And as golf season up in the Northeast begins to end, people may forget about it. Nope. Because in the winter, you go to your local bar, you have a shot of Pink Whitney. It warms it up. It tastes good going down. It's not some rough and tumble disaster in your throat, in your mouth. It's birdie juice. Winter, summer, fall, spring. So please go to your local bar, have a shot, and enjoy a hell of a night.
Biz, you've already tried twice to get to the Sandbagger. You guys, people are saying you guys are the new Mr. Fuji and Mr. Saito, the heels from WWF years ago. Villains, like changing the rules. Like, what's up with all this stuff?
We're gonna break some people who listen aren't like the biggest Sandbagger fans, but this is a big part of what we do here at Spittin Chiclets. That is shown on our YouTube channel. We've done 14 of them now. It started with the Crosby and McKinnon one and has taken on a mind of its own. Before I get into the details, Pasha has worked very hard to continue to advance the quality of the product. This one, production-wise, looked incredible. He does so with the team of Sean Apuzzo. McQuaid is an intern we hired who's been doing an awesome job. G, do you want to step in and help me out with Logan? I don't know his last name.
We got Logan, who does all the tracing. We have Elliot Fish, Sean Apuzzo, Mike McQuaid. I mean, we have a whole team now of people that come in and do this, and it's led by Posh, and it's been a great operation.
Yeah, and so, obviously we've been on a bit of a rip here, and we all of a sudden go into this match and we want to spice things up, and we created these new rules. These rules in which we told them before the match, we told to Bugsy, if you watch the whole Sandbagger, go to the YouTube. We will be having our first ever kangaroo court on Chiclets, etc. At least that's what the name is right now, with Colby Armstrong and Merles. And we're going to get Bugsy on, and we are going to do a live kangaroo court session talking about each side of it, because right now the match is basically technically under protest. Colby Armstrong went as far to call it the scam bagger. So you go watch the video. You can assess your own information. I will say, off the hop of that video, Bugsy seemed to be the one antagonizing us.
Always
antagonizing.
He just flutters his eyes, and all these losers are like, oh, he's so hard, he's so funny. Shut up, Bugsy.
Exactly. He ropes you into believing his narrative, and that's what's been happening online and inside the Sandbagger video. So watch it, and then next week on Thursday, at some point, the Chiclets, etc. will drop, and you will hear the full kangaroo court, our explanations for what went down. You'll hear their side of it, and we will send it to the court of public opinion, which is, of course, our lovely Chiclets following.
Now, if I could just jump in real quick, because it's going to be impossible for me to get a word in on Chiclets, etc. on next Thursday. I take fault for this a little bit here, and I'll explain why. I should have said to you guys that you need to say the rules on camera so everyone can hear them multiple times, so everyone was aware that you guys told Bugsy and Colby, because not everyone knew watching that video that you guys went to the Cheesecake Factory and laid out all the rules for them.
No worries. I'm going to ask Pasha to look in the footage for some of the stuff on the range in which didn't make the actual Sandbagger, of Whit explained the rule for the probably third or fourth time.
Maybe the 13th or 14th.
And for anybody who wants to rewatch it or going to watch it for the first time, watch when Whit has to go up and start everything off with the intro. Whit has to talk about the sponsors, where we are. He has to establish the rules, the handicaps. He has a lot to remember. What is Bugsy doing the first half of the intro, Ryan Whitney?
He's annoying the living shit out of me. He's touching me in the ass with his club. He's flicking my hat off. He's being Bugsy. And he wasn't listening, just like he claims to have not. He says he didn't hear us at Cheesecake. It's just a long-winded response to him being so dumb in the end, because Army knew the rules. Notice how Army, I don't even want to get into this until we get to the next Chiclets, etc., which that name will change, which, by the way, was not my idea. That's what everyone's saying. Nope. So all I have to say about the entire thing is, Biz, people coming at you and I, we're winning. And that's why they're coming at us. And to say you don't make it fun, I don't care if it's fun. I want to win, just like Biz does. And thank God you're okay. You did fall off a golf cart. Holy shit.
And I got choked out by Bugsy trying to change the momentum.
And Bugsy choked you out.
First time in Sandbagger history. But
he could have snapped your arm.
I did draw blood. 5 in a row for the boys. We have, I think, alluded to the fact that we already have another one in the bank that was filmed in Carolina with Eric Cole and Justin Williams. That will be coming out right before Christmas. So stay tuned. 5 in a row for the boys. We're going to see you on Chiclets, etc., and you'll get the full breakdown. But we appreciate everybody who stopped by and watched that video. We do not appreciate you Chiclets fans turning your back on me and Whit when we're going to war. And if you do want to hear us, some of the comments, RA, were, well, we want to hear you snapping around with these guys so the stories come out. We literally have a podcast that comes out once a month that Colby Armstrong is hosting. So if you want to hear his stories, you can go listen to it. And we've already had Bugsy on as a guest. We had him on the West Coast wagon tour where he was scooping ices out of our drinks. And he will now be on Chiclets, etc. I'm sure now more than once, considering him and fucking Colby Armstrong are playing tummy sticks, accusing us of being scam baggers, cheaters, and liars.
Yeah, it's not story time. It's golf time. But Armstrong, he's a fucking treasure, man. I love that guy. He's so fucking funny all the time. One other note, too. We were on the dozen. Speaking of golf, we went against the 4-play boys last week. We didn't dummy them. What another epic match. All boys, we all chipped in equally. I'd say Biz with the absolute pull seal it at the end. So if you haven't seen that, check that out as well. It's on our feed. One other note, G, I know you already mentioned Black Friday. Any other stuff you want to drop? What's it? It's going on Thursday or Friday?
It's just a major sale. We do this every year. Black Friday sale through Cyber Monday, 20% off everything in the entire store. And we're doing something again for you guys. It's the Biz Arizona experience. We're bringing it back. We're going to fly you and 3 buddies out to Arizona. We'll pay for the hotel. We'll pay for a suite at the Yotes game in Biz's personal suite at Mullet Arena. Post-game beers with Biz. How do you enter, you ask? All you do is go for every $150 you spend on the Black Friday sale in the Barstool Sports store, you'll get an extra 10 entries into a random drawing. We did this last year. Biz, you can talk about it. You went out with the guys. You had a couple pops with them, went to the Yotes game. It's an awesome contest, and it all kicks off this Friday.
Oh yeah, they were awesome, super respectful, and they were so pumped to have won. Excuse me. I ended up I ended up going out to Coach House, which is a fun little bar here in town. And oftentimes people ask me like, "Hey, I'm heading to Arizona to Scottsdale. Where should I go?" Check out a place called Coach House. Fun little bar. Brought them there. Took them out for some food. And of course, the next day they came to the game. We had some more merch for them there. So, we're trying to find ways in order to give back to our fans who are kind of, snapping it around and love buying merch. So it'd be a cool thing for you to win. And we're going to keep doing these types of contests moving forward. So enter to win. Black Friday sale coming up, and make sure you get some goodies for the loved ones for Christmas as far as merchandise is concerned. Big deal. Brewing merch, Pink Whitney merch, tons of new stuff. So thanks, Grinelli, for handling that side.
Good job, boys. Before we get into the hockey, we want to talk about one of our interviews today. We're going to have our buddy Big Cat jump on a little bit. But you also talked to a guy named Sean McMorrow. The name might not ring a bell at a lot of you, but he was an 8th-round pick of the 2000 Buffalo Sabres. He played 1 NHL game, played professionally in, I think, 6 or 7 leagues, played over in Europe, the AHL, the East Coast League, that crazy fighting league up in Quebec. He had a very unique experience. He was a black player who played for a pretty nasty coach. He kind of was very open, Biz, very honest with us. It kind of took a turn we didn't expect, but it was a very significant interview. So we just want to give you a heads up about this guy. It was good stuff, and we're going to get to that a little later. Biz, I don't know if you want to chime in here.
Energy. He brought it.
He brought it. He must have had the pre-workout before coming on. He was buzzing. Mike Fuda, my old general manager, awesome guy. Had him in with the Kings organization as well. I had him in Owen Sound when he was the GM there, and he put me in touch with him, and he said, "You should get the sheriff on." And I said, "Absolutely. We always love getting the old tough guys on." And I played in the OHL against this guy. There's not a chicken dick's chance in hell I was going to go near him. He was a tough customer, 3 years older. And this interview took on a mind of its own. We didn't know what to expect going in, but he was very open and honest about his experience through, dealing with racism in the game. And, those are hard conversations to have. But his perspective on life and the way that he's handled the adversity he has, it's really a testament to him and his character. And we can't thank him enough for sharing. So I know maybe the name didn't pop out to you guys, but I think it's going to be an interview that a lot of you people love and maybe even put on the Mount Rushmore.
Well said, pal. Well said. Well, you mentioned Pasha a few minutes ago, and he's got a boner in his pants, no doubt. New Jersey's winning streak has hit 12 after they beat up on the Sens 5-1 Saturday. They've won 15 out of 16. Second longest streak in franchise history going back to 1974. 11th longest in NHL history. Biz, they're the first U.S.-based team with a road winning streak of 6+ games against all Canadian teams. They swept the Western Canada Tour. Then they beat the Habs, the Leafs, and the Sens. They haven't played Winnipeg yet. 30 points in 18 games, the fastest in franchise history. And, everyone was picking on Lindy Ruff, but he got some goaltending. Vitek Vanacek has been outstanding. This kid, Akira Schmid, they called up, has been great, too. Let's go to you first, Biz, for the Devils. Your boy Pash, off the wall.
Oh, I mean, we started touching on it last week, but we got to keep digging deeper and deeper as these guys keep winning hockey games. And it is just insane what's happening right now in New Jersey. Greg Wyshynski came out with an article. Tons of people chimed in, like a bunch of juggernauts as far as the analytics community. I want to say Megan Chaika, help me out with the Filipovich.
Dmitry Filipovich, he's the best.
He's awesome. Jay Fresh, this another analytic guy on Twitter that you can find posting players' cards as far as like how much offense they're driving, how good they are defensively. And they basically all teamed up and wrote a masterpiece on how this is getting done. And it breaks down like, how much they're generating 5-on-5, how they're able to generate off the rush, and how they're not one-dimensional about their offense. Compared them maybe a little bit to Florida last year, but not being so one-dimensional, getting contributions from the bottom six. Jack Hughes, who one of the best players right now in the league off the rush as far as scoring chances for, shots on net, you name it, right? He's excelled in that category. It talks about how Burnett came over, coach of the year
That's
candidate.
an underrated storyline.
Right. And of course, like Lindy Ruff, who was getting shit on early, he's made light of it. And he's like, I'm not necessarily so much interested in the X's and O's. He's more interested in the relationships with the players. And then, of course, it goes on to talk about Burnett and how he's helped out the special teams as much as he has. I think that probably the main player we should be talking about, and a guy that we have mentioned quite a bit in the past, is Nico Hischier, and where he's brought his game to that next level. I think that what our criticism was, where maybe like he wasn't providing that offense necessary to be brought up in maybe the Selke conversation, even though Pasha was trying to spoon feed it down my throat. And maybe at a certain point, without providing that offense, maybe wasn't earning what he'd been given. But at this point now, this is looking like one of the best bargains in the league, because you talk about the types of guys who are being nominated year in and year out for the Selke are players that are able to play the defensive side of the puck just as good as anyone, but yet somehow find a way to produce offense over a point per game. The names like Patrice Bergeron come up often, the names like Anze Kopitar. Well, Nico Hischier has entered that conversation, and his coach has been adamant about the fact that right now he should be a consideration for that. You hear about all these things that his teammates, past teammates, or anybody around him talk about his character and who he is as a person. So all in all, this 10 out of 10 human being has finally gotten to where he's finally blossomed into the player that all these people who believed in him thought he could be. And he's clicking it over a point a game. Jesper Bratt is probably the other big name that we've been talking about lately. And every time you mention him, you can't mention his name without the speed and how much they carry the play. And he sets the pace in that regard. So all in all, this group of guys, and if you ask anyone in that locker room, especially Holla, he's saying the mojo is giving him Vegas of when they came into the league during that inaugural season vibes. They are just oozing confidence. They all love each other in that locker room, and it's all coming to light. And Fitzgerald has done a tremendous job in tooling this team for success. And I know it's still early. I know they're peaking at a very early time, but this is everything that Pasha was trying to advertise and more.
A great breakdown, Biz. And like the goaltending was a question mark. Vanacek's been outstanding. Akira Schmid, am I saying that correct? He's 3-0. It's like they're getting contributions from everyone. But one thing I looked at, looking at their roster, so everyone knows like Hischier in the first overall pick in 2017. But when drafting becomes so important, and the reason that you see fans sometimes be so willing to move second, third, fourth round picks, and GMs don't always love doing that, is then you look at the rest of the draft in 2017, at least the second and third round. In the second round, they got this Jesper Bolkvist, I don't even know if I'm saying his name right, who spent most of the time he's been up and down, but this year he's not lighting it up offensively, but he's playing center right now, right? He's a draft pick that's playing. The third round, they get this Fabian Zetterlund. He's playing on the second line right now. He's playing really well. He's a tank, 220 pounds. The kid's a monster. He's short little tank. So boom, you got your first 3-round picks from 2017. All three of them right now making an impact. It's the little things and it's the depth drafting that it seems like everything's coming together for them. Dougie Hamilton probably isn't getting enough credit in terms of this team. Offensively, he's kind of always had the ability to skate as well as most D-men, if not everyone. He can move the puck and shoot the puck, and he's got all those things. And I think teams were sometimes left wishing for a little more in the D zone. It looks like he's really cleaned that up a little bit. Everyone seems to be gelling. The Vegas call by Holla makes a lot of sense, where they believe every night they're going to win. It's like once you buy into that and once you start believing, the momentum that can be built from a stretch like this. And yeah, it's early in the season, but it's like this momentum will last all year. They're not going to continue to win this many games in a row. They're going to go on a losing streak. There's going to be a time they probably will lose 3 or 4 in a row. That usually happens for every team at some point. But you look back to the beginning, and that's their base for knowing that they can compete. Everyone says, in terms of like looking in the big future and possibly competing for a Stanley Cup, they are an undersized team. I don't know if that's one thing that people, when the playoffs start, because this team's in the playoffs. This ain't Buffalo. As much as I hate to say it, I'm on the Sabres. This team is not going to disappear like the Sabres had. Kind of a ricochet shot at the Sabres, but what are you going to do? But they're in the playoffs. That's what I'm saying. So maybe when you get there, that them being a little undersized could affect them. But fuck, man, this team, they're humming. And tonight, the streak probably ends with my my Oilers in town to take these guys down. So that'll probably be the Connor McDavid show to end it in Newark. But I have to admit that I was wrong shitting on this team throughout the course of earlier this year in the offseason with Pasha, because they've made me look like a fool as well. And as boring as we used to say they were and their arena, it's like everything has turned the corner. Everything's coming up Devils, because the arena looks like it's absolutely bumping for all these wins. And the team is pretty fun. That win they had in Toronto in overtime was a hell of a game. It was 1-1. I think Sharon Govich scored 2-1 in OT, but a great game up and back. And it's a very fun team.
Wow. Well said, Whit. Now, what's your take on the whole peaking too soon stuff? I mean, like, what's the alternative,
Yeah, it's exactly. What is the alternative? And it's such a weird argument, because like there's no other option. Like we want to win games. We want to win every single game. We know it's impossible, but at any point, if you talk to a GM, a coach, or a player, are they upset that they're winning too many games in a row early in the season? No, because like I said, when the losing comes and when the down parts of the season come, peaks and valleys, folks, life, pro sports, it all comes together. When their downtime comes this year, this streak they're on, yes, early, will lead them to getting out of that funk and believing that they can win games again. So it is too early, and you'd love to do this as the playoffs, began. Maybe you could win 13 in a row in March leading in, but beggars can't be choosers. And when you're winning this often, you do not care.
No,
that's my opinion.
No, I agree. I mean, you think of Tampa in 19, they kicked ass all year, and then they got dummied by Columbus in the first round, and a local different sport. But the Patriots 07, it was like almost would have been better if they lost the game during that season. Of course, they lost in the Super Bowl.
They also got helmet catched by David Tyree. It's like
true, but those are 2 examples.
And one more thing before we move on from the Devils too. We've been stroking them off and pumping their tires offensively. They allow the lowest amount of shots 5-on-5 than any team in the National Hockey League. So not only are they getting it done on the offensive side of the puck, they're getting it done on the defensive side as well. So a complete 180 from last year. Congratulations to Pasha and his Devils. And you were talking about Buffalo during your rant there, Whit. They're the reverse of being on a heater right now.
What? One sec, Biz. We got to talk about Jack Hughes with the reporter first.
Okay, well, there you go.
The reporter. What can the Devils do to gain a little more consistency throughout the 60 minutes? Want to run it, G?
What can the Devils do to gain a little bit more consistency throughout those full 60 minutes?
I mean, we're on a 9-game heater. I'd say we're doing okay.
I mean, what's he supposed to say there? Why aren't you winning better is basically what he was asked. Now, do you think he was question shaming, or was it an appropriate response? Or what do you got here, Biz?
Do I ever? There's no such thing as a bad question. It was a softball. And we all know that Jack Hughes does not like doing media. And I think he'd be the first one to tell you. Isn't there an ongoing joke in New Jersey that like he's known as the guy who hates doing media, G?
Well, he won't come on Chiclets.
Maybe the best players in the league should start like kind of buying into doing media a little bit. Now, here's the thing. I laugh so hard because the way he's pretty fun. He's like, we're on a night. Like the fact he said heater too. He's like, we're on a 9-game heater. Like just his reaction. But everyone ripping on the question. It wasn't that bad. It was just bringing up that there's some part of the game that they're struggling with. Like, it's not the best question of all time, but it definitely wasn't the worst. It was just a really good response, I'll say.
As someone,
you know what I mean?
As somebody who has been question shamed and somebody who's a victim of that, I will say his answer in this situation was fucking hilarious. I couldn't help but chuckle. But it goes back to what you said, Whit. Maybe these stars of the NHL need to start answering these questions with a little bit more pizzazz, a little bit more excitement. It's not easy being on the other side. All right.
Biz, I think I've been question shamed more than you. It's all about the answer, because sometimes a not a great question can get an awesome answer. You know what I mean? Because the person answering doesn't think it's a bad question, and they give you a fucking terrific answer. So that matters more than the question.
You could, being the one who's interviewed, you could pretty much like make it good or bad. You know, like you could give an answer where a horrible question, you give a nice, energetic, solid answer, and you make the interviewer look a little better. And you can get a good question and then kind of embarrass the interviewer if you're looking to be a prick or in a grumpy mood. So it's not always on the person asking the questions. Now, I'm a little biased in terms of what we do for a living, but you understand what I'm saying.
100%. I know. What
I
you're
used
saying.
to tee up reporters with horrible questions. I go on 3 minutes, make them feel great about themselves. They never did that to me.
That's what I would do. And mind you, like I said, no such thing as a stupid question. And in some cases, they bring up some of the most entertaining moments in press conferences, like Adrian Dater the year when Colorado got beat out of the playoffs. When he said, why don't you just say fuck it? And remember seeing McKinnon's face?
You're like contorted.
Can we run it? Just so fans have some reference here?
Nate, I know you're a gamer and all this, and I'm just thinking maybe out loud as far as in your shoes right now. It's like, all right, we've done all the thinking we can do, we've done all the game planning we can do. Maybe just fuck it. We'll just go in next year and just not think that anymore and just win this thing when we don't think so much. Am I on the right path at all with this? Like maybe you just guys think a little too much.
No. Last
one here for Nathan. Mark Spector, Sportsnet.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like you could have spun that into a great answer and said, yeah, you know what? Maybe we do go back home this offseason and say fuck it. And maybe he did. And that's why they won a Stanley Cup. Thank you, Adrian Dater.
Sometimes you're just going to say, what the fuck? Poking around, reading up on the New Jersey Devils. Of course, they used to be the Kansas City Scouts back in the day for 2 years. Then they went to Colorado before Jersey. Well, the last 4 games the Kansas City Scouts ever played, the last 2, they were in Japan. After the season ended, Washington and Kansas City, they were the 2 newest expansion teams. The NHL had them go to Japan to play either 2 or 4 games, 2 different cities in Japan, exhibition games. So the last games the Kansas City Scouts ever played were exhibition games in Japan versus Washington, and then they moved to Colorado. Crazy thing. Like, I don't know if players would go for that shit today, Just
9 months later, there was 14 white kids who grew up to be 6'2" and nasty at hockey.
Well, okay, that took a turn, but
I was just joking.
It's hilarious. I'm laughing, dude. It's
I'm
hilarious.
concussed. Don't cancel me.
Hockey players are dogs, and they're very chased after by the women.
Maybe all that drinking with Pasha and celebrating the Devils win streak put me in a bit of a fog too. That's
my brother went to Japan. Was one of the stops. My brother Sean for his honeymoon. It's actually incredible, he said, and apparently, like, people are so short over there that like he's walking around and his wife is about, if not 6 feet, she's 5'11". They were like getting looked at like it was Ryan Reynolds walking around with Blake Lively. Like it's like everyone's like, what the fuck? He said it was crazy. Like people couldn't believe how tall they were.
Future owner of the Ottawa Senators.
Merle said they'd come up and would touch his wife. Like little kids would come up.
Oh,
and
yeah. Blonde,
wife,
beautiful woman. Merle's his wife. Yup.
Yeah. He also said it was the best place he played because the food there was absolutely
He said the
incredible.
best food. He said the cleanest country he's ever stepped foot in, apparently. Before we go any further, I need to talk to you about No Days Wasted. Black Friday week is officially here, and No Days Wasted has you covered with their biggest sale of the year. 40% off all orders for Chiclets listeners. 40%. No Days Wasted is here so you don't wake up feeling awful after crushing the birdie juice and brews while watching the games. DHM Detox is the ultimate vitamin for when you drink. It's perfect for holiday parties, when you're boozing, watching hockey. And yes, I often hand them out at weddings. I bring them to weddings now. People enjoy them. And it makes it just easier that next day. There's no more feeling slow, sluggish, and useless after the night of boozing. It just takes just 2 capsules after your first few drinks, and it goes to work. Double up with another packet if you're having a big night. DHM Detox is 100% risk-free purchase on your first box. So if you don't love it, they'll refund you. That's right. They'll refund you. At the very least, give it a shot. And if you don't like it, get your money back. Check out their recovery bundles for the best experience. They're a combo of DHM Detox and Hydration Replenisher. These are the only recovery products worth using because they work so damn well together. No Days Wasted is starting Black Friday early for Chiclets listeners and is hooking you up with 40% off your order. That's a ridiculous number. Once again, 40% off. Just head over to nodayswasted.co and use promo code BIZ40 for 40% off. That's nodayswasted.co for No Days Wasted after drinking with BIZ40. Not a big deal.
Biz, the East is going to be crazy. New Jersey had a great spot. Like I said, American Thanksgiving, it's a good time to be in a playoff spot. But right now, Detroit and the Rangers are wild card 1 and wild card 2, 22 points each. Then you got Florida with 20, Pittsburgh 19, Montreal 19, Philly 18. But Buffalo, huge belly flop. 8 straight they lost. All the good vibes from a few weeks ago, gone. 14 points. The only team in the East below them is Ottawa with 13. How did it all fall apart so quick, Biz?
Before we get into Buffalo, and you mentioned like being in a good spot. Since I know we've mentioned this a few times, since the loser point was introduced, 75% of teams that are inside the playoff picture at American Thanksgiving end up making playoffs. So that's a pretty significant number. Whit, I assume that at this point that New Jersey was going to be a bubble team. I agree with you. Put them in a playoff spot. They're getting one of the top 3 spots in that Metro division. This and the way that some teams have surprised us is going to make for a very, very interesting wild card race. And there are going to be 1 or 2 teams that we are shocked that don't end up making playoffs right now, just because of the injury situation. And you can't really fault them from a play standpoint, considering they have so much money on the IR as Washington. So they got to hope to get these guys healthy and back in the lineup. Obviously, Boston was another team we had a question mark about coming in with the injuries that they had. Obviously not anymore. We're going to get the old fucking Lubriderm out with the double wrister stroke off for the Boston Bruins coming up here shortly. But to me, the way that Detroit's played, the way that Montreal's played, and there's a few other teams in the mix in there, have just thrown a complete wrench in it. And I'm very much looking forward to who's going to end up pulling a piece of the pie here in the East, Whit.
Buffalo's it's an 8-game losing streak, I believe, right now, all in regulation, and all but one more than like 2 or more goals they're losing by. So it's like it's not even one of those ones you're like, oh, we're losing OT games, we're losing shootouts. It's like, no, we stink. So, I mean, in the middle of this, getting hit with 6 feet of snow, that's kind of a kick in the dick, not going to lie, for the city of Buffalo and the players there. Eichel's having a Mai Tai at the wind, just laughing his balls off as Vegas can't lose. But I still, if Buffalo, if this turns into like they end up losing 13, 14 in a row, win a couple, lose another 8 in a row, then we're talking disaster. But if they can get out of this, it's not crazy to think that this was going to happen this year. I know I kind of jumped right in and I bought right in, but I think even if you talk to Kevin Adams, they didn't think this was the year to make this huge step forward, and they understood that there's still a lot of growing pains to be done with this team. Now, it's just tough to watch. It's just tough to watch right now. What else are you going to say?
Whit, I was criticized at the beginning of the year from a lot of Sabres fans being like, you clearly have no idea what you're talking about, when I said that I could see them being still a lottery team. And for more of the reason as to that's exactly where you want to be, because this team is not ready to win. What's the one team I keep criticizing the most through their demise right now is the Vancouver Canucks. Why? They rushed the rebuild. They fucking rushed it. Look where they at right now. Probably, as far as where they're trending, probably top 8 worst organizations to want to hop on that on their train. So as far as Buffalo is concerned, yes, and this has happened many years where they get off to this amazing hot start and then they fizzle away. I understand that you want to create a winning culture, and if they have another year of where they fizzle off and it just gets ugly, yeah, it's going to suck. But getting a top 5 pick is the important thing right now. And if you have to endure one more year of it, I say do it, and do it now. And if you lose a couple more, you're almost like, fuck, let's make it this year. You don't want to be picking 10th to 15th. I said that when we were doing our preseason predictions. I know a few, but you Buffalo fans fucking just, sending fucking anthrax to my house, whatever you got to do to get over your losing ways, get over it. But this is what this team needs to do in order to be successful moving forward. They do have some big pieces. They got to keep adding them.
I think this is absolute best case scenario for the Buffalo Sabres. One, because they won enough games to get the fans reinterested in this young core. And now, like Biz said, this upcoming draft is supposedly like another generational draft.
There's four sick players.
Yeah, so like if you can lose, but they still keep the fans and the concessions high, I think it's a win-win for them.
So how about this from The Athletic? I want to give the author, Matthew Fairburn. Why Kevin Adams is staying calm despite Sabres' recent struggles. Pretty good read, but this is what got me.
So these 4 a.m. curfews are killing us. They gotta change it to 2 a.m.
The
at
streak
home.
has pushed the Sabres down the standings and put a considerable dent in their playoff expectations. Here we go. Since the year 2000, no team has gone 8 straight games without a point and qualified for the postseason in the same season. So basically, they're out of the playoffs. And more than half of the teams who lost 8 straight games in regulation finished the season either worst or second to worst team in the league. So it's like that's enough right there in 22 years to show that not getting a point in 8 games shows you're a pretty friggin' bad team. Now, injuries is playing a big part of it, like you mentioned, right, Biz? Right?
Yes.
But it kind of goes to show this team might end up being a lottery team, as Biz said.
Yeah.
So I'm with G a little bit. They had
genius.
success. And here's the thing, though. If you're going to lose the same way we were horrible Crosby's rookie year, as long as you see young players, if Dylan Cousins continues to play real well, if Dahlin continues to have a really good year, if you're seeing younger players get better and as the season goes on, improve in areas that they weren't good at the beginning of the year, then it's okay, along with getting a high draft pick. But if you're seeing guys take step backwards and stuff, that's when the panic begins to set in.
And one of the main reasons I said that they were probably going to be a lottery team was because they had no goaltending. So it's like, this is, I don't necessarily think this isn't something that they don't want. And you mentioned the strength of the draft coming up. So, all right, I don't know if you want to chime in on it, but I agree with you. Just keep the morale high, G, get the concessions buzzing, sell a bunch of big deal brews, get fucked up and enjoy the draft.
It's funny, Montreal, a team I mentioned, I mean, they're only 3 points back of the wild card. People thought they might be in lottery territory, but dude, they are, I mean, I'm a Bruins guy, but they are
St. Louis is a dog.
They are such a fun team to watch, man. They don't quit. Like the other day, Caulfield with 1.8 seconds left. Yep. They tie the game, then end up winning late. I mean, they're fucking a really fun team to watch.
So our buddy Jeff Loans, he was at the game in Montreal, where Caulfield tied it up in the last few seconds. He said by the time the game started, every seat was full. Hey, Toronto fans, take note, not 70% still doing concessions or keytokes in the VIP bathroom in the gold section. Get out there and be ready for fucking puck drop. And to see that organization and that team like rejuvenated and those fans going fucking bonkos like they are, man, would that be like a fun, sneaky 8 seed to see that crowd going again. So he's done an incredible job there, and I'm happy for Kirby Doc. I'm happy for a lot of guys in that lineup who are starting to show some young promise.
But another example of like, is this great? Like, kind of didn't we want to be bad this year? It's a crazy game, dude.
For hockey related revenue, I think that Montreal getting in would be a great thing for everybody, and getting that salary cap bump.
They're not making the playoffs though. There's zero chance.
Okay.
But you just said, too, you don't want to be in that 10 to 15
That's what I'm
range
saying.
either.
They're going to be the Flyers. They're going to be the Canucks. It's like,
yeah, but I have no emotional connection to the Montreal Canadiens. I kind of do to Buffalo in a sense where they've missed playoffs, 11 seasons in a row now. I'm sympathizing for these guys. I want them to have some sustained relevance. How many fucking cups has Montreal won? Let's snap it around
longer
here.
Than 11. It's the
NHL and another thing too is like, we don't need them being close because we don't need the league handing them another first overall pick when the fucking Coyotes should be getting it. So I got reasons as to what I'm saying out of my mouth here, gentlemen. Go Yotes.
All right, I mentioned the Bruins.
We'll probably be drafting 5th because there's 4 elite prospects that are coming up, for fuck's sakes, too.
Yeah, future players on other teams. I mentioned the Bruins a second ago. I purposely left them out last week because I know we talk about them a lot, but when they're playing this good, we have to talk about them. The only team Jersey's chasing as of Monday afternoon, the Bruins, they're hitting the record books as well. They've been ragged on everybody. Granted, they've had some cupcakes. Did you see the game Saturday night versus the Blackhawks? I've
pretty much seen all of them. Saturday night I was out to dinner, but we could see it from the table. It's just I don't remember seeing a team like this to start a season in a long time. I mean, this is utter shit kickings, and I respect you bringing up that the schedule hasn't exactly been tough, but now I think they got coming up in the next 9. I believe they have Tampa twice, Florida twice, Carolina twice, Vegas twice. I know I'm saying everyone's twice. It's not everyone, but they have the next 9's difficult. Besides, they got the Coyotes in there, I think.
Shut up.
Yeah, Colorado twice, the Cup champs. But yeah, they look like the Globetrotters. Granted, the Blackhawks, the front office is sucking hard for Bedard, but they look like they were on the power play. I had to count the Blackhawks on the ice like 5 times during the game.
It was insane.
It was insane.
And there's so many guys who can pop their tire. We'll start off with Patrice Bergeron, who I've said since the show began is just one of the all-time greats, a Hall of Famer, no doubt, first ballot. For him to be 1 point away, and tonight they're in Tampa, it could be tonight, for him to be 1 point away from 1,000 points and have the when everyone thinks of him, it's the defense, it's the two-way play, and like this guy's still 1,000-point guy. It's just amazing to watch him continue. Pastrnak is playing better than he ever has.
Oh my God,
he looks like he's at a completely different level, and what a season to have it, because he's going to get paid up the hoop. He's going to crush the Bruins, although maybe he won't. Maybe he'll be a part of that. Kent Hughes talking about Patrice Bergeron always taking less. That was on the Chris Nyland podcast. We can get into that a little bit. But then I look at the rest of the team. There's so many guys. When your team's this good, it's like every guy's doing a job, so you can't talk about everyone. But I said to my buddy, when Charlie Coyle's center in the fucking third line, you know you have a Stanley Cup possible team. And Hampus Lindholm, what he did with McAvoy out, holy shit. I mean, he's out in Anaheim, and you know a good player when you see him, but I didn't know he was this good. The way he carries the puck, the amount of minutes he could play, just an incredible player. McAvoy looks like he didn't even have surgery. It's like, what happened to guys struggling after surgery? Marchand had 14 hip surgeries. He's fucking 14 points in 10 games. I came back from 1 ankle surgery. I couldn't even skate anymore. These guys are just, it's shocking. And the amount of depth they have. And Matt Murley, what a loser. One of my best friends, an amazing guy. Awesome. Checo, Chichik, etc. And he's got a new name coming out soon. He's a loser, though. He talked to us about Montgomery. He talked to us about this guy is one of the best coaches he's ever seen. Why isn't Merle's up $50,000 betting on the Bruins this year? He hasn't won $1 on them. He's an idiot. But Montgomery just gets through to these guys. And Linus Ullmark, there's just so many different players you can mention. But look around the league and look at this lineup up and down, and you can't tell me. And without the start is one thing, but now you look at how they're playing and you see where guys are slotting, and they could win the Stanley Cup. Are you fucking kidding me? And guys, I saw somewhere, what if they get in on Patrick Kane? What if, imagine the top 6 if they somehow got Patrick Kane? Because Patrick Kane's going somewhere. We haven't mentioned that. We haven't
mentioned the Bruins at all.
And nobody mentions the Bruins, but this is it.
How much do they have in cap space?
I don't know. It would have to. The cap's an issue. The Bruins are as all in as a team has ever been. So don't sleep on that.
Wow. What a fucking
think about it. This is it. This is legit it for the Bruins this season.
All right, get your hands out of your pants.
I'm all in. Whit. I love that.
Give me Patrick Kane to Boston
this is
right
it.
now.
And what the fuck, David Krejci? What did he go over to check and lose 9 years of his on? What the hell happened?
No, he was
better than he ever looked.
No, he was in Yager's hyperbaric chamber for the year.
True. Forgot about that.
That's drinking out of the fountain of youth, butt chugging out of it.
He's so good. Well, let's have G chime in. He's another Bruins fan.
Well, I was going to ask you guys quickly. It seems like Derek Forbert's getting a lot of love online. He's a shot blocking machine, a good depth defenseman.
He's been injured, I think, though.
Well, so I thought he came back. I thought he came back into the lineup because I saw some tweets like Forbert's back. Where I'm like, wow, this guy's.
Did he play the other night?
No, people are loving him though, Biz. He's been like the guy that all the Bruins fans are like. He's a shot blocking machine. He lives and breathes Bruins hockey.
Yeah, I'm asking. I'll be the first one to tell you. I have not been watching the Bruins a ton. I've been watching other teams. I mean, I've been watching the Kraken out west here for fucking 5. Maybe I should switch it over.
Before G goes, we interviewed him. I got to find out what Foligno did this summer too. People are saying he's finally out. Biz, this guy, I know you haven't seen him. He's snapping the puck around. He had a couple assists the other night. He looks like fucking McDavid.
Well, that was a big concern because, basically the way he came into the year was he signed a 2-year deal at $8 million, so he's making $4 million a year, and That's a lot of money to have on your fourth line. And he didn't play that great last year. So to see him have a bounce back year, that something changed about his training regimen. I don't know if he had an injury last year that he wasn't really letting people know about, but it seems like everyone's just fucking buzzing right now for the Bruins, G.
You can't say that Hampus Lindholm isn't a Norris candidate at this point of the year.
Whoa, I don't. You tell
point
me.
Per game, yeah, I would say, and playing he is. Now, what's going to happen is with McAvoy coming back, it's going to dwindle down in terms of points and ice time a little bit. But what a player!
I like how they're separating them too. Like with McAvoy coming back, you're not seeing the old McAvoy Lindholm combo. You're seeing the McAvoy Grzelcyk, Carlo, Lindholm, and I think that's fucking unbelievable.
How's Carlo been since the last Conky RA? I know there's been he's had about 5 or 6 of them in his career.
Too many. He's been pretty solid out there. I mean, he's the type of guy, Biz, when you don't notice him, it's a good thing because he's not screwing up.
Right.
I mean, he's not an offensive dynamo. He chips in here and there, but I think he's looked all right out there. Back to forward. Yeah, he's got a basset hound named Dollar. The dog, it's 12 years old. And I guess he walks around the north end of Boston. It's he's a celebrity of the neighborhood, and the dog is a she, rather, Dollar. So everybody knows about Dollar, the basset hound. I don't think he's married or anything. I think it's just him and this basset hound.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think you just teed him up for a few residuals
Also,
there.
McAvoy sent me he partnered up with Polka Dog, which I think is like a dog treat food company.
That's where Grinelli got his birthday cake for his mup.
Yeah, Rocket Fuel treats. So the fucking dog that ran me over was probably on a cocaine version of the Rocket Fuel from Polka Dog and McAvoy. But pretty nice for him to send a sick hat, orange hat.
Hey, my dog loves them. I gave Ravioli a couple of those treats, and she will not stop begging for them. She loves those things.
Back to the Bees, Biz. They won their first 3, lost 1, won 7 in a row, lost 1. They've won their last 6, 16-2, 11-0 at home, ties the NHL record for longest season opening home win streak they put on the line Friday. Back to Patrick Kane. That's not going to happen. Patrick Kane ain't coming to the Bruins. I hate to put fucking water in the room, boys. I do not believe that is going to happen at all. It's just too complex with their cap situation. It's just not a move the Bruins would make. Not going to happen. What do you got
for 1 year
right.
with Bergeron and Krejci possibly gone, and we'll see.
I mean, I don't know how big of a fan Witt is of the Boston Bruins. I think he's happy that his hometown team's doing well. But RA and Grinnell, I'm going to promise to not watch any games, and I'm going to stay as far away as possible because I've reverse mushed the Bruins. So all of you Bruins fans, you're welcome for this incredible start. I said they would not make playoffs this year. They're probably going to win the President's Trophy and go all the way to the Cup Finals, baby.
Thank you, Biz.
You're
18-1, baby.
You're welcome. You're welcome, New Jersey. See, I hopped off the Buffalo hate train. What happens? 8-game losing streak. Maybe I got to start hating them again.
Whit just mentioned Patrice Bergeron and GM for Montreal, Ken Hughes. He was on our buddy Chris Nyland and Tim Stapleton's podcast, Rod Knuckles, and he talked about Bergeron and how he's left so much money on the table. Basically, the Habs were willing to give him $9.5 million, and he said, nope, 6.5. Like this, what Sid said a few years ago, got to take less to win. And Marchand refuses to take any more money than Bergeron makes. It was a great interview. I mean, if you haven't listened to it yet, Nyland,
let me roll the clip here, RA. Let me roll the clip.
And then his next deal came up, and he called. He goes, "What do you think I'm worth?" I said, highest paid player is $8.5 million. I think at the time it was Perry and Getzlaf actually were the 2 highest. And I said, "You're 9.5." He's like, "How did I become 9.5?" And I said, "Well." Because you're better, in my opinion, and because there's a team 4.5 hours northeast of here who is your team's greatest rival. They're dying for a first line center. They're dying for a captain. Like it's just a premium." And he said, "Yeah, but if I make that kind of money, we'll never win. And I want to win. I want 6.5." I was like, 6.5? You got to be kidding me. And I said to him, like, that's great. The problem is you can't make everybody else take less.
Yeah.
And he always said, all I can do is lead by example. I'll do my part, and it'll be up to everybody else whether they want to follow the line or not. And that type of character, there's a reason why the Bruins have had that kind of success. And Brad Marchand refused to take more than Patrice Bergeron.
Awesome. There you go. I mean,
shout out Knuckles and Stapes. They're doing a hell of a job.
Awesome.
Knuckles, he's the best, man. He's like, so he doesn't beat around the bush at nothing. He's plain spoken. He's a great interviewer. So if you haven't checked it out, by all means. But I mean, Bruins fans know what Bergeron's been doing this for years. But imagine, I mean, what do you think he's left on the table? You guys wouldn't leave this much on the table.
What you should be thanking him for is the fact that he's essentially, from a leadership perspective, set the foundation and set them up for success for how many years now by doing that, because every guy gets bumped down like $1 million or $2 million, and that's when you get the money to go spend on those guys that you're going to need come grind time. So to hear that, and then of course there were some people chiming in like, yeah, right, he was going to make more than those top end players around the league like Getzlaf and Perry. He had 10 goals in the lockout year, and that was a year. You don't shut the fuck up, dude. You think people cared about a half season? We're talking about Patrice Bergeron here, one of the best two-way centers to ever play the game. The guy was getting 9.5 wherever he wanted it, other than if you know. So to hear that was absolutely redonkulous.
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, he's probably left 15-20 million on the table, but I mean, it's
Who
unfortunate.
would you rather have?
Let's start a GoFundMe.
Patrice Bergeron.
Let's start a GoFundMe.
Bergeron.
Yeah, I mean,
you're
100% Bergeron.
Yeah, throwing it out there to people listening. Evgeny Malkin or Patrice Bergeron.
I think Malkin's far more inconsistent than Bergeron is. So
I think that you got your Bruins undies on.
Hey,
I think it's a great argument, but look at Evgeny Malkin's career, bro.
Hey,
just take a look.
Didn't we go through the hypothetical of when Ovechkin was drafted? Was it a Russian for number 1 and 2? Did Malkin go second overall? Could you imagine?
So Pittsburgh won it that year. They could have had Ovi and Sid.
Imagine that.
Yeah, because they were the first 2 guys to go 1-2 to play 1,000 games with the same franchise, because they've both with the same team. Yeah. Yep.
But this is something that we said that we were going to talk about. And like, do you guys think it's more better for the Penguins that they got Sid and Malkin because it's depth up the middle as opposed to a center and right wing?
And then they got Stahl, and then they had 3 monster centers. And it was, Stahlsy was just there for one of the cups. But it's crazy to think if Ovi and Sid were together. Now, if Pittsburgh had won it, they probably wouldn't have got handed the lottery when they gave it to him for Sid the following year or whatever it was. But I think that having 2 centers, 100%, if you're looking at building a team, you'd rather that than a monster center and a monster winger.
Yeah, as far as like players on the, I mean, of course, a top end defenseman like Cale Makar or Victor Hedman, he can lug 30 minutes, but I don't think that anybody can impact the game like a centerman does, right from the
goalie.
Court.
That's it.
Okay, yeah, well, so I'm third in line now. So my example went basically to shit. But if you could control the middle of the ice, you're in very, very, very good shape.
No doubt, boys. Moving it along here. Another team started out shitty, but the Blues, they had an 8-game losing streak. They've been 6-0 since. They got the swagger back. They went from second to last in the league to second wild card, now just 3 back of third place in the Central. Basically, Biz, they just got back to the way they're capable playing. Ryan O'Reilly turned it on. But what was funny, they had the mom strip. They went 2-0 on the mom strip, Colorado and Chicago, but they made sure not to play on the mom strip in Vegas. They didn't want the moms in Vegas. That could have been a shit show. But interesting, though. We were talking, Biz, the other day. Like, the guys play better when the moms or dads are there just because it's a little bit of extra incentive?
I think that any type of way to spice things up at that point and where St. Louis was going to be beneficial. But I always think that I'd be interested to see what the stats are on whether who won more, the dad's trip or the mom's trip, or how many teams in fact win when either of them are on that trip. But definitely, especially when you get the morale up with a dinner a few nights before the game or even the night before. But as far as St. Louis is concerned, two major things that have stood out. Their PK was atrocious to start the year. And when you're leaking oil on PK, when you can't get that fucking big kill, you're not going to win a lot of hockey games. So Craig McTavish was an assistant there. I think he was running power play. I think that they switched it up and have also switched up the way that they're killing and I want to say relieved him of his duties in the penalty kill, but they've went in a different direction. And then of course the play of Ryan O'Reilly. Like, I think that as you get older, you slow down a little bit. You don't pack that same punch. I think that he was really struggling offensively. I think he might have even only had 1 goal up until that point when they started that win streak, even to the point where my hearing, he was even saying, hey, you can take back my ice time, like trying to be accountable by saying, I am not earning anything that I'm getting right now. And when you hear a captain being accountable like that, And on top of not going poopy pants or sulking, you know he's going to be the first guy in the gym. He's going to be as focused as ever. You always see when they have like the hockey night in Canada or the national broadcast, he's in the hallway getting ready hours and hours before the game and getting focused in. So him getting back to his old self has definitely helped lead the charge and get this team back. And I forget who the goal was against. Was it against Vegas the other night, the backhand? The one where he came out and fucking backhanded roof job, top corner,
Incredible.
right where grandma holds where grandma hides the weed brownies.
You got to shout out Buchnevich too, and like a quiet 76 points last year, over a point per game, monster coming over from the Rangers. He was injured a little bit, I believe, and then he was second star of the week. I think he had like 7 or 8 points in the 4 games, so he got going. Kyrou wasn't doing anything. He got going. It was almost a matter of time, and maybe that sounds stupid, but that team was too good to end up continue playing the way they were. And we went back to we talked about Berube. Chief finally lost it. I think there was a tweet about him just screaming F-bombs nonstop at one point in the practice. Like, guys, what is going on? So another example of now, granted, this was quick, but Armstrong's pretty cool, calm, and collected, right? He's seen what happened. Last place in January onto the Stanley Cup. So he's willing to ride or die with these guys, and they had to pick it up at some point, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely turned it on. Like I said, O'Reilly. But I want to ask you, like, boys, when you're on a team like this, does it just click like one day, like, all right, the guys tell himself shit to get off the pot? Like, you've been on a bunch of teams, good, bad. Like, how does it just all of a sudden they flip the switch?
Well, it's just a complete lack of confidence. Like, even good teams can, they lose 5 in a row and you feel like the world is coming down. And, even like just a basic breakout pass, you feel like the window on the guy's blade's about 2 inches wide. Right. So sometimes it can compound, RA. And, I mentioned the special teams didn't help, and they were not playing very good hockey. They looked slow. They weren't playing with pace, excuse me. And I think when St. Louis is successful, it's like they're getting contributions from all lines, and they tend to wear teams down. They play like good structured hockey where they like playing below the goal lines, low to high. So they just, and also sometimes when you lose such a massive piece, like a Perron, it throws things off, because sometimes they were leaning on him to make that big play in moments where the game was tied. And that also throws a wrench in even your power play, because he was a guy where the power play would go through. So sometimes just getting used to new personnel in certain situations takes a little bit of time as well.
Good stuff, Biz.
It usually comes down to just getting that first win. I mean, when they lost to Philly 5-1, it's like, oh my God. Then they beat the Sharks. They got a 5-3 win. They beat the Knights. They beat the Avs, but it's getting that first win. And I think they beat the Sharks 5-3. For the most part, it's usually really hard to end that streak. It's going to be like a grinded out game where you end up winning by 1 goal. I know they won 5-3, but to get out of it, it's just, we need a win. It's like, we need one win. I don't care if it's 1-0, 8-1, 4-3. It doesn't matter. I don't even care if we play bad and we win. We just have to win a game. And then like everything could change. The next day's attitude in the room, the music bumping after the win, the guys hanging out more. It's just like all these things need to end with a win. And they finally got it, and they've gone.
And RA, it always resorts back to the bottle. There's a reason why the moms were not in Vegas. They were having a tough go. They said, we need to fucking go out. We need to see the sparklers. We need to get shit-faced as a team, and we need to string some wins together. And that's what's happened.
Yeah, you find out so-and-so's mother was that, what's it, Thunder from Down Under? Running around the Australian fucking
time to move on.
Yeah, all right.
Time to move on.
Not everybody is a fan of St. Louis. Our buddy, Scotty Dallin, Chiclets Cup pal, he had something to say about St. Louis. G, you want to roll it?
You heard it here first. It's the worst city in the country, worst place to play. And it was the first team on my no trade clause agreement that I didn't want to go to.
Oof. I mean, he was having some fun there. We know he's a stand-up comedian, but Kelly Chase, not a big fan. He was a Blues heart and soul guy. He retorted on Twitter, "Hey, buddy, I'm not sure what I'm more surprised at, your comment or the fact that somebody gave you a no-trade list. You didn't need to put us on it. We've got a good enough scouting staff that there was no chance of you being here anyways." And he tagged him appropriately. Scott Dallin, 33. Yeah. I mean, fucking firing right back. And then
Chaser chose violence.
maybe it wasn't the bottle. Maybe Berube's playing that clip before every game, getting the boys fired up. So public enemy number one, Scott Darling in St. Louis, and a little bit of fireworks.
Downtown St. Louis is not exactly like the best place in the world. I think
I'll say this,
it's a great place to play.
I had a great training camp. I didn't miss any per diem packs, and I did go out for a night, and I had a lovely night with a lady. So St. Louis has been very good to me. I can't, no complaints here, guys.
The downtown isn't beautiful. The surrounding suburbs where the guys live are awesome. There's a reason people play there and stay there. So I understand what Darling's like saying in terms of like downtown nightlife, but in the end, people love being a member of the Blues, and I wouldn't fucking go near Kelly Chase if I was Darling. He will ring him up and just straight up knock his teeth out. It's Kelly Chase we're talking about, guys, here.
And I think if you went through like the number of guys who play in a place and end up staying there, it's one of the highest ranked places, and that's probably why they have such an established alumni program. Probably at the top of the league. They have their own dressing room. They have their own facilities. So I think St. Louis is a lovely place that people like settling down in. So I can hear you on the downtown though, Whit.
And then when the Blues beat up the Hawks, the team Twitter took a shot. Hush, little darling, don't say a word. So they fired back at him. But I think, Darlin versus Kelly Chase, that would be off the board. They wouldn't even have a line for that in a sports book. But
it's Kelly Chase.
Yeah, exactly. Boys, I think we should maybe send it over to Sean McMorrow right about now.
Yep, this was an awesome interview. Like we mentioned, high energy, a really good guy with a crazy story. And stay involved and listen to the entire thing because it's wild, and we really appreciate him coming on. So thanks to Sean McMorrow. Enjoy.
This interview is brought to you by CrossCountry Mortgage. CCM listens. They've been a sponsor of the Spittin Chiclets podcast for a while now, and boy, do they ever. They understand and they communicate throughout the entire loan process. They provide more loan options tailored to your professional and financial capabilities. Innovative technology focusing on the importance to fulfill your loan needs. Faster closing times than the competition, stable monthly payments, and low to no down payments. Access your equity to use for larger expenses, from debt consolidation to home renovation. Guys, I'm going through a home renovation right now. CCM takes the stress off your plate so you can keep it for that contract of yours. Anyway, see if you qualify today. Visit ccm.com/barstool. That's ccm.com/barstool. CrossCountry Mortgage, LLC, NMLS 3029. All loans are subject to either underwriting approval, Keep it on the rails, busy boy. CCM, CrossCountry Mortgage, they listen.
All right, it's a pleasure to welcome our next guest to the show. This bruising forward was taken in the 8th round of the 2000 draft by the Buffalo Sabres and has played professionally for 14 seasons in 4 different leagues. He also holds the world record for the most pro hockey fights in one season with 86. Thanks a bunch for joining us on the Spittin Chiclets podcast, Sean McMorrow. How's it going, my friend?
It's going absolutely incredible, guys. I am ecstatic to be on Spittin Chiclets. I wanted to be on your guys' show for years. So thanks, guys, for finally letting me in.
Holy shit, the energy this guy's bringing. All right, great intro. Yeah. But the one thing that stuck out, not even the backdrop here, I don't know how many people are watching on YouTube. Look at the fucking hands on the guy, Whit. Look at the fucking
these guys.
Just
I was a grappler, Biz. Come on.
86
Biz
fights,
told me
man.
He wouldn't go near you. Biz was like, no. This wasn't my.
This was the sheriff around my time in the OHL, and you were, I think, 3 years older than me, and you were the guy in the locker room. Guys were like, stay the fuck away from this guy. Let him sleep, and we pray to God we can just get out of this one alive, guys.
But see, the thing is, Biz, is a guy like me, like you'd be able to say, buddy, you don't play enough to fight me, right? So you were a tough guy, but you were also a really good player, right? I was a tough guy and I was an okay player.
You know what's ironic is I used to use that line, and then it used to get dropped to me as I made it to the higher levels, buddy.
There's levels to it, Biz. There's levels to it. But man, honestly, Biz, I'm a huge fan of yours, buddy. I know that you're a lot younger than me, and the 3 years, I appreciate you saying that we're that close. But you know, I'm an old man now. I'm 40 years old, buddy. You look like you're about 30.
Oh, well, I appreciate
you haven't
that,
been
but...
up close to him though.
Yeah. So, hey, man, we're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about you and your crazy career, all these fights that you got into, how you even got into hockey to begin with, and just like your journey through this amazing sport. So I guess we'll start at the beginning. Where were you born? How did you get into hockey and playing?
Well, I was born in Vancouver. My parents moved out to Vancouver in the 70s when it was booming, building up the city. Me and my 3 siblings were all born there, but we moved back to Toronto, Biz, when I was 6 years old. And that's really when the hockey time started for me.
You got older brothers? Or are you the oldest?
I am the oldest brother, but I do have an older sister, and I got 2 younger brothers, man, that you do not want to meet in a dark alley, my friend.
So you spent your life. So of all the people you gave beatings to around all these different leagues, those 2 got it the worst.
Well, yes. And I'm going to take credit for that, sir, because you know what? These 2 are 2 pretty big characters. I mean, the one is the personal bodyguard for Abel Tesfaye, AKA The Weeknd, the biggest R&B music star in the world. Okay. So he's his bodyguard. So to be a bodyguard, you got to be a little tough. And I think the older brother should take the credit for toughening the man up.
You should get front row seats at least for the concert.
Hey, let's talk about the Weeknd's revolving door in Toronto. How about that one? What do you got there?
What do I got here? I got an authentic XO jacket that Patrick McMorrow let me use for the show. You know what I mean? So this is it right here, gentlemen. This is, hey, man, my siblings are superstars, so I have to pump them up whenever they're brought up. You know what I'm saying?
That's awesome.
Okay, we're going to bring it's going to be a family affair, RA. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Sean, when did the fighting come into the picture? On the ice, off the ice, just having brothers around? How did that all start up?
Okay, so obviously 2 younger brothers, 3 bros in the family. There's going to be fighting growing up. So I have to say that did happen. But honestly, guys, it's really just the fact that I was a really big kid growing up. Like I'm 6'4" now. I got to be 6 feet by the time I was 13. By the time I hit tier 2 junior A, I played for the Pickering Panthers. I was a stay-at-home defenseman. I was actually still a good player at the time, but there was a role that was open. That was a big part of the team. This is back in 1999, right, guys, when fighting was still a big part of the game. And you know what? I was the 5th, 6th defenseman, 16-year-old rookie. And they said, you know what? If you feel confident, why don't you show us what you got? And guys, to be honest with you, the first time I did it, I was 1-0. The second time I did it, I was 2-0. I think you guys know the pattern. Yeah. So I was just really good at it. And I was surprised. I'm an Ali fan. I love boxing. I've always been interested in it. But, I found something that I was good at and I kept going because it really helped me with hockey.
Could there been any prior training to it? Like, were you already boxing? Like,
honestly, Biz, I've probably been in about maybe a handful of fights off the ice to that point.
Okay, so that's almost. I mean, you're like, all right, to be here, I have to do this. I'm good at it. Boom, here we go. So you're in the OHL as a 16-year-old, right?
Yeah. So the following season, I was actually, and I have to say this because us 4th liners, Biz, you know this, us 4th liners, all of us when we were younger, we usually were not 4th liners. So at that time, guys, 2nd round pick to Sarnia, 33rd overall. Mark Hunter's hand-picked by Mark Hunter, right? And right away, I was a stay-at-home defenseman, but Mark told me that I was the guy for Sarnias, that I had to step up and show my physical play. So I just did it.
Going back to staying with the juniors, rather. You played 3 years, but you were on 6 different teams. Was it a case of?
Are you calling me a suitcase?
Oh yeah.
No,
a suitcase in juniors, even crazier.
Yeah.
I always say that just means another team wants you. That's all. Like, what was the case? I mean, it's not common to have 6 different teams in 3 years. Was that a case of like the front office is getting sick of you, or like a certain scenario going on? What was the deal with all that?
Here's my excuse, guys. Now, I was involved with the Mississauga Ice Dogs. Biss, you can back me up on this, okay? I was there when Jason Spezza was the anticipated 1st overall pick. It was either him or Kovalchuk. So Don Cherry owned team, 12 tough guys on the team. I'm one of them. We're not very good. Okay. Rick Vive was our coach. We have 2 wins at Christmas time. Spezza demands the trade. Bobby Orr's like, look, man, if my guy's going to go 1st overall, he can't be on a last place team. He shipped off to Windsor for about 100 players. A bunch of us got dispersed throughout the league. Okay. We had Brian McGrattan on our team, Dan Sullivan, Chad Wiseman. I mean, a bunch of good players. Michael Mole won that reality show back in the day. So that was it. I got traded to Kingston. I was in Kingston for 2 weeks, and then the Hunters, who originally drafted me, got me over to the London Knights. So I was on 3 of those teams, gentlemen, in about 2 months. So let's erase those teams. I only played for about 2 or 3 teams in the O. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not a suitcase.
I was going to ask you, when you were coming in the league, like, who were the big names that ended up moving on? Brian McGrattan was one of them that you just mentioned. But going back to that mole thing real quick, was that the reality show they did in Canada where you would earn a tryout for what was it, like an original 6 team or something?
Yes. Yeah.
What was the name of
You know what? Because I can't remember the name, but you're absolutely correct. The winner of the reality show was going to earn an NHL invite to a team, and he ended up going. So Mike Mole won it. He ended up going to the Ottawa Senators camp, and we're the same age. We're 82s, right, Biz? So we're still friends to date.
Isn't that crazy? There were some fucking benders in that show too, like legit men's leagues players looking for a contract. But going back to the guys you had to fight when you first stepped in, like Brian McGrattan's, like, who were the other guys? I think Josh Grattan was still around, wasn't he?
Yeah, Josh Grattan was there. Remember Big Johnny Erskine, man? Big Johnny Erskine was there.
In the NHL.
Yep. Andrew Peters was there. I got the chance to play with him in Kitchener. We had Mike Mazuka was there. There was a lot of guys. Trevor Gillies was just leaving the league when I got there.
So those are the guys that you had to fist fight. Now, if you had to go back to some of your most iconic fights in junior, which one would you look back to specifically? Because sometimes when we get the fighters on, all of a sudden our listeners want to go down these rabbit holes of guys they were scrapping. I mean, I'm sure you got a bunch of guys on the list.
Oh yeah. So our buddy Bam Bam Cam Jansen's.
Oh Jesus, barking at you.
Now just imagine, he's in Windsor, I'm in London, right? So same division. You know, we had some really good battles. It was my last year actually when he first came into the league, because I think he's Biz. What are you talking about, bud? How old are you, Biz? You look 30.
I'm an 85.
You are in 85.
When I stepped in the league, guys like Cam, I was afraid of Cam Jansen.
Because he was in 84, right?
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure he would even tell you, I think he was sticking needles in his ass. Now, I don't know if
were you,
yes. Were you on the juice when you were playing?
Not at that time.
More so when you got the pro and then the heavyweight.
Okay. So you could attest to this. You're 3 years after me, but the 2004-2005 lockout season, there was a lot of rules that were implemented into the game. But for guys like us, our agents would have called us. Well, you may not have been at pro yet. It might have been like your last year junior. I'm not sure.
If you're going to ask if my agent was hawking to stick needles in my ass.
No. Oh, okay. You would have got a call from your agent saying, look, if you're taking anything, stop. Because they're starting to test these training camps coming up. This was in the summer when they made the CBA agreements or whatever. So anybody that was taking performance enhancers that year, if they thought they were going to be under NHL contract, stop doing that. So I may or may not have done that before the rules changed.
Okay. So I quickly, Whit, when I was in training camp with the Coyotes one year, I was doing this Jack 3D. And and so it's like a pre-workout, but like with like crack in it. And Jans was like, hey man, I'm pretty sure that's on the bans list. And sure shit it was. I was mixing 2 scoops of this stuff before every practice. I'm pretty sure I actually got tested when I was on it, but luckily I flew under the radar. So now, like, how did you even like go about getting steroids? Like did you just go to your local gym and like kind of check out the guys who had the needle marks, or just the really jack guys, or what?
I mean, to be honest with you, Biz, I think the first link that I had was a summer job that I had as a car jockey at a car dealership. And you know, those car salesmen, they're all like, you know what I mean? And some of them are, you know, some of their suits are, you know, it looks like they got a fitted shirt on, but they really don't. So I think I'm gonna ask one of those guys, man, where are those supplements at? I want to look like you and Biz.
That is like, what were your summer workouts like? Just chucking the weights around, like?
Well, I mean, at that point, like when I was under contract with Buffalo, like there was a couple of years that I didn't even score, and like they were very happy with me at my year-end meeting. So I realized that, you know what I mean? Like maybe I don't need to like take a shooting class, like you know what I mean? I just need to kind of hit the bench a little bit more and be stronger. And And like there was a lot of meatheads in the AHL and NHL at that time, because we're talking the early 2000s here, right, gentlemen?
You go into the meeting, you're like, I haven't scored in 300 games. They're like, great job, Sean. This is amazing.
Yeah, for real.
But so you got your chance, and Biz had told me that kind of the backstory. You got to play one NHL game, but the backstory in the game was pretty special, right? Can you fill everyone in on that?
Absolutely. I mean, I love talking about it. I mean, I know I'm being kind of silly here, guys, but I'll try to be
deserve it.
Oh,
man.
buddy.
I'll try to be a little bit more serious. So I'm a Canadian kid from Scarborough. That's what I like to say. I'm hoping that might be the name of a book down the road. The Canadian kid from Scarborough. So let's look at a typical Saturday night for Sean McMorrow. A typical Saturday for Sean McMorrow was walking over to his grandparents, to my grandfather's house, watching Saturday night, hockey night in Canada, Toronto Maple Leafs versus whoever they were playing, and drinking hot chocolate with Raisin Bran toast and really enjoying that type of atmosphere. That's how I grew up. So my call up, my first year pro, 20 years old, I'm getting called up to play against the Toronto Maple Leafs Saturday night, hockey night in Canada, just like the Canadian kid from Scarborough grew up. So for me, it like literally clichéingly was a dream come true, my man.
Unbelievable.
It really was.
Was a game in Toronto?
It was at the Air Canada Center, now known as the Scotiabank Arena. It was, because honestly, it really was
goosebumps. Goosebumps. Do you even pregame nap? Hey, you probably lost money with the amount of tickets you had to buy.
I did, because they were mandatory, the $150 tickets. And I just had about 23, 25 people at the game. And me and an eighth rounder, my entry level wasn't that big, bro. So, but it was worth it, Biz. It was worth it.
To make it even details. You remember the details of the game?
I remember the details, buddy. It was only one game.
No, I know. That's why I'm thinking you must have that whole game like ingrained in your mind.
Well, let's go shift by shift, so it won't take very long.
Okay,
who had the worst pizza of the game?
Okay, so let me tell you this backdrop just real quick. So now this was at the time that the U.S. had invaded Iraq. Okay, so now I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a game in Montreal that got a lot of attention because, as you guys know, the U.S. wasn't the most favorite country around the world. People really didn't agree. In fact, Canada didn't support the U.S. in this war, right? So in Montreal, when the U.S. anthem came on, this was the weekend before I got called up. The whole place was booing at the Bell Center. It might have been the Forum at the time. Boo, 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 U.S. anthem, boo, 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 boo. So all week long, CBC was talking about it. Don Cherry put his opinion at it. He said the old, if your best buddy gets in a fight in the bar, it's usually not a good reason, but you back him up because he's your best buddy, with Canada-US thing. So now let's fast forward. Now the next weekend, Sean McMorrow just happens to be playing his first NHL game. But then for the national anthems, because of what happened the weekend before, they got extra loud. Everyone's pumped up. So now you got everyone fired up, cheering on purpose to make up for the Montreal fans, going crazy for these anthems. And I'm standing there, national anthem, my first game, looking across. Okay. Place is going nuts. It couldn't have been better for me because it was such a buildup. You know what I'm saying, gentlemen?
Oh my goodness. You're kind of like the pre-workout, the Jack 3D. That's probably how you felt naturally.
That's exactly how I felt this.
How'd the game go? Like how many shifts? I believe you did get in a scrap, correct?
I fought. I got to play against Toronto in a couple preseason games.
Okay.
So that's probably what you're referring to because you see me fight. But no, I didn't. I'll tell you a little story. I got to line up with Domi, but I got 3 in the first, 2 in the second shifts, 0 in the third because it was a 3-2 game. I got to line up against Domi once. I lined up against some. I'll be honest. I stuttered a lot, but I'm like, sir, I've been watching you my whole life. Will you give me a shot? He turns to me and says, kid, you got to make the team from the start of the year if you're going to fight a guy like me. And you know what? I probably would have said that, Biz, to like a call up from the coast to the American League. You know what I'm saying? So I totally get it. I totally get it. But yeah, that happened.
How many times have you met Domi and then told him that story?
You know what? I met Domi before that at Chesswood Arena one time. I seen a big crowd and it was Ty Domi. And I think I was like 12 or 13 years old. That's the only time that I've actually met the guy other than yeah.
I just wanted to quickly go back. So you did mention Don Cherry, who owned the Ice Dogs at the time, and then he had that quote. Like, how many interactions were you able to have with him? Any
he was the coach,
stories?
wasn't he?
At one point, maybe not when he was there.
He did take over at one point, man. I'm really glad you brought that up, because Don Cherry is a really important piece to my life. Okay, and I'll explain why. It started with the Ice Dogs. Okay, so now we all know the backlash that Don got from you people and this and that, and I have a lot to say about that too, if you guys want to get into that. But Don Cherry made a point to come to the arena, Hershey Center, the day that I got traded. Now, I'm the only black kid on the team, okay? Don Cherry is not racist. Don Cherry came to the arena, personal time. The guy would only come like once a week or whatever, and you'd have a big mob and then he'd leave. He came, he pulled me aside, knew I got traded to Kingston, pulled me aside, said, look, kid, Kingston is my hometown. Larry Mavity has everything set up for you. This is a mess right here. It's a gong show, okay? You're going to a good team. They're going to take care of you. This is my hometown. If you need anything while you're there, this is my number. Call me anytime. And this is the Hockey Night in Canada kid from Scarborough watching Coach's Corner after that first period. So I'm mesmerized by this, if that's the right word. And I had so much confidence knowing that my hero, Don Cherry, has my back. I have his number in my back pocket. No cell phones at the time, boys, right? This is back in 2000, right? Or maybe those big ass ones that rich people had.
That's an awesome story, man.
But yeah, Biz. So what I'm trying to say is, like, I need to tell stories like that because people don't know little things like that. If Don Cherry was such a bigot like everyone thinks he is, then why the heck would he come to the rink and make that the only black kid on the team feel comfortable getting traded to his hometown? That doesn't add up. Don Cherry's a great man. He's helped me. Tim Cherry, his son that helped produce all those Rock'em Sock'ems, we're very, very close. And when all that stuff happened with CBC, bro, I was very, very upset. And he blessed me coming on my podcast about 6 months after that happened. And he hasn't done anything else really talking about that. And I didn't get him to apologize, but what I said was, I said, Don, people like me is who's getting it confused, who's getting the miscommunication. And I told him, I'm like, I love you, Don. You've done so much for me. Would it not be fair to say that for those that got offended by what you said, that you did not intend to hurt anybody? And if you did, that you're sorry that they feel that way. And he said, you're absolutely right. So I got him to agree with me, but I couldn't get him to apologize like how CBC wanted him to.
Sean, these are like obviously sensitive subjects, but I really appreciate you opening up with your personal experience about that, because that was a very difficult time for a lot of people in the hockey community. So for you to share your experience like that, nobody over here thinks that. It's ironic that we kind of got into this because I DM'd his Twitter account to ask if he would come on the podcast today. So thanks for sharing that, buddy. I'll throw it over to you, RA or Whit, but very well said. Thank you for sharing that.
I was just like looking up the old Don Cherry stuff, and then I came across the article. His quote at the end, he said, I could have stayed on, but I would have had to be a tame robot. Nobody would have recognized. I mean, yeah, well, we won't get into it. He said he thinks people should be wearing poppies, but hearing that from you, I mean, that's pretty impressive. I can't believe though that in that amount of a quickness, right? He made that much of an impact on you. You know, it's just cool to hear.
Yes, absolutely, guys. Absolutely. You won't get a bigger Don Cherry fan than the guy you're looking at right now.
Any other fun stories from coaches, maybe like, or that helped you out along the way that were very impactful?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, we could start with an awkward one, because that same year, Mr. Rick Vive, Leaf legend, 50 goals, all that, right? Man, I can't even tell you how much I hated the guy at the time, and he knows that too. Obviously, when you coach a team that finished with 3 wins, I think 2 when I left, like things aren't going to go well, right? Like things are great when you're winning. It's not when you're not, right, Biz? But me and him, we hated each other. But then as we got older, like he would drop pucks at certain AHL games and stuff like that. And And I'd be like, hey, Rick, what's up, buddy? He'd be like, hey, Mac. Like, but as we got older, I got him on my show and now we're actually friends. I hated him as a coach, but I love him as a guy. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, for the OHL biz, I would say the Hunters, Dale and Mark Hunter, man, have they ever helped me all throughout my career? They traded me to Oshawa as a favor because all I was known was as a fighter. And if I had a chance to sign an entry level, I really had to prove that I could play. Brian McGrattan went berserk, flipped the George Burnett's coaching table, and George is the most strict coach in the world. So he got traded to Owen Sound. Oshawa needed a guy. Yeah, man. Gratz's OA year, my 19-year-old season. So Gratz gone, McMorrow in. I got that third line right winger spot. They put me in front of the net on the power play biz. And buddy, I started scoring. I know I sent you that thing about the first OHL goal. That's part of the Oshawa Generals time. But from there, it was really a reality because I proved that I could play a regular shift in the O, got my entry level, things moved on from there. But because of the Hunters, they helped me with that.
Sean, just to touch on something you mentioned with Cherry a minute ago, I saw pictures on your Instagram, you and your mom going to the Black Ice documentary premiere. Did you have to deal with a lot of racist bullshit way back then? I mean, it was 22 years ago. People still dealing with it. So I imagine you must have had some headaches back in the day.
Yes. So now, yeah. And the last couple of years, the whole race thing in hockey has been brought up a lot. And the thing is that what I realize is, yes, I did get it. But the thing is, guys, is when you're 6'4", when you're 200, my playing weight was like 230 and you're known as a scrapper, guys will kind of second guess if they're going to throw out an N-bomb or, you know what I mean? So I think because of that, I got a little bit less than what I would have gotten just because of the type of player that I was. Right. But what you learn is to pretend like you didn't hear things a lot. You have to have thick skin, and things are changing. And that needs to be noted, that things are changing, but it was difficult growing up at certain times.
Was it mostly on ice, or did you have to deal with it off ice? Maybe not necessarily verbally off ice, but, maybe question if teams were doing something for a certain reason. Did you have to second guess why they would maybe doing certain things?
Yeah. I mean, I think one example that make people understand is when we're growing up, there's certain time periods that identity becomes an issue. And what I mean by that is when you're 12, 13, 14, when you're entering high school, you start hanging out with people that start listening to the same music, and you start seeing the groups kind of form. The same thing happened in the dressing room. I got it more from my own team because there started being divides in our dressing room because we were getting to that age where we were trying to find out our identity. And then those are usually the times where you start seeing people that might have a little bit of pigment in their skin start hanging out with each other. And then you got the rock band people and you got the, this and that. So I noticed that when I was entering high school, that my teammates started treating me, some of them a little bit different because all of us were all going through something of change through our upbringing and so on and so forth. I hope that makes sense to you guys, but
it does.
Yeah. So that time period, Biz, when we were Pee-wee, minor Bantam, around that time, I kind of felt it like there would be little comments or what, you only like this music, Sean. And it's what? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Little things like that. But I mean, on the ice, like I said, if I was 5'9" and scoring 50 goals and never made a body check, I think I would have got it a lot more than being the fourth liner, the guy that's supposed to kill everybody. Right.
Last one on that subject I have is, you said that things are progressing. Is there anything you see not being done where you would like them to improve in order to speed up this process? You see obviously a lot more strict punishment at the minor levels if kids are saying those types of things and trying to make people aware of it. What other things do you think need to be done?
Well, okay. So great question. The best thing to say when asked something like this is this. Biz, the biggest problem, bro, with our sport is that it is not accessible to every demographic. Okay. So it's hard for me to say because I'm a hockey guy through and through, man. But in general, hockey is an elitist sport that only wealthy people can afford. Biz, I don't know if you know what the GTHL registrations are right now, my man, for AAA.
I heard it's crazy up there.
Let's hear it.
But
this is so
it
different.
is anywhere from $11,000 to $15,000 to if your kid is blessed to be competitive enough to be one of the most competitive kids in Toronto, that's what the AAA group is. These kids are incredible how competitive they are. If your kid is lucky enough to be that good, you have to have $15,000 for your kid to be able to play on the Don Mills Flyers where I played growing up. Okay. Oh, you got 2 kids? $32,000. So if you're a single mom that makes 40 grand, which is a very respectable salary, how is that possible? It's not. People that are out of the demographic of having 2 parents, mostly Caucasian families, if you don't have all that, you're not able to do it. So unfortunately, with minorities that are in different demographics, it's just not possible. But now, Biz, we have programs like Seaside Hockey, the HDA. These programs have contacted the Canadian government and said, hey, listen, you want our country to be better at hockey? Well, right now you have one demographic, all the rich kids, all the best of them. That's who we're displaying. Like, I'm sorry to say, guys, but that's what it is. But wait, let's do a program that if you're interested to play, that you could get free equipment. You don't have to buy skates. The Canadian government will supply that if you're willing to try this game that we as a country base all our history on. We're the hockey country, right? We're the hockey country, but we don't want to talk about the origins of hockey in Nova Scotia. We don't want to let all the demographics play it, but now that's changing. They're doing that. So now you could be in Malvern Arena in Scarborough and see a kid that has skated on the ice maybe 2 or 3 times in his life with all new gear from head to toe, with instructors like Anthony Stewart, Wayne Simmons, Sean McMorrow out there, Kirk Brooks, showing them how to play hockey. So now what's going to happen now? 2-3 years from now, you're going to have a couple Chris and Anthony Stewarts out of that group. And now I'm using those names because they're NHL names from Scarborough, but there's very few of them. Now there's going to be more. Now you're going to get that demographic full. Now Canada is going to be better. Now we're going to be dominant again like we were 20 years ago. All the other countries caught up. But now the government's like, wait a second. If we let everyone have a chance to play, our country will be better. Right? So that's what's happening right now. And that is what I'm proud of, is programs like Seaside Hockey and the HDA making a difference in the communities, letting more kids play, making hockey more accessible, which will help the race problem.
I love it.
Very long answer. I apologize.
Very well said.
Boys,
no need to
how about
apologize.
fucking round of applause for that fucking
well
answer. Holy shit, dude.
Well, we applause for everyone around here, man. So I got to applause for Biz and we got Ryan Whitney, the real admiral. We got everyone on here. I'm applauding for all you guys.
Anson Carter, I believe, is from Scarborough as well, right?
Yes, he's a Scarborough man through and through.
Yeah. So no, that's amazing stuff, man. Is there any other associations that you want to mention while we're on this topic specifically? Yeah,
I mean, there's hockey equality. Anthony Stewart is kind of the organizer of that. His wife Shante Stewart, she actually was a speaker at the Primetime Sports and Entertainment Conference talking about hockey equality and everything that I'm mentioning right now. We have the HPOC, which is Hockey Players of Color. It's a group that's down in Florida, but they seem to be all over the place now. Those groups specifically, I personally deal with. And then, like I said, man, everybody that's involved with the Black Ice documentary, guys, if you have not seen that, like, I don't know how that works. Like, I know that it was in TIFF, but I don't know if it's like, if people are able to order it or if they have to wait till it's like released, or I'm not sure how that works. But if you guys have a chance to see that, man, you got to see it, man. It's so important. Hockey history in Canada and how everything started. It's really good stuff, man. A lot of your buddies are in it, Biz, like Wayne and all those guys are all in it. They did a really good job.
I believe Uninterrupted had something to do with it as well.
Yes. And then of course you had the famous, I think Drizzy got involved with the producing, and somebody else, some other famous, like, had nothing to do with hockey guy was in there.
Spike Lee?
It wasn't Spike Lee, but someone like that though.
Well, sorry, I go ahead, RA or Whit, if you got one. Sorry.
I was actually just going to quickly touch on. Biz mentioned to me when we were chatting that you were coming on about. Do you hold a record in terms of fights in one pro hockey season?
Yeah, 86.
Yes. Yeah. So,
you had 86 fights in 1 year.
Yeah, but it was in that notorious LNAH, the league in Quebec.
Oh,
the senior Jesus. League. Oh, my
and it was
goodness.
after, like the Quebec senior league, I think it went till about 05. And then they started getting like so much attention that they actually put in their bid to be like a semi-pro league, just like the Coast or any other league. So it's a league, the North America, the hockey. So it's the LNAH, right? The North American Hockey League in French. And that league, you guys all know how it works, right? There's a lot of tough guys in that league. And in the 2007-2008 season, I recorded 86 fighting majors, which still is the world record for pro fights in one season.
Do you sign your name 86 now?
I mean, no, but that's a good idea though, man.
Oh yeah. No, you should, man. So to follow up that, at what point did you maybe start not enjoying it, or have you always been okay with it? Like, what is your pregame routine and all of it?
Well, okay. So for me, I go into character, Biz. I'm sure you did the same thing. I know you got Biz Nasty character and everything, right? So for me, it's the sheriff, right? Like the sheriff is a character that comes with a big package. Okay. So the sheriff comes to the arena. Everybody knows they can approach him, pictures, talk. What should my son do? He's getting bullied in the dressing room, whatever it is. Okay. So that's part of the package. Okay. So the whole media thing, whatever. So now what I try to do is I represent my city, my team, and my fans. I try to do it on a better rate than anyone else in hockey. That's important to me. So especially in a league like that, where you're supposed to show up every game, like you got to show up every game and do that, right? So the way I look at it is this is the package that I'm bringing. If I can at least show up and do my best, then I'm completing that package. Okay. Same thing happens after the game. I have to make myself available. That is the sheriff. Okay. So if I didn't have all that stuff going on, Biz, and I was just like one of the regular guys that we played with that just come and, get away from me. All those guys we played with that wouldn't even give their time of day for anything. And like whatever, and they just kind of did what they had to do and left, and they weren't really a team guy, that I probably would have got sick of it right away. But I have all this pride and stuff involved with it, so it's different for me.
So along with the pride was partly this like WWE style character of when did that begin? The minute you left the house, when you walked out of the car at the rink, like when did that start?
Well, I mean, relationships in the past can tell you, man, the guy thought he was it all the time. Right. But yeah, I mean, it would start on the way to the rink. I try to get into mode and stuff. You know what I mean? And then the cool thing for me is like, when I went to Belfast, Biz, they really embraced that character.
Yeah.
Like I got memorabilia, I got t-shirts, I got little badges. You know what I mean? And then what they were doing is we want to take it even a step forward. We want to put the sheriff badge on our jersey, like as if it's a sponsor. And then they actually put it on the helmets too, man. So like they were doing all that for me. So I'm like, Jesus, is this ever easy to be this character? I got my team really pumping it.
So, well, okay. So let's back up a little bit. So you play your NHL game. You're obviously in the minors with the Rochester Americans. At what point were you like, hey, I'm done with the I guess you could say AHL, pro side.
Yep.
And then decide to go to this strictly fighting league. Like, was it the money that was drawing you away? Because like the rumors are there was a lot of like mob boss owned teams.
Oh yes. Let's just get right into it.
Okay.
All right. So that year I started the year with the Chicago Wolves. Now you guys don't know that because I never actually got into a game. Now the Chicago Wolves are like, they call them the New York Yankees of the AHL. You know this, Biz. They have an unlimited budget. Yeah. You're only allowed to dress 5 veterans in a lineup. That's someone that's played over 250 games. But the Chicago Wolves got 12 veterans that are being paid, and 5 of them go in. So they have all these extra guys, all this extra money. The owner's a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? So I was there. They loved the fact that I was a great team guy. They had me on a PTO. Buddy, they were paying for my apartment. They were giving me per diem, and I was making more money than I'd ever made in Rochester. And I still wasn't playing, but they just wanted me to be there because they knew that I could do the job if needed. But I wasn't one of Atlanta's guys who they were affiliated with. So now, Biz, you're a competitor, bro. If you hadn't played a game yet and it was almost Christmas time, would you not be getting the itch to play? Like, we're here to play, bro. It's nice to collect a paycheck from the Chicago Wolves, but I'm here to play. I'm a performer. I'm an entertainer. That's what I want to do. I don't want to sit in the stands and eat hot dogs. So the Quebec League at that time, it was wide open. You could sign anyone from anywhere in the world. Okay. So they would have recruiters calling the AHL tough guys saying like, we're offering X amount. The next day we're offering this amount. We're offering this amount. Signing bonus is this amount. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, we'll pay you $1,000 a game. We'll give you a $50,000 signing bonus. Please come. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know what, Biz? I was like, I want to play. I was an 8th round pick. My signing bonus with the Sabres was only 50 grand. I'm like, all my buddies signing for 800, 900, Jason Palmerville, Thomas Vanek, Ryan Miller, all these 1st, 2nd, 3rd rounders. They're all millionaires. Here I am, McMorrow's with his 50 grand bonus. Hey guys, we going to McDonald's today? Or, oh no, we're going, you know what I mean? So I never got really that money. So now here I am, I'm 26, 27 years old. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go make some money and I'm going to play. I don't want to sit in the stands anymore. Right. So it was a combination of the money and just wanting to play. My situation of being a healthy scratch 30 games in a row, it's going to take a toll on you, buddy. Right.
Yeah. And you didn't mind that you knew it'd be even more of that tilting. It'd be even more of the physicality. Like that, just whatever, this is what it is.
I was 26 years old. I like at that time, like when we're in that kind of prime of our lives, Biz can tell you, we think we're invincible, man.
Well, I enjoyed it for a little bit, but that's also why I asked, at a certain point, did it feel too much like a job? Did maintaining this persona fuck with you a little bit long term? And, did you eventually have to leave who that person was? Like, at what point did you stop enjoying the scrapping?
To be honest, Biz, like, I think the character just kept me interested in it. When I was done playing, it did mess me up because all that was gone. So where do you get it from? Where do you get all this excitement from? It's gone. Right. So that really, what you just said, took a toll. Right. But honestly, like, even like towards the end, man, like I still looked at it like I was doing sheriff duties. Right. So it's just, I don't know, man.
Just to quickly go back to more of the mob boss stories. Like, so what was, you got the Danbury Trashers jersey right there. Yeah. Was that a very similar experience to what that movie was like?
Yes.
Playing in that league?
No, I told AJ, I said, AJ, if you had bought an LNAH team like 15 years ago, you would have been, because every LNAH team has the mission statement of what the Danbury Trashers were. The bad boys of hockey. We're not getting pushed around, this, that, the other. Now, if you had 10 teams in that league that were like Danbury, then you would have had the LNAH. Because that's what they did. That's what they were built for. You had 5 heavyweights, Biz, on every team ranked 1 through 5. This is a number 1. This is the number 2. Oh, number 3 is coming. Yeah, and we accepted those numbers.
So some of the more iconic fights, I think they happened between cousins, was Bossy and Morasti there when you were there?
That was the big ticket. Those were the 2 biggest names in the league. And I'll tell you what, Biz, this stuff was so exciting, bro, that I played for a team called St. Hyacinthe, about 45 minutes east of Montreal. The team that Morasti played for was Sorel Tracy, close to Montreal. Bosse, same thing. He was with the Chiefs. I think they were in Saint Jean at the time. All these teams are close to Montreal. Now, me and the guys on my team, we drove to Saint Jean to see that one game of Morasti versus Bosse because the buildup is so big. The buildup is so great. Now, the whole town is talking about these games. Now, you have to imagine in the NHL or whatever league, if there was fights every game, right? And you have these characters that are fighting for your town every game, they become your heroes. So these guys are local heroes. Bossé is like a novelty in Quebec, almost as big as GSP, man. Right?
Holy fuck.
Oh yeah, man. When Bossé, I was Bossé's last hockey fight before he went to the UFC. Okay, I believe he has like an 8-2 record in the UFC. Like the guy was very successful. He has this one fight. It's a Scott guy that the UFC says like, oh, this is one of our best, whatever cruiserweight or whatever weight class Bossé's in. He did extremely well. Like these are big characters, man. The Quebec is different, a different breed. They love their combat sports. They're the biggest in boxing, MMA in Canada. So you put a league like this in there and they have their heroes. So now all of Bossé's hero fans are all showing up there. Bossé, drinking their beers, tabac, nak, colis. Man, it's something that, Biz, if you have a chance to go to Montreal like this year, go to an LNAH game, bro.
Is it still as violent as it was, or
it can't be?
No, it's tamed. It's tamed. So instead of 5, now there's 1 or 2.
You got anything, RA or Whip?
Yeah. Sean, I'm looking at your 07-08 season, 48 games played, 527 penalty minutes, just under 11 minutes a game. I'm wondering, like, what was the coach's game plan for this league back then? Was it a traditional game plan, or was it like fighting incorporated into the game plan? What would the coach say before the game?
Okay, so it's a normal hockey game. The one team is trying to score more goals than the other, so that all still happens. But what the fighting is, and I should have mentioned this before, what the fighting is in that league, it's called Le Show. So Le Show is part of the package of the game. It may happen in the beginning of the game. There might be like this is back then, 4 or 5 fights to start the game. It may happen after the first goal scored, but it will happen at some point. There's a gentleman's agreement that if McMorrow comes on the ice, that Sugden or Morasti or someone else is going to counter that. Whoever they're matched up on. There was 5 against 5 that were matched up as if they were like an undercard towards the main event. And at that time, and when I have like Wingfield and Morasti and these guys on my show, what I say is, okay, this was a long time ago. So we're going to be honest. It doesn't happen anymore. There was illegal stuff that was happening, but it's not happening anymore. So no one's going to get in trouble. There's time that's passed, whatever. Every team was influenced by biker gangs. There was a lot of cash being washed through the teams. Every player was being paid in cash. You guys have heard about the KHL stories of, those Russian mobs and stuff. And like I'm buddies with Freddie Brathwaite, and Freddie Brathwaite's telling me stories about, that guy's making like $2 million in a season. Okay. So how much is that in a month? What is it? Like 80 grand or whatever it may be. So this guy's getting paid 80 grand cash before a practice. So where do you put $80,000 in cash? Do you put it in your car? Do you put it in your stall and hope no one goes in your pockets during practice? What do? They give it to you right before practice. Freddie Brathwaite would put it in his pads, man. He stick it right in his pads, man. He have it in his pads. And then when that practice was done, he was going straight to whatever facility that could hold that money. LNAH on a lesser scale, right? We got paid every Tuesday. That's how they would ensure we'd come to practice. We only had 1 practice a week, and we had 2 games every weekend. They wanted us to stay like to keep ourselves in shape, but everyone has a second job. And that's why now guys are choosing the LNAH over like the coast, because it's the same budget, same money that they're making, whatever a week, but then they can work another job. They'd be close to their families. Why would they want to live in some little butthole town in Texas when they could stay home and make the same money and be with their families? You know what I'm saying? So
I got to ask you what your experience in Belfast was, because I know that's a program. I know some guys who've gone over there and you can get your business degree or something like that, but I didn't know how you got over there and what it was like when you were there.
I'm just letting my mom hear the Spittin Chiclets voices because you guys are such a big deal. Okay, so Belfast Giants, favorite season of my career. So thank you for bringing that up, sir. So I played for the Rockford Ice Hogs in the AHL. This was my last year in the A. That infamous Bill Peters was my coach, the one that Akeem Alou did all the all the stuff with, right? So anyway, so I'm in Rockford, and thankfully for me, my general manager, Mark Bernard, was a former goaltender in that league back when it was the Super League when it first started. So now the Belfast Giants, I don't know if you guys know the history of Northern Ireland, but this is a place in the world that is still at war. You got the Catholics against the Protestants. One thing that the British government does is they use the Belfast Giants to bring the communities together. It's a new sport. Everything was chosen to be neutral. The green is neutral. The name Belfast Giants is named after the Giants Causeway, which is the northern tip of Ireland that has nothing to do with religion, nothing to do with soccer teams. If you come to the Odyssey Arena, you are not allowed to wear anything but a Belfast Giants or civilian clothes. You cannot enter with any soccer jerseys or anything that might make groups happen, okay? There's no national anthem in Belfast to reduce any tension. They needed a guy. They love their hard, then they call their tough guys hard men over there. They needed a hard man because these are Irish and English people, right? These people love fighting. They love to go to the pubs. You see how fired up they get for soccer games. For soccer games, they're getting fired up for soccer games. Imagine how they're getting fired up when they know that guys can bare fist fight on ice. They are getting fired right up. There's pubs in the arena. They're getting fired up. They were looking for a hard man that would be a community guy that they could have as the face of the team, that they could really do all these public appearances with and work with the British government and make this thing happen. At the time, I had just won my third AHL Man of the Year award, which is the award that they give to the person with the biggest impact in the community. I took a lot of pride in that. You guys could tell by the way I'm acting. I just love being around people. Like I said, I love. If anybody wants to take a picture of me or wants me to sign something, that is a compliment. I am loving that. And I'm doing it immediately and taking as much time as they want to interact. Like, that's how I am. That's how I was brought up. The Belfast Giants needed someone like that. So I was in the right place at the right time. My general manager in the AHL actually brokeraged the deal, the money per week and all that kind of stuff. And my deal was done in my exit meeting for the Blackhawks / Rockford Ice Hogs, right? Yeah. So I went over there, and man, it was the best time of my life. It was the best time of my life.
Were you into the pub culture? I loved it.
Oh man. Oh yeah, that's right. You got it. You got an opportunity.
I played. I played in Cardiff, and Belfast was. I was in Cardiff, but man, Belfast looked like a good time. We didn't spend a ton of time there, so I'm sure you had a pretty good time in the community.
Oh, it was absolutely amazing, Biz. Like I'll never forget it, bro. It's so cool.
Any crazy culture shocks where you were just like, how about the driving? The driving fucks you up.
The driving's crazy because the Canadian licenses transfer over. You don't have to do no training or nothing. And everybody knows that in the UK, everything's opposite, right? So the steering wheel's on the right side, right? Everything's standard. So you're shifting with your left. We're always shifting with our right. You're driving on the left side of the road. Everything is opposite. So a couple times, Sean might have driven on the freeway the wrong way and kind of had to scatter and had my life flash for my eyes.
Good thing you're the sheriff. Nobody could pull you over, right? You just flash the badge. We're good here.
But when you got paramilitary police with big black guns standing at the bridges saying, "What's your business here?" I play for the Belfast Giants.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Continue on.
Yeah. So you mentioned Bill Peters pretty quickly. Did you have any personal run-ins with him? Like, what was your experience?
I mean, this is a platform, right? So I'm gonna tell the truth. Akeem Alou's story is real. Okay, Akeem Alou's story is real. The thing is that Sean McMorrow experienced that the season before Akeem Alou. Okay, so Sean McMorrow turned that music off several times. Okay, I was the only black guy on the team. I was a veteran though, and that's what the difference was. When I played for Rockford, I was 28 years old. It was my 27 years old, 6th, 7th year pro. When Akeem was there, it was his rookie season. Okay. Bill Peters is a good coach. He's not a great man. Okay. He's made mistakes. He didn't understand that you can't center people out because of what they look like. That's what Bill did. That's why he lost his job in Calgary. He made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. I played 25 out of the 80 games when I was a top heavyweight in the AHL everyone always wanted me in the lineup. They felt more comfortable, but I got in 1 every 4 games. It was probably just the games where they're like, we have to have him in, Bill. Can we put him in? Okay, well, I'll put him in. You know what I mean? So I felt that maybe my ceiling was closed. David Koshi was the guy in Chicago. Sean McMorrow was the guy in Rockford. There was a couple times in Chicago told me, they're like, I started with a PTO, then they signed me to a 2-way. So I was right there, Biz, and I wasn't playing and I wasn't getting the opportunity that I thought I could have got. So do me and Akeem kind of have the same stories? Yeah, we do. Was I there when Akeem first came? Because he was one of those top prospects that they bring at the end of the season to the AHL team to give them some experience. So him and Chris Beach were the 2 guys that came at the end of the season. And, I kept them under my wing. And, we know we're hockey players. We know like Akeem's a great guy, but he was a little bit outspoken and stuff when he was younger. And, so I kept him under my wing. I really liked the kid. And the next season, unfortunately, he had those experiences and he couldn't handle it, and he shouldn't have had to handle it. And it was unfair, but I understand because I was there. Now, CBC and all those people, they all contacted me when Akeem did this because they knew I played there the year before. And they're like, oh, do you have any stories? I wasn't ready to talk about it. I was kind of going through a difficult time in my own life. And I just wasn't ready to talk about stuff like that. But what Akeem Alou said is real. It happened, and it happened to me the season before. The difference is I had about 6-7 years on the kid, and everybody can handle things differently, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you, man. That's terrible. And
I appreciate that, Biz.
It sucks because, like, you were obviously in an emotional place where you could handle it, which you, like you said, you shouldn't have to. But
yeah,
as far as the Akeem Alou stuff, like for a young guy, just probably being like, what is happening? This is a guy I'm supposed to trust and
yeah,
too with developing my game. Yeah, it's that's terrible, man. And I it's hard to change off that subject, man. We appreciate you opening up everything.
Hey,
to switch it to more of a positive note,
yeah.
I did read that you were roommates with Ryan Miller in the American Hockey League.
Oh yeah.
I mean, American born player who's, I think he already got nominated to the Hall of Fame, correct? What was that like? And what was it like playing him when he was that young and kind of just a budding superstar?
So Ryan Miller, his first year in Rochester, the guy is a very thin man, but man, when he was 22 years old, because he was a college guy, he was like a skeleton, just a little skinny college kid, right? Big smile, like kind of nerdy, you know what I'm saying? But like cool nerdy, you know what I mean? And we were roommates on the road. We got along really well. I mean, because of like the lockout and all that kind of stuff, I got to play with these guys like an extra year, Biz, like guys like Jason Pominville and Thomas Vanek, who never would have played in the AHL, but he came that lockout year. So he was with us all year. Right. But anyway, back to Millsy. So we're roommates on the road. Like, like when you play with guys for multiple years, families come and visit, and then your families get to meet. Like my mom and his dad are still friends to this day. You know what I mean? And like Miller, like he was the guy that had my Christmas gag gift the one year. I still have it. It's this little green t-shirt that has arrows that point to the arms saying, welcome to the gun show. Because because Biz, what do you say to someone when you say, did you see that show last night? When you're talking about the gun show, did you see the show last night? And
I never teed people up for that. I was Quadzilla. I was,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But let's tell them what I'm saying.
All right, they're going back into character.
Yeah.
Did you see that show last night, Biz?
Truck. Quads like what? What? Babe, move your glutes. What? Let me sing it again.
See, that's why the man played extra years more than he probably could have, because they needed that in the dressing room. You need characters like this. And that's
well, I bet you they got fed up with it and they're like, okay, we've seen enough.
They're like, time to go.
Yeah, time to go.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome, man. I mean, listen, we've kept you quite a while. If you see RA dipping in and out, he's actually doing this interview not feeling so great. So this is RA's flu game, but because he wanted to hear what you had to say, he's sticking around. So a couple clicks for RA, guys.
Yeah, definitely clicks. But guys, I want you guys to know, okay, because it's good to hear this from other people. Now, I have my little show and stuff, right? You guys inspire all of us. We all listen to you. You guys aren't only rated the best, but you guys are the best, right? No. So just know, Biz. No, but Biz, honestly, bro, like I'm like a student of the game. I'm a student of the game, and I'm trying to take little things from different people, create my own style. And I'm telling you, with you guys, it's through and through, man.
You want to know the secret?
Tell me the secret, Biz.
Just shit all over the Oilers. Just no matter what. The bottom six. You know what I called their bottom six? I was thinking about it today. The pumpkin spice lattes. Just a bunch of basic bitches with the UGG boots. Ain't getting shit done. Letting McDusty and Draisaitl carry the team. Whit, what's your secret?
What's Toronto's bottom six doing?
What's your secret, Whit?
They're like the fat blueberry girl from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
You guys are hilarious, man.
Hey, all right. What's your secret?
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to RA.
RA, yes.
All right, it's like,
what's your secret?
The real Admiral.
Latch on with a retired guy and fucking see how it goes. That was my secret.
We're all retired. We're all retired, baby.
Hey, Sean, this is awesome, man. You're really good at this.
Yeah, you are.
So where can people listen to your stuff? I know you said you got a studio type setup near is it the Hall of Fame?
Chiclets Network. Right. We just hired them.
Well, thank you. Hey, I wouldn't mind that at all. Okay, I'm glad you asked this because I've been given an incredible opportunity. It was a sponsorship. Right now, I'm currently at the Locker Room Studio, which is at the Bottom Line Sports Bar, which is located beside the Hockey Hall of Fame, 22 Front Street. Okay, my producer right here, Jordan LaRoche, he's one of the best. Gooch Live is another show that records out of the studio. And I was a guest on Gooch Live. We got along really well. And then the producers and everyone were like, hey, we want you to do your show from here as well. So what we have going on right here, Danny Granger Art, who is my manager, he helps me out a lot. But Jordan, Carrie, Locker Room Sports, Bottom Line Sports Bar, this is what's making this happen right now. And I appreciate it through and through.
Oh my God, what a shout out that was. I hope you didn't forget anybody. Any other names you want to drop in there? I gotta give a big shout out to my mom, Sheila McMorrow, because she is really the reason why it has all happened. You should, hey, let's dedicate this pod to her. Let's dedicate this love pod. This is fucking awesome. Oh yeah. And if she was here, she would say, Biz, I love you. That's what she would say. Before we get to our last question here, we got to talk about Chevy. That's right, Chevrolet. From the Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere. I am buzzing in this ad, just like these electric cars. They are affordable. You don't have to be rich to have an EV. All-star capability on a rookie's budget or fourth liner. With enough space for the whole team to be comfortable, the Chevy EVs are affordable, fun, and they go the distance. Over 2,000 certified EV dealerships, along with a growing network of public charging stations to help you live electric. Finally, charging won't put you in the penalty box, but only in the good graces of your financial stability, because you won't be buying gas. Chevy EVs. Back to the interview. Okay, so I almost forgot to ask you this one. So shout out to her. This episode's getting dedicated to her. Post-career, you talked about maybe finding that new identity, Ice Wars. You have a hand in Ice Wars. All this. Explain Ice Wars and to the listeners what this is all about. All right, so Ice Wars is prize fighting on ice. And what it is we've taken the most exciting part of the game, which many fans love, and we've made it the main event. So what it was is May 21st in Enoch, Alberta. I had the opportunity to host this. So I'm very, very educated on that. Ice Wars 2, I didn't get the opportunity, but that's another story. I'm hoping to get the opportunity again for Ice Wars 3. Ice Wars 1, May 21st, was an 8-man heavyweight tournament where it was 3 rounds. It was first round, second round. If they were tied after, though, it would go to a third round. These are 1-minute rounds. They're wearing UFC gloves. It's an ice-tagon, which is now called the Ice Cage, I believe, because it was a copyright issue. And AJ Galante, Charlie Nama, and Jimmy Galante are the creators, the Danbury Trashers guys. Okay. And I'm telling you one thing, this is a new combat sport that is going to absolutely blow up. And I'm very excited to be a part of it. And I really, really hope I could host Ice Wars 3. There you go. The Ice-tagon. Dana White's coming after you. Can't be knocking that one off. No, because of copyrights,
At first we were saying, yeah, we should call it that. But then I think we're calling it the ice box, actually. Ice box.
Pittsburgh lost it. You guys should name it the Igloo. There's one.
Hey, man. Hey, Biz, you know what, buddy? I'm
Hey.
sure that AJ would like for you to be a part of this at some capacity. So, you know what? You might be, you never know, man. You never know.
Hey, we'll get Whit in the ring.
Yeah. There's a better chance of Biz teaching like a business class at some point.
Oh, I don't know about.
Actually, Biz could teach a business class. What am I
Yeah.
talking about?
Seeing me teach a business class.
No, but I'm talking about like all
be like
you guys
you showing
like,
up sober
covering
to
it.
a business class. All right.
Yeah, no, but Wits, I'm talking about like you guys like covering the event. Like I heard the next one might be in Montreal. The next one might be in Montreal, boys.
Is it okay? So is it rude to ask you about so you ended up going to prison, right? We could cut this out. Like, are you comfortable talking about that?
Biz, I'm an open book, bro. I plan to be a motivational speaker. So everything I've done in my life, I want people to learn from, and I want to improve people's judgments. Ask away, bro. Big guy.
Well, what happened? From what I read, you were wrongly convicted, spent time in prison based on good behavior, got out early. Like for something you didn't do, that must have been difficult to spend time, and like run us through it.
Okay, so Biz, we've all heard the term, you really have to watch who you hang out with, right? You really have to watch it. Now, we live in a time now in Canada where cannabis is obviously legal. Okay, it's legal now. So it's very bizarre to talk about, being detained for marijuana when in Canada we live the lives that we do. So anyway, but back then it wasn't like that. And this is in the United States of America. And, I've been a cannabis user since my early 20s, since my late teens. And so, that continued when I played pro. And, as you know, Biz, like we'll find people that we're comfortable with that we think are protecting us. And, I would have like I would have a spot at one of my buddies' places where I felt comfortable to smoke marijuana when I was playing in the AHL, that no one was going to see me. It wasn't accepted at the time. So that was my comfort zone. So there was two buddies mainly that I was involved with. I'm trying to make a long story short. What had happened was at that time I was under NHL contract and I was a really big name in Rochester, New York, because I was like the team's tough guy. These two gentlemen got in a lot of trouble. What they did was they pretty much put me as the leader of their organization, the NHL hockey player, the black NHL hockey player, and the FBI jumped all over it, bro. Then they absolutely loved it. In the US, to convict someone of a conspiracy charge, which it was a marijuana conspiracy charge. What you have to do is you have to have more than one person collaborate that person was part of the conspiracy, right? So what I was facing was the FBI, and you have to understand, brother, like when they first came at me, I was like still under NHL contract. It was the year before my third and fourth year, and they approached me, men in black suits, right outside ESL Arena, our practice facility. We just want you to know that you are the center of an investigation. If you want to come and talk to us now, you can, blah, 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 whatever. You know what I mean? It was crazy. So pretty much these guys harassed me for a couple of years. When I went to Belfast is when they had created the indictment. So they based it from 03 to 05. They said it was happening. They charged me in 2010. The statute of limitations for drug conspiracies is 5 years. Do you know what they said it was? 4 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks after the last known crime. What I was charged with was the minimal for a federal indictment, the minimal numbers, like the lowest it could possibly be. And I guess what they did, even with these guys, they exaggerated the numbers just to get it there. So now it's 2010. I'm in Belfast, Northern Ireland, being told that some U.S. attorney in Rochester, New York wants to charge me. So the lawyer's telling me, look, this is a publicity stunt. Do not worry about it. Pretty much what I was done, Biz, is I was strung along through the court process to believe that there was no chance that I could get jail time. Okay. I was told that I was going to get probation sentence. I showed up to now, mind you, after this indictment was when I played my second year in the UK. So this drug lord is playing for the Dundee Stars. It made no sense, man. And none of it made sense. On sentencing day, I have 25 people in the courtroom. There's a big party planned in Toronto. Everyone's like all excited that this is finally going to be over. Sean, we're so sorry this has happened. We learn things different ways. It's all going to be over today. We're all going to have some beers tonight. And that day, Biz, I hereby sentence you to the Federal Bureau of Prisons for a term of 24 months. So the first thing I thought of was, when you're in shock, like the first thing you think of is simple things. So I'm thinking, okay, so 24 months, that's 2 years. And then once that came into my mind, I almost fainted. Like I'm beside my lawyer, friggin' really high price lawyer. And, being told this, almost faint. And usually in someone in my position where it's a first time offense, no violence, no weapons in the case, if you're probably going to get sentenced to a little bit of time, like let's say you're in a case and your lawyer's like, look, man, it looks like you might get like 6 months, you might get a year. Because you're, first time offender, no violence, no weapons, you qualify for a self-surrender. So even if we're found guilty and the judge sentences you to time, you'll still get about 3 or 4 weeks. You'll get like 30 days to get all your affairs in order. Your family can drive you to the facility. Like everything is kind of organized. Now, because I was told that I wasn't going to get time, none of this stuff was set up for me. So when I was sentenced to those 24 months, Biz, you have to understand, this is in Rochester, New York. I'm engaged to a Rochester girl. All her family's there. All my family's there. Everyone's happy. Big party planned in Toronto. Like I said, judge comes down on me with the bomb, right? And then that's it. That's it. You're gone. Like, that's it. So my lawyer realized, like, okay, this guy's going to have to go now. So he's like, Judge, can my client say bye to his family? So here I am walking. The courtroom was full, man. Media in there. I'm walking back, tears are going, hug my mom, hug my brother, hug my girlfriend who was all in the front row. They're all like, we'll appeal this. Don't worry. We'll get it figured out. And then that was it. And then the funny thing is I'm smiling now because I can. It took me a long time to be able to talk about this. The funny thing is that the Monroe County Sheriff's Department is like the rural police, and then there's the city cops. So they took me to a county jail that was like an hour outside Rochester, just to kind of keep me out of the city because it was all over the papers and everything. The car that I left was a sheriff car. So you got the sheriff being driven off. It's okay to laugh.
Funny,
it is funny though.
Don't you do this.
In the Monroe County Sheriff's Department.
Don't you do this.
See ya, sheriff.
The real sheriff.
See ya, buddy. See you later, buddy. That's what it was. So I mean, I did the good behavior is right. So I had to do 20 out of the 24 months because you have to do 85% in the feds. Like I was in the feds, Biz. Like this is like where all the mob bosses go, like John Gotti, all this stuff. I was crazy, right? So this is the thing. Yes, I did the 20 months. I had a choice to make, gentlemen. I'm here. What am I going to do? Am I going to sulk? Am I going to join a, even though it was minimum security? Am I going to try to get into some organization, some gang? Am I going to do this? Am I going to do that? No, I'm going to try to make the best out of my time. Okay. Biz, I don't know about you, bro, but I was 2 credits short when I signed my entry level. I never got that high school, bro. You guys know I got traded a bunch of times. I went to schools in all those cities, right? I transfer semesters. It's hard. So what did I do? I got my GED. Then what did I do? I ended up teaching the GED. Then I started teaching an exercise class. I started taking different classes. Like I took this one class called Paradigm Thinking, where you learn about what all your values are and what your life purpose is. And then, Biz, I started realizing, why is it that I like doing all those things with those fans? Why is it that I like doing all these little behind the scenes shows? Why? Because that's my passion. I was able to figure out my passion. I was able to figure out who I was, who Sean McMorrow is, right? And the shitty thing is I had to go to a place like that to figure it out, but I did it. So at the end of it, not only did I not smoke a cigarette in 20 months, did I not smoke a joint in 20 months, did I not have a sip of alcohol in 20 months? Like I felt like I was in a time capsule and that I might really only be 38 right now instead of 40. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the way I'm kind of looking at it, right? I made the best of the time. I got a lot smarter, took a lot of classes, bro. There was a lot of time, was in incredible shape, and then was able to leave, right? So
Sean, sometimes we're reminded why we love doing this job, buddy. This has been a breath of fresh air, buddy. We appreciate your energy and everything that you've you've said so far. This is I don't even know what to say, boys. This is fucking awesome, and a great message for people listening, and the fact that you can keep that positive mindset through having been fucked over like that, buddy, and not even just with the prison sentence, but in cases before that, man. Kudos to you, brother.
I appreciate it, buddy. And like I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, like
no, buddy. This is a fucking important. These things take a mind of its own, buddy, and this is an important message. And we never know what to expect when we get guys on that we've never really hung out with. And like I said, this was. I'm very, very, very happy that we got you on and for you to share your story, man.
I got one favor from all of you.
Oh yeah, you all say it. You name it, buddy.
All of you, Biz, Admiral, Whit, Mike. Please put a good word for me for any type of sports media outlet, because I've been preparing for the past 2 years to get into this business, and I'm looking for an opportunity. If you guys could just put in a good word for me,
buddy.
Yeah. Are you on social media and stuff?
Oh yeah, Sheriff McMorrow on Instagram, Sheriff McMorrow on Twitter, the Sheriff Podcast on all of them.
While you're looking and waiting for your time, you should just every morning you should like recap some NHL game, like just give your opinions once in a while on social media about the league or whatever part of hockey you want to be a part of. But
hey, I was gonna say, Whit, though, we should probably end up doing that content piece where we do go check out the LNAH with you, and then we can elevate whatever programs or anything that you're doing through your social media, brother. We're looking to help and snap it around, so to speak.
I appreciate that, but I got one thing to say to Ryan. Ryan, if you watch my stories on my social media, you will be caught up in the sports world. Trust me. I'm
okay. No, I haven't checked it out. I wasn't sure.
No, Ryan, when you said that, it made me smile because that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it where someone checks out my thing, they're going to be completely updated in sports. They're going to be entertained, and they're going to find out about the next Sheriff Podcast live taping. Right?
There we go.
That's awesome, man.
But guys, just before we go though, like the Bottom Line Sports Bar, the Locker Room Studio, Jordan LaRouche, Kerry Goulet, Danny Granger-Art, these guys are like my rock for this type of business. And I just had to put their names out there again.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Congrats on everything and tell them thank you so much for setting everything up and getting you to come on, and best of luck with all the future endeavors, buddy. And we're definitely we're gonna be in the mix on some of that. We're very appreciative. All right.
It's the Sheriff Podcast, correct?
That's correct, my man. Thank you so much, guys.
Our pleasure. Well, huge thanks to Sean for joining us. That was an awesome interview. We didn't know what to expect going in. I know, like I said, a lot of you folks probably never heard of the guy, but you do now. And hopefully you enjoyed the story. Biz, anything you wanted to add before we move along here?
I cannot wait to go to Quebec and check out firsthand how these games get in live action with the chaos. So at some point we'll be heading there. I can't tell you when, but probably do something very similar to Biz does the coast, right? G?
Yeah. I mean, I think a mix of that and maybe a mix of like Road Warriors when you went up and visited Terry Ryan in Newfoundland when he gave us the whole tour of the island.
You should play a game.
Oh,
jeez.
oh yeah. Just what I need to run into Nasty Marasti again. John Nasty Marassi breaking my nose and then having the announcer chirp me. Go check out that one on hockeyfights.com. Oh man.
Jesus.
Punching a fucking bowling ball who's just so happens to be Jeremy Oblonsky's cousin. That fucking family has tortured me more than anything. No, I'm not playing a goddamn game. I will go there and watch.
Yeah, I don't blame you there, Biz. We mentioned Ottawa earlier. A tough start for them. Fans were calling for DJ Smith's head the other day at a game, which pissed off Captain Brady Tkachuk. He strongly defended his coach in the media, said it was all on the players. And earlier, GMP at Dorian already said he had DJ Smith's back. It doesn't seem like he's going anywhere. He's in the first year of a 3-year deal. The third year is the team option. And the Chiclets boys, we got a little scoop right here. We know Deadpool's trying to line up like some George Clooney level money to buy the Senators, but there's another Canadian celebrity-led bid that may be at the table as well. Ottawa native, or is it Nepean? I think you say it, Biz. Nepean native Sandra Oh of Sideways, Killing Eve, and Grey's Anatomy fame. Apparently, she's trying to get some dough together as well to buy the team as well. So this is going to be interesting, man. Two celebrities trying to buy the Sens. Fortunes might be changing in one way or another with this team, Paul.
This is who's got the richer friends game. And Whit, you gonna throw any money in? You got a bunch of buddies you could partner up with to buy an NHL hockey team?
Like, I got $100,000. What does that get me?
Yeah, 0.00001%.
She should hit up what's her face, Ellen Pompeo on Grey's Anatomy. She's made like millions and gazillions of dollars because she became a producer on that show. It's been on for like 78 years. She's probably made over $100 million off that show. Wow. Wouldn't be surprised.
Some of these girls are juggernauts. Who's Chicken by the Sea? Jessica Simpson. With her clothing lines and her fragrances and all this. The Legally Blonde girl. She went on to make a shit ton of dough. They should just get an all-female female ownership group.
Dude, did you hear about that blonde actress who got stabbed? Reese
Witherspoon?
No, with a knife.
You motherfucker. I'm going to get my tea to warm up my throat. You sandbagging son of a bitch.
Wow.
That is, you know what that is? That's a peak dad joke. Should he have to do a lap for that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a big dad joke guy.
I'm a dad, bro.
There you go.
I'm doing home burst, boy.
It's crazy. Her stoppage. You know, she went to
I'm biting umbilical cords with my teeth, motherfucker.
Sweet Home Alabama is a great flick that she's in.
Dude, she went to a casting call for extras back when she was like 12 or 13. And because she liked her appearance and she was so good, they gave her like a speaking role in the movie. And she's worked her way up to be one of the most powerful women in Hollywood, all because she went to a fucking casting call for extras.
And she can sing because she was in Sing 1 and 2. She's phenomenal.
Oh, and of course, she played June Carter Cash in the Johnny Cash movie, Walk the Line as well. So, anyways, moving right along, we didn't think that Shane Wright of the Seattle Kraken could go to the AHL, but turns out there's a little-known codicil in the NHL Constitution that allows a team to send a CHL player to the AHL on a conditioning stint for a maximum of 14 days if he's been scratched for 5 consecutive games. He could play up to 5 games in the AHL. Basically, the Kraken is going to get him some games down in Coachella Valley. Then he'll join Team Canada for World Juniors and then go back to Seattle, and they'll basically deal with it when he gets back from that. But this is kind of wild. We didn't think he could go there, but Whit, did you know about this little loophole or what?
No, I didn't. But I'm guessing that they knew about it because it works out perfectly now. He goes down. He's going to get his 5 games. He comes back pretty much immediately. He'll be reporting to camp for the Canadian World Juniors. And my guess would be after the World Juniors, he goes to the OHL. Let this kid play hockey. This kid's got to play hockey. Not to mention the fact that he's sitting around at this age, not playing. He also missed a year of hockey in 2020. So I don't really understand. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that because I do. There's points there's points on both sides of this in terms of maybe the OHL isn't best for his development. I disagree in a sense, like let somebody go dominate. And yeah, if you're over there and you're getting 2 points a game and maybe it's not great for your game, but it's better than sitting around and people who say, yeah, he's practicing in the NHL. No, once the season gets going, practices aren't what a guy like that needs. He needs to be playing games. He needs to dominate. And he dominated last year in the OHL. His numbers are ridiculous, but he needs to play hockey at that age. It doesn't matter where you are, just play the game. And so he's going to get to go to World Juniors. He's going to get 5 games in the AHL where he'll probably get close to 20, 22 minutes a game. And then he'll be able to play with his peers, but he has to play, and that's what it comes down to. No more sitting around, no more watching games from the press box. Play hockey at that age.
Hey, Reese, you think he needs to play?
Play hockey. He needs to play the game.
Before I throw on my tinfoil hat here, all right, I do want to mention, I think Jeff, Merrick, and Elliott mentioned this one, that after his 5 games in the AHL, when recalled, his eligibility for the one more game that he could play at the National Hockey League level this year before they sent him down would be against the Montreal Canadiens, which we've seen some fun pettiness this year with the Jack Eichel and the Buffalo situation. Remember, this is the team that had first overall pick, Montreal. I would assume that there was a lot of conversation and dialogue to Shane Wright's side that they were in fact going to pick him, and then they didn't. He slid to 4, and then Shane Wright stared down the draft table at the draft, the Montreal Canadiens draft table, that is. So would I love to see this kid get called up after 5 games in the minors, playing 20 minutes a night, and to see what he can provide in a game all fired up against a team that he thinks that's, spited him or however he feels about the situation. I would love it. Now, shifting back over to the tinfoil hat, this was played perfectly if he does end up getting sent back for the second half of the season, because it's tough probably to stay a little bit motivated. So Seattle gets the best of both worlds. They get him getting NHL reps in practice to start the year. He does get limited time in the games to get his feet wet to see what the pace is like. Then he gets to go get his taste of AHL hockey to play at a more dominant level compared to maybe where it's a little bit easier going back to junior. He gets to go basically play AHL hockey in the sense he's going to play World Juniors. You're playing against the world's best 19-year-olds. I would say that's probably the equivalent to playing in the AHL now, given the veteran rule. You're only allowed 3 veterans in the AHL. So right after Christmas, he gets to go back to junior if that's the case, leading him into a playoff stretch, and then he can go dominate in playoffs at the junior level and then maybe on to the Mem Cup. So at least from his perspective, you're not getting mentally fucked by saying, I got to go play another full year junior, where you get the full half year of NHL money, you get to play the pro hockey, you get the excitement of World Juniors, and then off and running. The tinfoil hat part, I think it might have been a little fake feud going on between Ron Francis and Hackstall about the ice time situation to throw the decoy off so he could go down to expose this rule that I don't think anybody knew about. Maybe Friedman knew about it because he was like the only guy in the world who reads the CBA other than Gary Bettman. But to see that they were able to expose it and drag it out all the way now till basically the middle of January is a perfect fucking situation for the Seattle Kraken. So that's my tinfoil hat theory that they've had this plan the entire time.
You know what I think, Biz?
I'm a fucking moron.
He's got to play.
He got to play.
And Coachella Valley, they're opening a new barn as well, too. I don't know if he's going to get any games in there, but it doesn't hurt to have him playing, whether before or during open a new barn. But Biz, what's their logo, Coachella? Is it like a topless chick with body paint dancing all weird and shit?
What's their nickname? I'm Googling.
The Firebirds. Did you ever
Coachella
go to
Valley
Coachella?
I like that.
Biz, did you ever go to Coachella? That seems like something you would have done.
I bet you think it is something I would have done now, don't you?
Wow. It kind of looks a little.
Before I answer that, do you agree with the fake fight theory between Ronnie Francis and Hackstall, the little media war going on there? The decoy?
I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of had this in the cards, maybe a little pre-planned out.
Thank you, RA.
It's not a serious beef. I mean, yeah, just play the shit. They knew this rule that other people apparently didn't. Ron Francis is no dummy. I mean, you can quibble with his moves over the years, but he's certainly not a dumb guy. So I wouldn't be fucking completely surprised if that was the case, Biz. I'll put a foil hat on right alongside you.
And to answer your question, no, I'm not a basic bitch. I'm not a fucking pumpkin spice latte drinker like the bottom 6 of the Oilers. I'm not wearing the Uggs boots and flowing up the fucking Instagram posts. So no, I have never been to Coachella, all right? And nor have I been to Stagecoach, which is something I would probably rather go to and listen to country music than go to fucking Coachella. Thank you.
Well, we just backed into our next segment. Did you just get into it? The bottom 6 of the Oilers. Basic bitches, pumpkin spice lattes, you're calling them, Biz. What's this all about? Whit, you got to defend your boys here.
Well, listen.
What am I supposed to say?
The Edler hit in LA on McDusty, I probably would have came off the bench 10-game suspension. I don't give a fuck. You send the tone, you set the message. The fact that happens and nobody, hey, listen, was there a little bit of fisticuffs right after the play happened? Sure. But after that, no big response from the bottom 6, seeing the only the only hope in hell you have of winning a Stanley Cup just got lit up at the blue line by Alex Edler. You got to come over the top ropes, brother.
He got Hyman with a similar hit and he got suspended, I think. I don't know if it was last year when it happened, but Hyman after the game was pretty critical of like, that guy's doing that on purpose. He got
Are you talking about when he got Stahl at the Worlds? There's another
Edler got Hyman with a similar knee and got suspended for it.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. I never saw that clip. I saw the one on Stahl at the international competition at the World. So Edler is kind of a sneaky guy who throws some big, massive hits.
Our bottom 6 is nothing to write home about. Not gonna lie on that. But like I let Biz, all right, I let Biz talk his nonsense because we all saw how it went last year. Like, yeah, hopefully the bottom 6 improves and they get some scoring and they actually, or if not scoring, some energy and they end up bringing their games to another level. But Biz can squawk away all he wants. He's got 15 favorite teams and they all stink.
Well, he looked good a couple days later anyways, McDavid. Yet another overtime game-winning goal. I think it was his 56th game winner already. So he was looking good there. But did you think that hit was intentional with the other one? Because I guess he's had some greasy hits over the years, like we were just saying. Do you think it was like accidentally on purpose? Because the legs, they were both moving kind of the same time.
Because he's had instances prior, I tend to lean towards it was a little dirty. But watching the video and in slow-mo, it kind of looked incidental a little bit. I know Oilers fans may be all over me for that, but I would probably lean towards he didn't do that on purpose. I know it sounds crazy.
And listen, I'm not being biased to McDavid here either. If you're an LA Kings fan, I don't care about the hit as far as like whether it was on purpose. I wasn't even judging it. The fact that he even touched McDavid should be where the response happens. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it was clean or dirty. It's like you're going to try to line up our best player and throw a big, massive hit. And people say, oh, why do guys always got to respond for big hits? So it puts the seed of doubt in their mind where next time where he's got him lined up, maybe he doesn't because he knows there's a response coming. Hey, well, call me a caveman, call me a dinosaur, call me the old way of thinking. I don't give a fuck.
Pasta took a pretty decent hit from somebody the other night, and Pavel friggin' Zacha went in there and like did something. So it's, yeah, I know what you're saying. Like if anyone touches him, get in there. And they did they did right away. There was a little bit of a skirmish. Yeah. There was a 2022 NHL skirmish.
But going over to his goal for the Vegas Golden Knights.
Oh my God.
So much so that even the Boston Bruins legend Bob Orr chimed in on Twitter. I didn't even know he had a Twitter, RA.
I didn't either. I knew his firm did, or his agency there, but I didn't know he had his own. And he retweeted the Chiclets account. I was like, "Holy shit, man! That was pretty awesome to see." So, thank you to number 4, Bobby. You're the best.
He said McDavid never ceases to amaze me. He is just something else. So he's in that echelon. He's not far away from potentially getting on that Mount Rushmore. The way that he's got to get the Stanley Cup.
Well, Biz, not everybody is showing proper respect to Connor McDavid, the best player on the planet. Our buddy Big Cat. He's got some weird beef with him, so we're going to bring on Big Cat right now. He's going to have some of this fresh new coffee, I'm sure, but let's see what he has to say. He is a hater. Send it over to Big Cat.
This interview is brought to you by Game Time. Game Time is the ticketing app that makes it easier than ever to score the best deals on tickets to sports, concerts, and shows, and they guarantee the lowest price. If you haven't given Game Time a shot yet, I do not know what you're waiting for. You guys are going to love this app. We've had tons of Barstool and Spittin Chiclets fans using it, hitting us up on social media about all the great deals they're getting and how easy it is to use the app. We recently actually used Game Time for tickets to the Edmonton Oilers, my squad, visiting Carolina and Raleigh, where Carolina shit pumped them and Svechnikov had continued to own the Oilers. So it wasn't a great experience game-wise for me to see my team lose. But Game Time got us in the building and made it a special night. So download the Game Time app, go to the account tab to create a login, and redeem code Chiclets for $20 off your first purchase. Download Game Time, last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Now it's a pleasure to welcome back to the show. It's been a while. Our buddy on the most popular sports podcast in the world, Pod My Take. Big Cat, welcome back to Spittin Chiclets. How you been, my man?
Thank you. It's great to be back. Most popular podcast in America. You guys have Canada on lockdown. We know that. We're like the Spittin Chiclets and PMT. We're like the greatest tag team podcasts of all time, where it's like we just have North America on lock. I think we need maybe a Mexican. Is Mexico part of? Yeah. We need a Mexican podcast to finish the total domination of North America.
We got to start this Connor McDavid stuff, Big Cat. I mean, you're my boy, but like, what the fuck? I mean, come on.
You troll a whole country, man. You troll an entire nation.
That's why you don't
I was almost on Congress, changing and helping that nation, and you troll it in so many ways. The I'm sorry and trolling McDavid.
Let me ask you a question. You guys all saw the clip. Is it our fault that Ryan Whitney has a pigeon brain and he fell for the troll? Like, is that our fault?
Wait. You don't think I knew you were trolling?
I'm pretty sure he mentioned it. He mentioned it.
Hey. Look at me. You knew that I knew you were trolling.
Okay. All right. So you might have known. But when I saw the replies to the tweet and people were like,
"Oh, they were losing.
Is this guy serious? Why don't they stay on the ice the whole time? Like, come on. Obviously, that's the easiest thing to say. But I would say that if Connor McDavid was the best athlete in the world, he would go for like 5-minute shifts, maybe. But that's neither here nor there.
We are a little bit more gullible north of the border, but to completely squash this, can you please publicly apologize to the entire country of Canada, because our Lord and Savior McJesus is by far the best athlete in their individual sport. He's the best athlete on the planet right now. I want to hear it out of your fucking mouth, Mr. Stella Blue. Now,
no,
who's the most dominant athlete compared to their peers in what sport? Tell me.
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh,
Patrick Mahomes is playing quarterback at a level that is just out of this world.
He has one Super Bowl.
Okay, and how many Stanley Cups does Connor McDavid have? You want to do this with?
Tough argument.
He has never ever had the team and the teammates comparable to Patrick Mahomes in that wagon.
And no Andy Reid. And no Andy Reid. That's for sure.
Okay, all right. Let's
Andy Reid's eating habits.
Let's actually have a real discussion here. I think Connor McDavid's incredible, but would you guys not agree that you got to win one before you're in that level? Is that not fair? Is that like, this is now like, you can be the best player in the world, and I know it's a team sport. I know there's got to be a lot of guys around him. Hockey's very tough to win a Stanley Cup, probably the toughest trophy to win in all of sports. But would you not agree that maybe he even has to get to a Stanley Cup final before we start talking about him being the most dominant athlete in all of sports? That feels like, I feel like if we get that one, then maybe we can start having the conversation. Like what Steph Curry does to the game of basketball, and like guys not being able to defend him, that's out of this world.
Big Cat, we're talking about a guy, if he wasn't on the Oilers, they'd be drafting first overall every year. The fact that they're even making playoffs is insane, and that speaks to the volume of not only his athleticism but his hockey talents. And he is on the planet right now, compared to his peers, he is the best single athlete. We can't talk about championships. If you want to talk about the GOAT discussion, absolutely. The Mount Rushmore discussion, you got to win a cup first. But as far as just an individual talent, you don't talk about championships. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
All right. Well, I championships do matter. You never won one, so I understand.
I want
Calder Cup, bitch.
I have a Calder Cup.
I like this too, because Grinelli texted me, and Whit, I had the day that I brought you through. That was today. We did all the shows, and Grinelli was like, "Hey, can you come on and just plug Stella Blue real quick?" I didn't realize I was getting ambushed by the three of you guys.
You thought we were just going to give you a free commercial for your new wonderful coffee?
The fact that you guys have been thinking about this troll for the last month, with like, I'm sorry that I've wrecked.
I've had to call off the guards. I talked to Trudeau, and I said, "Listen, I'm getting him on the podcast. Just pump the brakes. I know that he went at our Lord and Savior here, but let me just talk him off the ledge. He's going to do a public apology on our podcast." All of everybody in politics in Canada listens to our podcast. I don't know if you
I'm above Trudeau in the government.
That's a fact.
I'm above him. I'm telling you right now.
You are in the House of
Open election.
Shout out, by the way, if we're talking Canadian politics, shout out the Toronto Argonauts for winning the Grey Cup.
Yep.
I know it was Rob Ford's favorite team. R.I.P. My guy, my big guy, Rob Ford. Connor McDavid's exceptional. I mean, if you want to talk no championships, right? I actually threw out another one. Shohei Ohtani, what he did this year.
Yeah. He's very valid argument.
That's just, it's crazy that Shohei Ohtani hit 30 plus home runs and had an ERA in the 2s. Like that's
Babe Ruth stuff.
Insane what he did. Maybe how we meet halfway is just say, like, let's just respect all greatness, like Connor McDavid's great. Steph Curry's great, Patrick Mahomes great, Shohei Ohtani's great. Let's just respect all greatness without having to belittle ourselves and go down to this conversation of like, who's the GOAT? And definitely not when you say your GOAT is a guy who has no rings.
Maybe we should put a pot of coffee on here, Dan, and have a little peace talk.
Thank you, R.A.
Some Stella Blue, perhaps. Your new coffee line. Tell the folks about it. The commercial was tremendous with your dog. The whole idea was brilliant. So Where did the idea come from? How long have you been such a coffee nut for? Like, give us a little background here, Dano.
No one's going to buy my coffee after you guys bombarded me with that because people are going to be so mad. By the way, I think Cale Makar is actually the best player in the NHL. I'll just throw that out there as well. So, you're
trying to move some units in Colorado, the southern state.
I'm just saying.
Is that where you get your beans, Colorado?
Big southern market, Biz.
Big southern market.
He wants a house in Aspen, Biz, or Vale, actually.
Is that not is Cale Makar in the conversation because he does everything?
Yes, he is.
I think he's only got a few goals this year. So right now, the pace that McDusty's on, I don't think anybody's competing with him. But nor here nor there.
So put me down for Cale Makar as being the most dominant player in all of sports right now.
All right,
and he loves coffee.
And he loves coffee. Yeah. So I mean I love coffee. I've always loved coffee. I got 2 kids. I need coffee to survive. And Biz actually came up with the idea when he was on PMT. He was like, it was like maybe a month and a half ago. He's like, you should start a coffee company. I was like, good idea. So it only took like 3 weeks. We built the whole thing. And yeah, Biz is basically credit to Biz for everything. No,
I almost blew the cover, but when I said that, I'm like, man, I would buy your coffee just for the amount of memes you post about it, which I mean, I don't think you've missed yet, right? So
well,
did the meme streak begin? Sorry to was that all a long play, slow play?
No. And Whit, you can Whit, in RA2, actually all 3 of you guys have been around forever and such an integral part of Barstool. You know that at this company, we are idiots,
Yeah.
like dumb person myself. So I started as memes and then it took like 6 months and Erica was like, why don't you start your own coffee company? I was like, shit, I never even thought about that. Like, that's a pretty good idea. I would have just been, if it weren't for Erica, I would have just been memeing till the day I die. I would have been like, I would have died. I would have been on my deathbed and my kids would have been like, where's our inheritance? I'd be like, here, I have a fucking meme for you.
Given the context of the story, maybe you should start an organic blend as well. Because right now you have, there you go. There you go. So you have a light roast, a medium roast, and then the Electric Avenue dark roast.
Yes. I just realized too, this is just the scene from Wayne's World where they're doing all the commercials. And it's like, we got Whit with his Pink Whitney shit, you with your Big Deal Brewing. I got we're just like, we'd never sell out. Right, guys?
Oh, this might not be a good time.
I never would have said that.
This might not be.
I never would have either.
Yeah, this might not be a good time to steal some of your thunder, but RA is actually coming out with a little bit of competition. He's actually going to release a tea.
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just announce right now.
Just a splash of crack in it.
Yes.
Yeah. And Grinelli's coming out with mouse traps. Yes. But going back to the coffee, so like, how was the whole process of figuring out what you wanted to do with it? Obviously, you come out with the 3 roasts in which are available in a bundle package. Talk us through the whole process of starting them all.
Is this how he does interviews? I can't take him serious like this.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're just doing like I feel like I'm sitting next to you and Wayno on the set. Like we're just doing
man's biz.
Take us through that goal.
Take us through that goal.
No, because I'm curious.
Are you question shamed right now, Biz?
I'm getting fucking question
shamed.
Biz is
getting question shamed. You're Jack Hughes, big cat.
I'm taking a timeout. I'm taking a timeout. No, I'm taking a timeout.
Keep him in, Biz. It was a great question. I'm just not used to you being like, a real journalist.
Professional.
You were professional there.
Right.
What was the question? I can't even remember it.
I asked how many poops a day do you take after consuming all your coffee?
A lot. No, it was crazy because so Erica told me like, hey, let's do this. And I was like, all right, well, I don't know what to do. And she's like, well, we have people like you guys, when you come to the office in New York, do you ever go up to the 3rd floor?
Yes. The
3rd floor has like 100 people who are so goddamn talented. And like the amount of people like, so Will Walker, I'll just name a few, Will Walker, Courtney, and this guy, Trevor, they were like the 3 that kind of spearheaded it. And they basically like, and Stu too, not Stu Feiner, they like learned everything about coffee. They learned everything about the business. They took me to this place called Regal Coffee that does our bagging and all the beans and everything. We went and tried 60 cups of coffee. They like dialed down the taste to exactly what I wanted. all the branding, the websites. It's nuts. It's nuts. Like it's more like blew my mind. Like, oh my God, like Barstool has the power to do these things and do them efficiently. When I just think about like where we were so many, like 5-6 years ago, where it was like, I don't know, like it's like the old hypothetical, how long would it take you if you had to build like a rocket to get to the moon, or how long would it take you to build a boat if you had to be like Columbus and go across the ocean? How long would it take me 5 years ago to build a coffee company just with me?
I remember when I first joined Barstool. I think like once a week somebody was bitching at All Business Pete because the Wi-Fi wasn't working at the fucking office.
It still doesn't work.
Okay.
It still doesn't work. Yeah, that still doesn't work. But
Is All Business Pete still there getting bitched at?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He's a lifer. I love the Barstool lifers where it's like, dude, you're not going anywhere for anything. Like you're here forever, and there's nothing you're going to do about it. Like you're stuck with us. We're stuck with you. It just is what it is.
His voice right now is disgusting.
Oh, gross.
I heard his voice. I had to Google. I was like, that's him. I had to see the video of it.
Dave made him stop talking when we were on the Maction tour. First day he comes in, he tries to talk, and Dave's like, are you sick? And then he literally didn't say a word for the rest of the time. He also, another side, just a funny All Business Pete. The guy works. Don't ever tell him I said this, ever. Okay. If you repeat this, I will deny it till the day I die. But he works insanely hard and like sets things up to make us look good. That like he's flying around the country. He's doing all this stuff. We've been doing the college football show for 5 years. I want to say, I don't know, 6 or 7 Saturdays in the fall. We do the on-site location. This year we're at Penn State. He walks onto the bus and Dave just looks at me. He goes, "You come to these things?" I was just like,
oh my goodness. I will say he's got
and he meant that. He was
like,
so
I didn't know you come to these things. That's how good Pete is, though. He's working behind the scenes, like making sure everything looks great. And Dave was like,
he must deep down hate Dave so much. That's just such a shriveling.
He's always got a resting bitch face. I feel like the guy, like he has that look where he just like hates my guts.
Yeah,
so
he's a grumpy bastard. I always say hi. He says, "How you doing?"
Yeah. No, Pete will sometimes come to my desk and he like early in the morning, like when it's just like 3 people in the office, and he and I will have like a 10 or 15 minute talk about like our kids or whatever, and just like real human being talk. And then at the end, we'll just be like, that was weird. Like, get out of here. Like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Like, don't ever say it. Don't ever say we did this.
All right. I think you had one, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a relatively newbie to coffee. I just started drinking a couple years ago. Like, which one has the most oomph, like caffeine-wise? Like, people think the dark roast is, but I heard that's not true. So break it down for us.
Great question. Great question, RA. That's how you ask a question, Biz.
Fuck off.
It blew my mind when we went to the Regal factory. The dark roast has the least amount of caffeine because everyone's always like, oh, the strongest coffee is the dark roast. They burn the caffeine out of the dark roast. So that's why it like has that burnt taste to it. So light actually has the most caffeine. I have probably used that fun fact 100 times in the last 6 months. No one really thinks it's that fun, but they all are like, oh, that's cool. So I appreciate anyone who I've told that to is like giving me the time of day to be like, interesting fact.
Well, I'm glad now that I know, because I need the most oomph, because like coffee actually has double the caffeine of tea. I mean, I like a cup of tea, but when you like need a little like a boost, you need fucking some coffee. So go ahead, Biz. I knew you wanted.
Well, I have you told the story about like the name of it and like why you named it Stella Blue?
Yeah,
to our audience. Yeah,
I don't want you to cry though, Dan.
That was Hank's fault. Right now. That's your boy Hank. Hank sat me down and was like, we need to do a backstory of the coffee brand, building the brand. And he asked like 5 or 6 softball questions. And then he's like, what about your dog, Stella? She's sick. And I was like, oh, cool, dude. And so I started to get a little teary eyed, but yeah, Stella has been with us for, she's 11 and a half. So I adopted her before I even started at Barstool. And she's been through the move, Chicago to New York. Used to be back in the day, I'd be sitting blogging 15 blogs a day and she'd just be sitting next to me all day. And so I was like, she has a kidney disease, which is incurable with dogs. She's an older dog. So it's not like, it's sad, but it's also, she's an older dog. So, we found out, I think like maybe 9 months ago that she had a kidney disease. So it was like, this just happens. And is like, as much time as we get with her is awesome. And so I was like, why not? My favorite thing in the world to do back before kids and everything was just wake up, take her for a long walk, get a cup of coffee, gamble my face off. And so figured why not have her legacy live forever with Stella Blue. So
that's awesome.
It was kind of seamless.
Great story.
Such a great name too.
And it's funny, like Portnoy's dog's named Stella too, right? So
yeah.
that's just
I have
so
a
random.
theory. I have a theory that there's guy dog names. You can use any name. Like you could name a bulldog Kevin, right? You can't name a girl dog like Samantha. There's not a lot of girl dog names when you actually break it down. Like it's like Sadie, Stella. Here, Stella's barking right now. Like what are the girl dog names that you guys know? Like because you know what I mean. Like
Sharon,
you meet a dog and it's like
Katie.
I don't
Yeah,
know, but
like-
somebody with a dog named Sam right now is just cursing you out. Like, that's
yeah.
just
Oh yeah. But I'm right. They're wrong. Like Stella's just a great dog name.
Big Cat, I named my dog Ravioli, and she's a girl. I think that's a great dog name.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's weird. The corgi, I think it fits perfect.
Yeah, all right. Corgis are weird dogs. So you can
Yeah,
name
she's
them
a little
anything.
fatty. We call her Ravi, so it works perfect.
That's good. I like that. But yeah, like you can't like if you meet a bulldog named George or Bill, you're like that dog rocks. If you meet like a bulldog named like Catherine, what? You know what I mean?
Hey, what's up, Katie?
Like it's something about it. I don't know what it is, but like it just doesn't really work. So yeah.
So Big Cat, where can people get this online? So if people listen, they want to
Dude.
try it out.
All right. I don't care what Biz and Wit say about you when you're not around. You're fucking good at this.
Well, thank you, buddy. Mucho apreciado.
So such a mean thing I just did there. StellaBlueCoffee.com. I love doing that to people being like, dude, I don't care what everyone says. Like, you're not that bad of a guy.
You're not
Why
going
don't
to
you
shame
explain
him?
your joke, Dan? Come on.
Yeah, we get it, buddy.
Well, I don't know. I made it uncomfortable for you guys. StellaBlueCoffee.com.
You
Yeah.
brought up the college football show. Now, who are the fucking teams to watch, and like what have you been following the most in the football world in the last couple of weeks?
Why don't you give, because Wit obviously follows, but why don't you take a stab at it? Who's left?
What do you mean?
Like you tell me. Just like I just want to hear what you.
I don't know. I don't know.
Is the
Yeah.
top teams, Biz.
College football wise.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that Alabama got knocked off 2 games this year, so they're not in the number 1 seed anymore. God, is TCU a name?
Yeah.
Okay,
You
so
got this.
TCU.
Pretty good, Biz.
But I was asking more about like what are the top stories? Like what's the drama that's going on? I know a couple of these guys mentioned before we hopped on here this guy for the Jets saying that like no, the game wasn't their fault when they only scored 3 points, the fact that they lost. But that guy's out plowing his mom's friends in the offseason. Like I don't know enough about the NFL, but tell me what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, that was Zach Wilson. That I mean, you guys can say to it like, if you were in his locker room, would you not be rip shit? Like the Jets defense is elite. Held the Patriots to 3 points for the entire game. Zach Wilson played like shit. He's played like shit for the majority of the year. And then afterwards, he's like, "Are you holding back this team?" And he's like, or like, "Do you feel responsibility for like a great defensive performance, the offense not doing their part?" He's like, "No." It's crazy. It's crazy.
So, like, how do you not take some accountability?
Yeah. It'd be like a goalie giving up 7 goals and being like, "Nah, the defense sucks."
I saw a meme or a tweet. Through the same amount of games started, he's pretty much exactly, if not worse, than Jamarcus Russell.
He so
sucks.
bad. He's so bad, Wit. He is so bad.
So
He's
You think it's because he's out pounding his mom's friends instead of getting his nose?
I
in the
feel like that
playbook?
would get him going, if anything.
No, do you know what it is? And maybe this is, I don't really know. Like, I'm trying to think about the analogy for hockey, because hockey is different where like guys play in the minors for a really long time. They build themselves up and they get to a point where it's like, okay, you can handle the pro game.
It's called the CFL.
Right. There's something about college football, especially with quarterbacks. Like a quarterback can be great in college football and you kind of don't know if they've got it for the NFL until you see it. And it's like, maybe this guy just doesn't have it. Like he was great in college. And then there's no like minor league. You could say college football is minor leagues, but like there's no like intermediary step for them where it's like they get thrown in as like, oh wait, shit, like
So
the things that he's trying to do in college.
I've said
don't
this
work
before, and I know that the CFL probably won't agree to it because it's actually in fact older than the NFL, and there's so much history behind it. But I don't understand why they don't turn it to somewhat of a development league.
Yeah,
I know even with the rules being different, like I don't know, maybe even adjust those and like find a happy median. But they got to find an AHL for football.
Yeah,
they tried to make one league that's kind of brutal, isn't it?
The XFL and the USFL are coming back this spring, but the problem is they don't, like, if they could ever really do it correctly, they'd have to do it with the NFL where guys can go up and down the roster.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Whit, you said it in the podcast today. He goes, the kid needs to play, because we were talking about Shane Wright, where why haven't they thought to develop some sort of minor league system for football?
Because college football is such an enormous market, and like the way it works, these schools get all the money. The NCAA has all the money. The scouts in the NFL, then it's just like it works so perfectly now. They don't need a minor league.
So wait, Shane Wright for the Kraken, right?
Yeah.
I know
good
my
sports
shit.
knowledge.
I know my shit. Come on.
Good sports knowledge.
I think Connor McDavid might be the most dominant athlete in all of sports.
Big Cat, I got to.
I just want people to buy coffee, and I realize you guys fucking ambushed me. Every hockey fan's gonna listen to the first part of this interview and be like, "I fucking."
It's already been banned.
How many cups of coffee you hammer down a day?
4 to 5.
And
It's
are you
usually
going straight? Are you going straight black? Or are you just throwing a little cream, little sugar?
Switching back and forth. No sugar, never sugar, because I'm fat enough. Like if I added sugar,
I feel like you're slimming up a little bit. You got a trainer?
You know what it is? You guys know.
I heard you got a trainer. Oh, you're wearing the Spanx?
Oh
I'm
my
wearing
God.
Spanx.
What are you going? The Oscars later?
I'm wearing
Wow.
Spanx, baby.
Is that Kim Kardashian's line?
I'm wearing Spanx, and I am
Hey,
not
I
ashamed
would wear
of it.
Spanx.
Dude, you should wear Spanx. I went down to LSU for LSU Ole Miss, and I'm not going to say the guy's name because I don't know if he's comfortable outing himself as a Spanx guy, but it's a guy who is a very successful person. We were talking and we were catching up, and he was like, "You're looking kind of slim," and I was like, "I don't feel slim," and he's like, "Yeah, you know what the secret is?" And he pulled up his shirt and he had Spanx on. He's like, I was like, "Damn, that's it, isn't it?" And I just admit it. Like, I just tell people, like, yeah, people are like, "You're looking slim." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, it's the Spanx. I don't care. I look good in pictures. I feel tighter."
Yeah,
and
feeling tighter must be nice.
Have they came on as a podcast sponsor yet? Now that you're somewhat of a brand ambassador, probably the biggest one other than Kim K.
Yeah, they did hit me up. They're going to send me some free stuff. Maybe we can get them to sponsor. But also, like, I get it when girls talk about like taking off their bra after a long day of work. When I take the Spanx off after a long day of work, the sausage just falls out and it feels so good.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's like, don't let the stank out.
Grinelli's already got Chiclets Spanx shirts being printed for the Black Friday sale. 20% off.
If I can tell anything, like fuck the coffee. Who cares? You want to buy it, great. If you don't, like whatever. That's fine. I probably lost some people anyway at the beginning of the conversation. But if I can impart one piece of wisdom to the listeners of Spittin Chiclets, the great listeners of Spittin Chiclets, #1 podcast in Canada, don't be ashamed to wear Spanx.
Don't you feel like a lady?
We don't question shame, and we don't fat shame around here.
No. If let me ask you a question. What's easier? Getting a trainer, going to the gym every day for 6 months, or $20 on Amazon for a pair of Spanx?
That's a great point.
I mean, that's a hell of a point. This is true, like, work smarter, not harder type of energy.
What's like catching your eye as far as NHL action? Any you've been following it all? I know you got so many sports that you got to keep track of.
You guys cut out there for a second. I want to say so far what's been catching my eye with the NHL season is hold on, you guys are cutting in and out. The Bruins,
on his forehead,
the Bruins haven't
you just
lost,
see Google,
and the Stars look really strong too.
There you go.
Yeah, Stars
and
are
so do the
buzzing.
Knights.
Stars
NHL.com.
And also the Devils. The Devils are incredible. If I had to pick 4 teams, and I don't know, I haven't really tuned in. the four best teams, in my opinion, right now are the Knights, the Stars, the Bruins, and the Devils.
Great insight. That's great insight.
And the worst teams in the league, the Senators stink. The Ducks are terrible. What do they got, like 11 points? I don't know. I'm just guessing.
They have not won a game in regulation.
I do love hockey. It's just at this point in the season, there's so much football going on. Like, I'm the same. People will be like, "Oh, but you watch it." Like, I don't know. Outside of watching the Bulls, like, I don't know what's going on in the NBA either. Like, those seasons don't start for me until January. Like, they just don't. There's too much shit going on every single night. And so, but yeah, I think I nailed my analysis, right?
Yeah, you crushed it.
Fucking spot
you
on.
hammered
You
it.
might be the next guy on TNT. We had Yan step in last week. We should throw you up there with Wayno talking Anson.
I'm ready to go. So, what does Eddie O always say? Keep your stick on the ice.
Keep your stick
Good
on
things
the
will
ice.
happen. Stick on the ice.
Big Cat, I know you're a busy guy. We thank you so much for coming on. Pod might take us the podcast. Stella Blue is the coffee. Get some, and hopefully we'll see you soon down headquarters, my man.
I thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I love your guys' show. I love all of you guys individually.
Ditto.
And I apologize to Canada.
There you go. Sorry.
Hey.
Sorry. There it is. I apologize to Canada. So go buy some coffee. And Connor McDavid, I'm going to put him in my Mount Rushmore of most dominant athletes right now.
And
Shohei, Mahomes, Steph Curry, Connor McDavid. How does that sound?
There you go. I'll take that. That's a great.
The Holland soccer player in Man City. Big Cat also shout out the YouTube clip of when you're just chasing Stella around your apartment. One of an all timers when you're filming a podcast, screaming at her.
Let me see if I can.
I guess people could YouTube that.
Yeah.
Stella, come here.
Look
Yeah,
like
when
Luda
in
from
my
The
old
Simpsons.
apartment in Chicago, when we were doing KFC radio.
This
Oh,
is how he's going to sell the coffee.
there we go.
There's
That
the
looks like the
star.
dog that truck stick me in the woods. What kind of dog is that?
Maybe he's coming at you.
Pure mutt. We did the like whatever the 23andMe is for dogs. It was like pit bull, cattle dog, eagle, like everything. She had shepherd, like everything.
Eagle.
So she's as much of a mutt as it gets, which is the best type of dog. The dogs no one wants. That's the ones you want. No, adopt, don't shop. Oh, last thing. There is a portion of the money is going to be going to Paws Chicago, where I adopted Stella. So if you like dogs, it's great coffee. I really do think it's great coffee. But if you like dogs, this is helping dogs as well.
You're the
Big
man,
Cat, we
pal.
appreciate you, brother.
I got to get my hands
Big
on some of
Cat.
that Java.
Yeah, congratulations, man. I'm looking forward to trying some. Maybe you can send me some for
I will
the
send
day
you some.
for the day
Send
you
me-
put me to work.
All of you send me your address and I'll send you some.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good, buddy.
Congratulations, man.
That interview was also brought to you by Shopify. It's time to knock that new business idea out of the park with Shopify, the all-in-one commerce platform to start, run, and grow your business. Forget the off-season work. Shopify makes it simple to sell to anyone from anywhere. Whether you're selling warm-ups or wall hangers, it's time to start selling with Shopify and join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide. With Shopify, you'll customize your online store to your brand, discover new customers, and build the relationships that create die-hard fans. Shopify fields all the sales channels to grow a winning business, from an in-person POS system to an all-in-one e-commerce platform, even across social media platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. And thanks to 24/7 support and free on-demand business courses, Shopify is on your team every step of the way. When you're ready to take your winning ideas to the world, team up with Shopify, the commerce platform powering millions of businesses down the street and around the globe. Try out Shopify for free today and start selling anywhere. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.com/chiclets, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/chiclets to start selling online today. One more time, shopify.com/chiclets. Well, he's our buddy, but we don't agree with him. Big Cat, hell of a guy, but I don't know what this McDavid stuff is. Either way, get his new coffee, Stella Blue. It's good stuff if you're into coffee. I got to get my hands on some.
I will say I've had it every day that I've gone into the office. I've had it. They have tons there. It is incredible. I love the light roast, the medium roast, and the dark roast. All amazing.
You can get them in bundle packages as well. So a pretty cool story. Named it after his dog, and And yeah, it's all good stuff. Now, RA, I know you don't agree with his McDavid take. Maybe your answer back is you start your own tea. Maybe your own tea line.
Wow.
Since you're the big tea guy on the podcast.
I told you before the show, I don't think I ever got this many DMs about anything. The Yorkshire tea, I told everyone last week. I must have like legit 40 DMs. Like people.
I went to go to Wegmans for it. They didn't have it.
Amazon got it. That's where I got it from Amazon.
I'm going to order it.
Oh, it's so goddamn good. But people, shout out to our fans over in England and the UK. So many of them are willing to ship it over to me, which I appreciate. Fortunately, I could already get it, but it's a tremendous tea. So, yeah, maybe if anyone in Yorkshire is listening, we got a little collab going. See what happens.
Buddy.
All right, you mentioned England there real quick. So my family owns a bar in Boston. It's called the Greatest Bar, and they are the England bar for Boston. So at like 9 a.m. this morning, the bar was fully packed with everybody screaming and singing. And I'll say that like when the last time the World Cup was going on, I went to my family's bar for an England game. It is the craziest environment in the world. And I know you're going to dive into the World Cup talk, but man, like the Brits go hard at 9 a.m.
Basically everyone but Americans. Actually, Americans have gotten hip to soccer. What's a perfect example? When we started the show, I think we were probably goofing on soccer. Now you're basically a footy head all of a sudden. But we'll get to the World Cup a little later. The Flames and Panthers had their first game since the big trade. Those Florida fucking reverse retros, those blues, those are gorgeous. But Whit, I know you wanted to chime in on this, big guy.
Maybe the biggest example of what Biz calls tummy sticks in NHL history. Jonathan Huberdeau returning to Florida, Mackenzie Weegar returning to Florida. Those two guys, along with Barkov, are the last three guys on the ice, passing it back and forth. Barkov sending Huberdeau in on breakaways, just a complete tummy stick festival.
Come on, the reverse 69 was a bit much. The reverse 69 was a bit much.
It was.
Like on the ice in front of.
I mean, we got fans announcing Barkov to Hubie one last time for an empty net breakaway. It was just wow. And the Flames went on to get I think they got the shootout win. Kachuk, what did Kachuk 1-1? But the Flames get the win. So yeah, I just thought you would have got a kick out of that, Biz. Just guys snapping around in warm-ups. It used to be you could get killed in warm-ups, no ref on the ice. Now you're getting breakaway passes from your old buddy.
I'm not sure if this is the way they did it last time, but the way that they've launched the reverse retros, so it seems every one of them gets their day, or at least they just do a couple each one, has been awesome. And I've been very, very pleased with most of the jerseys and the way they've executed them. I agree. I loved the Florida ones. There's really not too many I dislike.
That's so on brand for you.
So wait, all right, you were saying that one of the most positive feedbacks have been the Minnesota Wild's reverse retros?
Oh yeah, they're gorgeous. They're basically the old North Star colors with pretty much the same logo, and they got the stars going down on the pants. Absolutely gorgeous. A lot of people think they should be their regular jerseys all the time. But Whit, I wanted to ask you, do you remember your first game back in Pittsburgh as a member of the Ducks?
Yeah, -3. We got smoked.
Okay, yeah, I looked it up. November 16th, Pittsburgh. You played 24-51, 2 shots on goal, -3, and a 5-2 loss.
14 too many.
But your first game against Pittsburgh.
Imagine Biz playing 24 minutes.
I would have had
that was a season for that guy.
I would have had a jammer.
Your first game, though, Whit, was actually at Anaheim versus Pittsburgh. You played 28-37 that first game versus Pittsburgh. You were a fucking Iron Man back there.
Oh, yeah, you know me.
When you don't stop, you can play 45 minutes already.
When you don't go in the corners already and you don't touch a soul, you can play a long time.
Oh, shit. Well,
and I didn't even play a long time.
All right. Or Whit, you were the one who chirped me about the ice time. I played 11 minutes one night in Edmonton. I honestly, I thought I was gonna have to amputate my legs
right to the hospital.
Oh man, I that was the only optional skate I ever got off. Was the night after that, or the day after that game. We were back in Arizona. Ended up getting two of the greasiest assists you've ever seen, and played 11 minutes.
You had 2 apples in that game.
It was basically a national holiday in Arizona. So I got the day off the practice, and it was kind of nice to feel like a big dog for once, where I never took my off.
Hey, you got a massage that day, trainers rubbing your quads out.
It's like
it's great effort last night. Want to come do some power play work?
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, it's like donor off the table. Yeah, it's off the table. I'm getting rubbed. One masseuse each leg. But no, that was that was the most I ever played in an NHL game with. So wow, 28. That's impressive, brother.
Thanks, bro. We probably lost that game too.
Actually, let's see. I think you did lose that one too. But hey, your old teammate Alex Goligoski, awesome moment Saturday night. He had played his 1,000th game a few weeks back, and he's been basically getting scratched ever since. They celebrated him before the game. His whole family was there. Overtime, he ends up scoring the game winner, defenseman, and they asked his parents, the great writer Mike Russo asked his parents for a reaction. And his mom said, we were like, what the hell's he even doing out there? His mother suing him, like, what's he doing out there in overtime? But just an awesome moment. He gave the interview after. He was very emotional. The clip of Creed, Dean Everson, going absolutely banana lands behind the bench, like high-fiving, hugging everybody. Just an awesome moment. Whit, I'll go to you on this. I know he was an old teammate of yours as well.
Yeah, roommate of mine. I've said many times on this show, he's a great person. Not just a great hockey player and what a career he's had, but a great human being. And I was so happy for him. He's got kids now. He's got his wife. He's an older guy. And dealing with getting scratched, it's hard, right? Like, this has probably been the toughest season of his career just because he's had such a great run in terms of being a top 4 defenseman, being in this league, being a great skater. And all of a sudden now the team's struggling. He's not playing, and he gets back in the lineup. He gets celebrated for 1,000 games. What a run. And he gets the OT winner. It was just a perfect story and definitely a night he'll never forget. And seeing his parents go nuts, his kid was cheering, his wife was cheering, and then how emotional he was. I'll tell you, that clip and Malkin's son reading the starting lineup for his 1,000th game, I was waterworks all weekend. I was emotional watching both of them, maybe because I know Goligoski real well, and maybe because my son's the same age as it looked like Nikita Malkin was in reading the starting lineup. It was just amazing to see. It's so great. It's why hockey's the best sport in the world. And the coolest part, and I think Goose would agree, was I do not remember a time in which you saw a team that fired up to run on the ice and celebrate with a guy in an overtime regular season game. I mean, you see the clip in the corner, and Foligno is literally high-stepping like Eruzione after he got the game winner against Russia. He's going nuts, tackles him, and all the guys want to give Goose a hug. And then just seeing a true pro in Goose give that interview and really looked like a baby back bitch crying his eyes out, but why wouldn't he be? It was just awesome to see. I'm so happy for him and his family. It was a cool moment. Two amazing moments involving families. And like I said, hockey's the greatest sport in the world. You don't see that anywhere else.
Summarized perfectly by you, Whit. I was also teammates with him, and no surprise that was the reaction from his teammates, because even when he came here to play for Arizona, we'll do anything for the boys. Great guy in the locker room and just a salt of the earth human being. And the fact that he got to do it in his home state, in front of the home crowd and in front of his parents is a very special moment. So congrats, Goose. I know you're not going to be collecting any of your bets that you beat Whit on when you guys were playing video games in Pittsburgh.
No, I was scrubbing him.
Oh, were you?
Scrubbing him.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, Mike Russo called that one of the coolest victories in Wild history. And like you said, if you watch it, you had to agree that celebration was awesome. And back to Gino, not only the clip of his son in the locker room, which very emotional. You could tell they were both teared up. What about the clip of all the boys on the rink when they're stretching? And they all, oh my God, that was absolutely hysterical.
Apparently they did it when Sid played his 1,000th. They all did that as well. They all did his warm up where they do the stick routine and all that. So I would imagine
he takes the stick off, takes the gloves off, reties his skates,
does the whole the exact same routine we've seen from Sid for all these years. And I would imagine with Letang's coming up soon, he'll be getting that treatment as well. But so cool to see his kid read the card and him get emotional as well, Whit. And just like you said, a very emotional weekend as far as hockey was concerned. And on top of that, even Hossa getting his jersey retired. So there was a lot of memorable moments.
And in terms of getting emotional, Hughes just went to Heishier, who went to Bratt for a rocket one-time snipe to go up 1-0 on the Oilers on the power play. So the train keeps rolling.
Yeah, Biz Host's 81 went to the United Center Rafters Sunday night, the first of many from those Blackhawk teams. But 1,000, that seems to be the major number this week. Phil Kessel played 1,000 games in a row. First guy ever to do it. Impressive as all hell. Sounded like he was even impressed as well. Gee, let's run that clip of Kessel getting interviewed.
Yeah, I mean, today, I started thinking about 1,000. 1,000 in general is a lot. And, 1,000 in a row. I don't know. I was thinking, I don't know how I did it, but somehow I did.
I mean, he's a guy who's pretty nonchalant, doesn't get fazed by much. But even he was like, "Yeah, I thought about it today, and I was wondering how I did it." He got a nice little snazzy jacket. I mean, Biz, are we ever going to see this again? Yeah,
never. I was just going to say that.
Okay,
this will never happen again.
No,
it's just.
I think it's so fitting and so perfect for hockey that Phil Kessel will be the only person to ever play 1,000 straight games. He's the Cal Ripken of the National Hockey League, but it's Phil.
Yeah, that was a great in terms of him being like, I don't know how I did this. but you could take the most jacked specimen of all time, and it would be the same thing in terms of like, I don't know how I did this. Like it's like 80% luck, if not more. And I know preparation and being a pro and all the things that go into playing that long in the NHL, but it's luck, man. To not catch a puck or a stick or something to injure you and get you out of a game is just, it's almost a miracle in a sense. And for him to do it, you're right, Biz. It's the perfect guy to have that record that I believe will never be touched.
And I mean, I know baseball, there's a lot more games in a season and guys take days of rest, but that'd be hard to do playing baseball. To play the fastest game on earth that's full contact sport and play 1,000 in a row, that's why I don't think, and as soft as the game is today compared to the way it was, which is kind of even crazier to think about, like for the first, I don't know, 5 to 6, 7 years of his career, the game was a lot more physical where guys were running around still trying to kill each other. I think it slowed down to a certain extent with the way that the game's played. So even with the way it is played, I don't think anybody's going to touch it. And I agree with you.
Wait, does this cement his Hall of Fame chances or enhance them?
Enhance.
Okay.
I'm not going to say Phil Kessel's a Hall of Famer right now. I know I have such a different. Biz had put in fucking.
I put in Howler,
Roman Czechmanic in the Hall of Fame. Like Biz will throw anyone in there. I'm just like, when I look at the Penguins and I look at the teams he won the Stanley Cup with, it's like Crosby, Malkin Hall of Fame, and like I look at the Bruins, it's like Bergeron, and then I'm so tough on the Hall of Fame. I'm not ready to throw Phil in. People may think I'm crazy for that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, that's why they call it debates. But how about this? They sold $1 hot dogs for his 1,000th straight game. Biz, what would the arena sell for $1 at a big milestone game for you?
Condoms.
Why you don't
dildos?
Just big rubber dildos.
It's just like a giant care package of Big Deal Brewing, Pink Whitney, ribbed extra small condoms, KY gel, and like
ribbed,
and like a choke collar.
Ribbed for her pleasure.
Basically a full gag gift store. Basically a Hot Topic store. Grab whatever you want for $1.
A swipe up.
I'm trying to think of what they'd get for wit for $1.
A big ear, an afro, a balding afro, Will Ferrell's body, and like toenails that are way too long.
No, you have to think of something that's worth the price of $1. Like condoms was a good answer because $1 a condom, that's reasonable. They give them away for free at the Olympic Village, for crying out loud.
You've never even worn one.
It's because I got the 4Z. I just tie the top. $1. I don't know. All right. What would you want for $1?
Oh, the fucking old school price for a nice joint, like old school hand rolled bone. $1 a joint.
One that nobody can smoke out of.
Yeah,
you rolled it.
Tightest rolled joint.
I love it. I was waiting
basically the blowing into a trumpet.
I know. It gotta be fucking.
If you need, it's almost like if you need to sober up, smoke an RA joint.
Gradell, what would you have?
I would say maybe a little rubber mouse, like little $1 rubber mouses would be great for me.
Okay. Yeah. I like that. Especially if it's in Florida.
Oh my God, the mouse clip of you. That was fucking priceless. A couple more strokes here. John Tavares became the 107th NHLer to reach 400 goals Tuesday in Pittsburgh. It was 128th goal as a Leaf. And Sid and Ovi both passed Brian Trottier on the all-time points list last week. Ovi now 18th with 1,427 points. Sid is 17th with 1,436. Next up on the list, Teemu Selanne has 1,451. By the way, Sid on an absolute fucking tear. 10 points in his last 3 games. He's putting his team on his back. No surprise there.
Before we go any further, I want to talk to you about BetterHelp. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. And unfortunately, life doesn't come with a user manual. So when it's not working for you, it's normal to feel stuck in a bad spot. And navigating any of life's challenges can make you feel unsure, whether it's a career change, a new relationship, or becoming a parent. It could be anything in life. Therapists are trained to help you figure out the cause of challenging emotions and learn productive coping skills, which makes therapy the closest thing to a guided tour of the complex engine called you. Just feeling stuck in any aspect of life, talking to someone, I've done it, makes you feel so much better. I think at many times it can make you feel at ease. And I think any person who's ever feeling down should give it a shot and speak it to someone and try to get things figured out, because it's definitely helped me in my life. And as the world's largest therapy service, BetterHelp has matched 3 million people with professionally licensed and vetted therapists, available 100% online. Plus, it's very affordable. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a therapist. If things aren't clicking, you can easily switch to a new therapist anytime. It couldn't be easier. No waiting rooms, no traffic, no endless searching for the right therapist, which could be hard. And learn more and save 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/chiclets. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/chiclets.
What else? Oh, and congrats to Hillary Knight. She became the first women's player to be awarded.
What a performance.
Yep, first women's player to be awarded a gold or silver stick by USA Hockey. It was a gold one. She has the all-time points record and record breaking for the World Championships. It's a 22-pound solid bronze stick. It's fabricated to her exact specifications on her game sticks. Pretty cool. In the U.S., Canada, they do this barnstorming tour. They're playing all around the country, the continent, I should say. 14,551 in Seattle the other night, the largest home crowd in the women's national team history. So congrats, ladies. Congrats to Hillary. That's good stuff there. Here's a funny one for you, Biz. Senators D-man Nikita Zaitsev is getting tooled on online. Some dork fan made a meme. His father said something to the guy online. The guy barked back at his father. Then Zaitsev was basically meet me face to face. So you used to do this. You used to offer fucking fans out on Twitter.
Still do every week, challenging fucking losers online, talking shit. Let's go, baby. Let's meet up. Let's meet up. Have a little chat. The Sean Avery special. Let's meet in the streets, baby.
In front of his house.
Yeah, back in the day, I would say whatever on there. It's just, sometimes these fans get a little too comfortable. They need to be taught a lesson. They need to be humbled.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. But either way, I mean, I think if he actually showed up, I think it was like when Nate was mouthing off to what's his name, Reeves in the office that time. It's like, what's Reeves gonna do? Beat up Nate? Zaitsev probably like, what's wrong with you, dude? Like,
yeah, that's what I think that Nate needed.
Yeah,
he needed to be smartened up because they never gotten their ass kicked growing up. That's why they run their mouth. They're antagonistic twerps.
Well, we're gonna wrap it up. World Cup talk. Like I said, Whit, you're the big soccer guy today. Do you have any money on the U.S. today?
Do we get a chance to talk about Hosa's jersey retirement?
I mentioned it briefly a few minutes ago. Did you want to dive into it a little further?
Oh, no, I had my cousin reach out today. And this was a kind of a surprising story. I never knew about this, but one of the first stories that Hosa told about when he came over during his speech, when he came over to play in the Quebec Pee Wee tournament. Well, they ended up going to the Niagara region and they got billeted to play a couple of exhibition games when they got over here. And my cousin, Jeff Brown, he's got a buddy. His father was the one who was billeting him. And the story that Hosa told was the father, just to make his trip more memorable, he goes, "Hey, I want to bring you out and I want to buy you an NHL jersey to bring back home." And sure enough, Hosa ended up picking out a Chicago Blackhawks Steve Larmer jersey. And he told the story as one of his first stories. So the father, who obviously followed his career, was so moved that he had told this story. Like, he didn't think that he'd even remembered that it happened.
Yeah.
So I want to give the guy's name. I told my cousin Jeff Brown, I said, send me the guy's name over so I could get to mention it here. And it was George Christina was the guy who billeted him. So he ended up saying, "Hey, if there's a way that you could put us in touch," because he was so moved by it. So, I know you have a way of getting in touch with Mary, and I'm sure that he would love to hear from this guy who ended up getting him his first National Hockey League jersey, which just so happened to be a Blackhawks jersey. So,
dude, that's a great story, and it's the perfect example of the guy. George was he thought nothing of it. I bet, like, oh, let's get him a jersey, and like, Imagine how much it meant to a kid from Slovakia to come get an NHL jersey. He ends up becoming a Hall of Famer and bringing it up that is awesome. And it's like the smallest thing you could do for somebody that may mean nothing to you may actually like create one of the most special days for somebody else. And I've always kind of tried to remember that.
I was kind of shocked because when he said he got him a jersey, I said, was it a Mario Lemieux jersey? Because he always raved about how much he was watching Super Mario's clips. So, but yeah, Steve Larmer, Chicago Blackhawks, and a great story. So I appreciate my cousin Jeff Brown for calling me today and mentioning that before I hopped on. So, and a special night that you're talking about Crosby. He kind of stole the show a little bit there with that performance. So a big goal late to give the boys a lift and a much needed 2 points.
Stevie Lama, he's definitely in the gum chewing Hall of Fame for NHL players. He was one of those guys always fucking chewing gum during the game.
Oh yeah, he was basically a girl from Lynn, Mass.
He probably got it from Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was doing it in Chicago. He made that chewing gum while playing famous.
Yeah, I think Stevie before
was he before
MJ.
His time? Maybe Jordan got it from Steve Larmer.
Yeah, may well have. But
there you go.
Well, back to the World Cup. Everyone's calling it a shit show, even though everyone's going to watch it. Of course, it's in Qatar, however you say it. The tiny, notoriously strict country. They pulled a wicked bait and switch. They said they're going to have Budweiser beer. They're the huge sponsor. Then, a day or two before, they're basically, nope, sunk, no beer. They're not going to have beer. Of course, unless you're rich in one of those suites where all the elite people are, then you can have some booze in there. Buddy Donnie does, the Wonton Don. He's over there. So they pull this shit, and then I guess a bunch of teams were going to wear armbands today, which I guess they were very plain. They were, it was said like One Love or something. And then today, either FIFA or Qatar was like, no, you can't wear them. And people like, what a clusterfuck. It's just all this like stupid like shit happens. Of course, the human rights track record, all the slave labor that's built it. Real Sports Wit on HBO, the Brian Gumbel show. It's like a 60 minutes of sports. They did a story like 6 or 7 years ago about the building all these places. And, they call them migrant workers, but it's like modern day slavery. These people are so poor and desperate from like Bangladesh, Nepal. They actually have to pay like $4,000 to get these jobs. So then when they get there, they got to pay off the debt. And they're living in squalor. There's like 70 guys to like one bathroom. It's fucking disgusting. And these people die like on a daily basis, and then they get sent home in a box. And it's like, that's how it's like these people know how bad it is, but they're so desperate to try to better their lives, and they just get exploited. So they built all these fucking stadiums. It's just like, it's ugly. It's a shit show. But
didn't they estimate that hundreds and hundreds of people died during the construction?
At one point, they estimated that 5,000 people could die. I don't think it ended up being that high. I fucking hope it wasn't. Who knows? For anyone who is interested in learning more about this, and you do not have to be a soccer or football, whatever you want to call it, fan, you go watch Netflix 4-part series on FIFA Uncovered. I was blown away. I would say every episode's between 40 and 50 minutes. You are looking at one of the most crooked organizations in the history of the world. I'm talking craziness, dude. Bribes, absolute getting away with murder and doing things all selfishly related in terms of these. It's like, I can't even describe what these people did. The guy, Sepp Blatter is his name.
Yeah.
He's interviewed throughout the entire thing. Right now he's serving an 8-year suspension. Dude, it is so crazy. I don't want to give it away, but they have a fucking picture of the new FIFA president who was like second in charge. He was the UEFA president. I don't even know his name, but he's in the documentary. He's holding hands with Putin for the 2018 World Cup. He's with the Qatar regimen. Buddy, in Qatar, no drinking alcohol, no homosexuality, no immodesty, whatever that is, no profanity, no dating, no loud music, not respecting places of worship. It is an absolute disgrace that the World Cup is here. And they go into the fact that when they gave Qatar the World Cup, it was 2009, this Sepp Blatter scumbag, you didn't have to give 2 World Cup future hosts at once, but because they're getting all this money, and they're getting this money just for them, these individual guys collecting money. So they decided to name 2 World Cup future hosts because that's just more money for them. 18 Russia, 2022 Qatar. Are you fucking kidding me? Vladimir Putin with this guy. It's just, it is. I tell you all right now, you do not need to like soccer to watch this. The first episode's a little slow, and you'll be blown away at the shit they were getting away with. I want to say of the 20 guys who were like, I'm gonna butcher this, of like the 20 guys who were a part of like the main pact with FIFA, there's like one guy that's still there that was there when this all went down. It's just, I mean, the United States government, the FBI got involved in finding out these guys were legitimate scumbags. And it's just incredible to see what they've done to the game of soccer, how they took Adidas and Coca-Cola and took payments on their own to make FIFA money back in the day. It's a wild story. And RA, I know you've mentioned it's kind of the same thing with like the IOC. I think they're probably very similar. I mean, they had an Olympics in Russia. It's all about the paybacks. It's all about the cash, and it's just disgusting.
Well, one part, RA, did you end up watching the 4-part documentary?
I haven't yet. No, I didn't have time to squeeze.
So wait, I'll throw it back to you. The guy who was president before Blatter, who was he a Portuguese swimmer?
Brazilian.
Or Brazilian, excuse me. He was a swimmer. Listen, did they make some smart business moves? No doubt, right? Because there was no money, and the excuse that they used early on was that was going to end up funding some of these countries who couldn't get the proper supplies in order, like even just balls and gear, let alone like fields and other development needs. But the way that Blatter ended up getting control is because one of the wires that swimmer guy who was president at the time ended up going to FIFA that was supposed to hit his personal account. So then that's how he ended up finding out that guy was being a weasel. So then he basically goes, listen, I'm getting a little bit impatient of not being president. So we're going to allow you to be president for 4 more years. And then you're going to hand over the reins to me. And then he started being even more corrupt than the swimmer, the Brazilian swimmer. So it just goes into this deep dive of how much money they were being wired and all these fucking decisions they were making based on the biggest sport on the planet and completely tarnishing its image. I know that everybody's still going to watch because they should and respect the athletes, but the fact that it is in Qatar is fucking mind-numbing. It's mind-numbing. It's mind-numbing. It's mind-numbing. And did we talk about how 40 minutes you can get to every single stadium in 40 minutes, and all these stadiums basically came out of nowhere and were built by all these people. North America is getting the World Cup, and there's like 20 host cities that already have these infrastructure set up. It's madness and such a waste of resources and doing it off of slave labor to boot. It's fucking nuts, man.
Dude, this guy, like,
200
this guy, Jack Warner, was like the CONCACAF. It's like Canada, US, Mexico, and then all the Caribbean islands. He's like, he's in Trinidad right now. Like, I don't even know if they could get him. I don't even know after the indictments if they can get him to the U.S. It's just so many guys, just weasels.
Didn't they spend $200 billion on this World Cup?
Yeah, I think it was even more than that. Yeah, they had to build all these stadiums. They had to build the town up.
$200 billion. I think they spent like $3 billion in Vancouver to host the Olympics there, and they built the entire Olympic Village.
And that's just the reported money too. You'll never know how much they actually spent.
Just burning it.
And these guys who I think there was about 7 countries that were going to wear these One Love armbands, and then they were threatened with yellow cards. And because of that, they decided not to wear them and blah, blah, blah. Well, you want to know some actual true standing up for what you believe in? You look at the Iran soccer team today. Not one guy sang the national anthem, and that's because they're fighting for the rights of, I believe, women in Iran. The government in Iran just agreed to fucking kill about 15,000 protesters, dude. And these guys are sitting there openly not singing their national anthem. They could face true issues when they got home. So that's fucking courage right there.
Great call, Whit. Great call it was. They kind of looked like they were being, not, I don't say militant, but like angry. And they said the Iranians in the crowd were booing their own anthem because, and just to backtrack a little, they basically, the law there is the women have to wear the headscarf. I forget the formal name for it. And,
hijabs.
Hijab. Yeah. And one woman, she got killed. They fucking killed her. The cops there or whatever, the fucking military, whatever, because she didn't have it on. So now women all over the place of taking them off. Young girls, teenage girls, they're showing clips of like young kids going up behind the clerics and knocking their hats off. They're like going viral and stuff. I mean, I don't mean to laugh. It's very serious, but like that's a fucked up place. And these people are finally revolted. I mean, you know, these people, you feel bad for them. They didn't do anything wrong. They just grow up with these assholes in charge and they wanted just a normal fucking life. So kudos to the Iranian team. Again, great call, Whit, because that took a lot of courage and a lot of bravery for those guys to do it. And yeah,
not to mention that FIFA's had a World Cup in Argentina when there was a dictatorship.
Oh, yeah.
They had the World Cup in Germany,
Mussolini.
Adolf Hitler's Germany. It's a corrupt organization, and the entire world plays soccer. And it just so happens that FIFA is an absolute disgrace.
Yep, no doubt about that. It's fucking disgusting. And hey, the greed of man, sometimes some men knows no bounds. If you watched last week tonight with John Oliver on HBO, they did a terrific segment on it as well. Check that out. U.S., unfortunately, they got a draw today. They should have won. That was a penalty late. Fucking ended up getting a tie. How bad does that hurt their chances? With
Hey, going back to Qatar quickly, first host nation to ever lose the opening match. Did you see the offside that was called back from Ecuador when they scored? It was such a joke. It wasn't even close to being offside, but obviously they're trying to affect the game situation. But this has basically been a long collective grind my gear segment at the fact
collective grind.
Good collective effort, boys, snapping it around.
Hey,
go ahead, Whit. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you win, it's like the broadcast was saying, if you win your first game, you're almost like pretty much not guaranteed, but it's very, very unusual if you don't move on. To I believe it would be the round of 16. 2 teams get through. There's 8 groups. They got to draw. Stupid penalty the defender took in the box, and that Gareth Bale's been one of the all-time best strikers, I'd say, in the past, I don't know, 15 years. Soccer people are going to come after me. He was on Real Madrid winning trophy after trophy, probably one of the best players from Wales in the history of the game.
Welsh, yeah.
He ties it up, and they get a draw. So now what I read hurts them is on Black Friday, they play England next. Well, with Wales getting to play Iran next, now if England wins, and they'll play their third stringers against Wales, who the U.S. would need to lose to England. Do you know what I'm saying? When they play Iran. Yeah. So it's almost unlucky that the U.S. isn't playing Iran next. But I mean, so much could still happen. But U.S. missing the last World Cup and not playing since Brazil, Oilers tie it up. Is it unfortunate for them to finally be back in and blow it late?
All right, well, go USA. Hopefully they get the W next time out. Again, Black Friday coming this Friday. Buy our merchandise, big deal stuff, Pink Whitney stuff, Chiclet stuff, all new gear.
It runs the entire weekend, too, all the way through Cyber Monday, 20% off every single thing in the Cyber store except the Peter Millar stuff.
There you go. And Wilbur Theater tickets go on sale when for the crowd?
November 30th, 3 p.m. Eastern, barstoolsports.com/events.
And I'm going to tease next week's interview. I know we haven't talked enough about the Winnipeg Jets. We have Kyle fucking Connor on deck for you guys next week.
Who got a hat trick right after we interviewed him.
We mentioned the Chiclets bump. He'd only scored 2 goals before that. He gets the Hattie. Reminder, check out the Sandbagger. And next week on Chiclets, etc., the podcast we have once a month hosted by Merles and Kobe Armstrong. We'll have Bugsy Malone on there. And we are doing our first ever Kangaroo Court. And as G said, check out the Black Friday sale. We appreciate you. We appreciate all you people who ended up watching the Sandbagger, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. 250 strong. Way to go, G. The entire production crew behind the scenes. And that was a great pod, boys. So thank you to the sheriff and the McDavid hater Big Cat.
Guys, and before we go, little reminder about the trip that we are going on next week. So Thursday, December 1st, we're going to a Flyers game. We're going to be doing some big deal brewing activations. Friday, December 2nd, we are doing a Pink Whitney bottle signing in Philly from 5 to 7 p.m. at Fine Wine and Good Spirits on 180 West Girard Avenue in Philadelphia. Saturday, December 3rd, we're heading to Detroit. We're going to do a quick bar meetup before the Red Wings game, then hit Little Caesars Arena. Very excited for that. And then Sunday, we're going to Columbus. I believe we're hitting our bar before the game. Then we're going to the Blue Jackets game. That's December 4th. And then December 6th, I believe old Busy Boy is hitting the old Prudential Center in Newark, and we'll be in New Jersey for the Devils game. So quick reminder for that trip, and come out and hang if you can.
Peace.
Have a good one, everyone.
Hey, what are you still doing here? It's over. Go. Go to the Barstool Sports store. Go.